Curtis Jones says he was walking near Rauber Street late Wednesday when he saw people running from what appeared to be a large wild cat.
I heard the row, I felt that row. I seen it, see me, see it. It's a row, row. I heard the row, I felt that row. I seen it, see me, see it. It's a row, row. Get up! I thought the people were under something big. Just walking, just right over there, right about the way, it went right over there. I swear, I promise it went right over there. They just row. I just got walking. I seen it, see me, see it.
Rochester police say officers became aware of a video on social media that appears to show a wild cat, which some people claim is a mountain lion.
In my head, I'm like, nah, I gotta go, man, I'm out. I heard the row, I felt that row. I seen it, see me, see it. It's a row, row. I heard the row, I felt that row. I seen it, see me, see it. It's a row, row. Get up! They ain't find it last night. It's still out here. It could be out here in one of these bushes or something. You know, them mountain lions, they be wow, they be crawling. It's about like this big. It was just walking, slithering. Like, it was, I don't know, man. I keep this bat right here. I'm gonna keep this bat right here, man, just in case. I'm gonna protect this. I ain't gonna let nothing happen to us, nothing, okay? I don't play with lions. I don't play with tigers, bears, nothing with the wild. I don't play with those. I don't even do roller coasters. I'm good. I heard the row. I felt that row. I seen it, see me, see it. It's a row, row. I heard the row. I felt that row. I seen it, see me, see it. It's a row, row. Get up!
Now listen, if you have not...
And they tell the trendies how the trendies go, rip me off. Get into it. Jump up and down. Going, yeah. I mean, that's what we're dealing with here, and I'm sick of it.
First, Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. Are people still talking about this guy, this great, the Epstein hoax? Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. That is unbelievable. I call it the Epstein hoax. This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein. This guy, this kid, it's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously has some very serious problems, who died 3 or 4 years ago. And I would like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. Are people still talking about this guy, this great, the Epstein hoax? Jeffrey Epstein, Epstein. I call it the Epstein hoax. That is unbelievable. I call it the Epstein hoax.
I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would give interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. I don't understand why it keeps showing. He's dead for a long time. He was never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand what the interest or what the fascination is.
It's all been a big hoax. The Democrats are good for nothing other than these hoaxes. And no different than Russia. And I would like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. Are people still talking about this guy, this great, the Epstein hoax? Jeffrey Epstein, Epstein. I call it the Epstein hoax. That is unbelievable. I call it the Epstein hoax.
listen, if you
Well, oh, hold on. Well, here we are once again. Oh god, my mic is doing some dumb shit. Jack. Oh. Well, here we are once again, floating between Earth and space, trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, specifically the No King's Day protests. Buckle up those seatbelt, folks. We got a lot to talk about. Okay, my mic is totally fucked up. Why is this happening? Is that better? Nope, that's not better either. Oh boy. Well, that's not good. Having some microphone problems over here. Hopefully you're hearing it okay, but I'm getting weird. There's some weird shit happening on my end. Is it the connection? I can't tell. I can't tell what the problem is. Are you all hearing me okay, or are you hearing the fuzz as well? All right, please hold, everybody. I'll be right back. Okay, I don't know if that's fixing it or not. Actually, it's definitely not fixing it. Okay. Well, we might have some issues with the microphone tonight. I think I broke it last night. That's not good. That's very bad. That's very bad. I depend on this microphone working. It's actually a fairly nice microphone. Not easily replaceable with the current galactic funds. Oh boy. Okay. All right, let's get to it. Hopefully the mic holds out tonight. Fingers crossed, knock on space wood. Pray to Gary. Before we get to the actual protests, I figured we would do a little bit of talking about them. The ahead of time talk. The ahead of time. No, that's killing me. All right, starting here, MS Now.
For a long time, Bill McKibben is the co-founder of Third Act, which mobilizes
Oh, it's terrible.
60 for action on climate and racial justice. Third Act is a partner of No Kings. Bill is the author of numerous books, including The End of Nature, considered the first book for a general audience about climate change. Bill, welcome back to the show. Thank you for being with us.
Good to be with you, brother. And that was a remarkable summary. The only thing I think that you left out was the fact that the last No King's Day so ticked off the president that he put out that video of him flying an airplane above America,
right,
dropping excrement on the head of protesters. So if anybody thinks this doesn't matter, it matters in the biggest possible way.
Well, this is why I wanted to talk to you, Bill, because you have been involved in social justice for decades. And what people who are involved in it for decades understand is that it never really ends. The urgency of this movement is now. There are people in America who say, what can I do? Well, you can vote in primaries, and you should vote in November, and but you can be out there next Saturday.
Absolutely. Next Saturday is really important. Look, when we did No Kings 2, it was a huge day of action. Since then, President Trump and his administration have shot and murdered 2 Americans in the streets of Minnesota, and they've launched 2 wars. This one's going to be much, much, much bigger still. We're closing in on the size of the first Earth Day in 1970, when 20 million Americans were out in the street. And that was enough to change American environmental policy for a generation. We need everybody out. We need to be making it clear just how tired we are of this incredibly wearying and exhausting presidency.
Well, that's the other reason to have you here.
Okay, we're going to keep going through this now. These protests are still ongoing throughout the day across the nation. In fact, in some areas, they're probably just getting started. And by the way, if you have any clips of the protests that you want to share with me on the Discord is the place where you should do that. I'm trying to think of what channel you should put it in. You could DM me on the Discord actually for something like this. I'd be okay with that, as well as putting them in potential news or in stream suggestions. I think would probably the 2 best places. Organizing, I guess, would also count, but stream suggestions is probably the best place for me to get it. Sorry, I'm responding to I shouldn't be doing this. I'm responding to a Discord message. That's the danger of me looking at my Discord. I get like hundreds of notifications a day. I'm in so many servers. It's not just because I'm popular. I'm just in a shitload of servers. If you're wearing headphones for feedback control, maybe it's actually the microphone. I think it's phantom power. I think there's something wrong with the phantom power. I couldn't quite... There's something going on. But right now, it's actually okay. Fingers crossed, knock on wood. Pretty Gary. All right, let's keep going through this.
Hey everybody, welcome to The Bulwark. I'm delighted to welcome back co-founder of Indivisible, the organization behind the No Kings protests. It's Ezra 11. It's just you and me this time. Where's your wife?
Sadly, you drew the short end of the stick. I don't know why I'm here. She's probably doing some other interviews with other people downstairs. It's nonstop right now, Tim.
That's good. Give me up to speed. What's happening? What's the latest? The protests are coming up on Saturday. What do people need to know?
Oh, it's incredible. Look, we have the largest protest in American history coming up this Saturday. I know that sounds like bluster because I told you that before, but it proved to be the case last time I told you that. We had the largest protest in history for June's No Kings 1 last year. That was 5 million people at 2,100 protests. Then we had the largest protest in American history again in October of last year with No Kings 2, 2,700 protests around the world with 7 million people. Look, right now, we've got 2 days left to register your No Kings protest, and already there are more than 3,100 protests.
3,100 protests across the nation's millions expected at the marches. I was at one myself. It was, there was a lot of people there. We may have been, if you were at one of the protests, we may have been walking right next to each other, shoulder by shoulder. Shoulder to shoulder? Shoulder to shoulder. Yes, that's the way you say it. Now I'm here to bring you the protest news, rather than protest with you out there in the streets. Okay, let's keep it moving. Democracy Now! Up next. We'll get to the live footage soon.
In America, we have no kings. That's one of the rallying cries for Saturday's nationwide protests against President Trump. More than 3,000 No Kings protests are planned across the country. Millions are preparing to take to the streets in what's expected to be the largest No Kings protest to date, and what The Nation magazine says could become the biggest day of protest in U.S. history. One of the largest No Kings protests will be in St. Paul, Minneapolis, just miles from where federal immigration agents fatally shot Renee Good and Alex Preti to death in January. Performers and speakers in St. Paul will include Senator Bernie Sanders, Bruce Springsteen, Jane Fonda, and Joan Baez. On Thursday, Edwin Torres de Santiago of the Immigrant Defense Network spoke about the Minnesota protests.
Right now, across Minnesota and across this country, immigrant families are living in fear that something as simple as going to work or taking their children to school could separate them from their loved ones. That is the reality. A mother texting her child just to say, "I made it." A father calling in the middle of the day to just say, "I'm okay." I know this because it's exactly what both of my parents do every single day. For 25 years, I lived without documentation, and my parents still do. And let's be clear about what is happening. You don't send mask agents into neighborhoods, into airports, into communities to keep people safe. You send them to keep people terrified. And that fear is not accidental. It is part of our larger escalation, and we're already seeing the consequences. We've seen the consequences. Keith Porter Jr., Renee Good, Alex Preti, Dr. Linda Davis, Ruben Ray Martinez, and dozens of others that have been killed by this administration's escalation. And let's not forget the 40 deaths inside detention centers since this administration has taken office. Silence and inactions are not an option anymore.
Supporters of the No Kings protests include the AFT, that's the American Federation of Teachers. This is the group's president, Randy Weingarten.
$1 billion a day for this war, and yet we couldn't find the money for the Obamacare tax credits. Then now we're seeing a huge increase in premium payments that people have had to pay. We couldn't find the money for Medicaid that is closing rural hospitals all over America. We couldn't find the money for SNAP when people were having parties at Mar-a-Lago. The people are saying we need to find a way to support ourselves. We don't want a war that's costing billions of dollars. We don't want a war that is increasing the cost of gas. We don't want a debate that is actually making the lines of TSA, like the line I had this morning, hours long. People in America are saying you have been elected to help us and our families have a better life. Not to help the billionaires, not to create robots as teachers, not to just create ways that you and your family get rich, Donald Trump. And that's why more and more people see him as a king.
The unprovoked U.S. and Israeli war on Iran will also be a focus of Saturday's No Kings protest. This is Naveed Shah of the group Common Defense.
This illegal war with Iran is built on the same lies as the one with Iraq 20 years ago. I know it because I lived it as an Army veteran who served in Iraq. Me and my friends know that our leaders lied to us into a war with no strategy and no endgame. I swore an oath to this Constitution, not to a king, not to a politician, and I will not stay silent while we march down that same road into another forever war.
Those speakers all took part in an online No Kings press conference on Thursday because they were all over the country. We're joined right now by Leah Greenberg, co-founder and co-executive director of Indivisible, which is part of the No Kings Coalition helping to organize Saturday's protests. Leah, can you start off by talking about the scope of these protests? You're talking about the possibility, the nation says, of the largest protests in U.S. history, with 3,000 protests taking place across the country. Explain how it's being organized.
Well, I'm proud to say that as of this morning, that number is up to 3,200, including every congressional district in the country and 6 of 7 continents around the world. What we're fundamentally doing with this is we're issuing a call to regular people all over the country. In some places, this is anchored by, in a city, it's anchored by a coalition with, indivisible groups and labor, your local labor council, human rights organizations, everybody's collectively throwing it together. In some small towns across the country, it's, one woman who raised her hand and said, I can't take it anymore. I got to get my community together. But what we're seeing is that the scope and the breadth of what is happening across this country is enormous.
The scope and the breadth of what is happening in this country is enormous.
Yeah!
Yep. This is No Kings Day 3. Can it have an impact in millions of Americans taking the street? Create change. This is the question to ask. Why else do we do it?
Just want to remind people that Saturday, March 28th, this Saturday, there is another No Kings rally. I think if you go to nokings.org, is that what it is? We'll put the link up there. You can find a location near you. Important to go out there. Of course, it's also there's plenty to protest these days, and particularly in terms of the war. Look, Donald Trump is not going to be responsive to protests. However, the more that people go out and protest, the more that it probably emboldens people like Democrats to take more of a aggressive posture with Trump, et cetera, et cetera. So it's nokings.org. You can go and find your location. And plus, it's also a great way to sort of network. If you meet one person at a No Kings protest who you can organize with in the future, that is a huge boon.
Yeah, I know DSA is taking this tact, but if you're in any kind of political group and there's a No Kings rally in your area, you should have that group seen at that No Kings rally.
100%. It is a good opportunity to find like-minded people, and there's every reason to believe, regardless of what happens with the midterms, that we haven't seen the end of these ICE raids, and that there's just more of a crap show to come. I don't know how else to put that, and also try and stay positive. But it is something to anticipate. It's a good idea. Remember, like that old joke about the lawyer, the best time to get a lawyer is when you don't need one. The best time to start to network and organize is when you don't have to. So much of what happened in Minnesota, and apparently Springsteen's going to be at the, I don't know if it's the Minneapolis No Kings rally, but he's going to be at one No Kings rally in Minnesota. This just coming off of him performing at the Riverside Church for the 30th anniversary of Democracy Now! But the reason why Minnesota, among other reasons, but I think a very important one, the reason why Minnesota was able to respond the way it did, and really, in many respects, break ice for at least the time being, is because of all the organizing that had happened during the Floyd protests. And so, there was a basis there, and a sort of almost an institutional memory. So very important. Get out there, show yourself out there. Don't anticipate that it's going to change the world.
Yeah, we still got a long way to go on this. This is just one day of protest. If you didn't make it, like I've said every single time so far since the Trump administration began, these protests started, you're going to have another day. If you missed it, I see some people in chat saying they had other things in life that they had to do. Kids, whatever else, I get it. No one faults you for that. And you shouldn't feel bad about it. And you will, in fact, definitely have another opportunity. Trump administration not over. Government still not, as it turns out, doing what it needs to make America great. Not doing what it should be for the people. So plenty to protest about. And you have the opportunity now to sort of protest in your own way right now with all of us.
Americans across the country are expected to protest tomorrow against the Trump administration. It's another No Kings Day, and organizers predict it could become the largest mass protest in American history. This weekend's demonstration will be the third No Kings event, this time playing out against the backdrop of the U.S. war with Iran and growing anger over immigration enforcement. Events are planned in all 50 states, with the Flagship March in St. Paul, Minnesota, drawing appearances from Bruce Springsteen, Joan Baez, and Jane Fonda. MS Now's Nnamdi Agwanmu joins us with a preview of this weekend's events. Nnamdi, tell us more. What are organizers expecting tomorrow?
Well, they're expecting millions to turn out, Anna. When you think about these No King Days protests, during the first set of these protests in June, they were in direct response to the administration's effort to reshape the federal government through mass layoffs, but also reshape cultural institutions like the one behind me, the Kennedy Center. Among the president's first actions in office was firing the bipartisan board of the Kennedy Center, installing himself as chair, and targeting programming he deemed woke. He took similar action at the Smithsonian. That fueled those protests we saw in June.
Yeah, and now he's putting his name on, he's putting his signature on U.S. government currency. I mean, name a corrupt thing. Donald Trump's already done it.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
He's a deranged fucking lunatic. He's a deranged, demented, unintelligent lunatic. He's in charge of the country with the world's largest military and economy. He's basically just wreaking havoc, not just on us, but on the entire planet. Oh, God.
Looking ahead to tomorrow, another No Kings rally is expected to draw thousands of people to downtown Portland and other cities across the Pacific Northwest and across the country.
And the reason why I say you're going to have another opportunity to come out here because technically we still have 3 more years of this, barring some sort of governmental action. I'd say the 25th Amendment, just throwing things out there. Just throwing things out there. But you get what I'm saying here? We have literally, I mean, 2 years and 11 months of Trump's administration. Unless something crazy
immediately, if not sooner.
This is video from the last No Kings protest in October when about 40,000 people gathered downtown, marching 2 miles through the city. Organizers say the rallies are a way to push back against the Trump administration, including the war in Iran, immigration enforcement, and funding cuts for programs like housing and food. Smaller events are also planned for Vancouver, Beaverton, Hillsborough, and other communities across our area.
Well, organizers expect more than 100,000 people to flood St. Paul on Saturday for the No Kings rally against the Trump administration. It's an all-hands-on-deck situation for law enforcement and public transit. Our Connor White joins us live with preparations now underway at the Capitol. Connor.
Reg, you can see behind me that those preparations are underway in the form of barricades, speakers, other equipment, with this protest tomorrow anticipated to potentially break records here in Minnesota. When it comes to public transit, a spokesperson for Metro Transit says that they're bringing as many people as they can on for this weekend show.
Thank you, Seth MacFarlane. All right, well, protests, as you can see here, were planned for across the nation. Now, before we go to the protests, we probably check on how Donald Trump's doing popularity-wise. Let's see how Operation Epstein Fury is being received by people. Now, of course, Operation Epstein Fury is costing us all $1 billion a day. That's on top of the already $1.5 trillion military budget that we have. Totally unaccounted for. You know, when we passed that budget, there was no Operation Epstein Fury. It's an extra $1 billion a day.
The president's choice to enter into a war with Iran has not been widely popular with Congress, as Sarah was just discussing. It hasn't been popular with the American people either. So how is it impacting Trump's approval rating? CNN's Harry Enton here now to run the numbers. So, Harry, Fox was one of the initial polls, right, in terms of showing how the Iran war was sitting. It didn't really show that there was a big issue with it initially. Things are changing this morning in this latest poll that we have out.
That's exactly right. Look, when there was this slew of initial polls that came out, the Fox News poll was the one initial poll that did not show that the war was unpopular. That has changed. Trump has lost his one good poll when it comes to the Iran war, because just take a look here. Net approval rating of U.S. military action in Iran. In early March, it broke even, right? 0 points. What that essentially means is 50% approved, 50% disapproved. But down it goes. Look at this now. The net approval rating for the U.S. military action in Iran, negative 16 points. Just awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak. And this is the Fox News poll. This is like one of the most pro-Trump polls on the planet. Not great. Donald Trump's popularity is sinking. That was from 2 days ago. Heading into these No Kings Day protests, everything he's doing is just becoming more and more unpopular. Speaking of unpopular, let's quickly go to CPAC. See how people are feeling over there. Oh, shit. Green New Deal, thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you. You know what? I'm gonna put myself. I need a for warmth. It's cold out there today. I need a tinfoil hat. Free tinfoil hat. Nobody has to spend any space bucks for that.
Aren't I a good guy?
Did you see this clip I put in the chat?
Yep.
Let's take a look at this. This looks interesting.
How many
More
of
from
you
CPAC.
would like to see impeachment hearings? No. That was the wrong answer. Let me try it again. How many of you would like to see impeachment hearings? No.
Things are going great in CPAC, as you can see. Republicans aren't at all in any kind of disarray.
This weekend, this Saturday, Liam's hometown of Minneapolis will be the flagship protest in what is expected potentially to be the largest single day of protest in American history. June of last year, that was the first No Kings protest. That drew an astonishing 5 million people across the country. You might remember that was June 14th, the first No Kings Day. That was the day Trump tried to throw himself a weird North Korea-style military parade for his own birthday. That sad low turnout event was wildly overshadowed by 5 million Americans turning out at protests against Trump all over the country. And then there was the second No Kings Day in October. That one did not draw 5 million people. That one drew 7 million people. The flagship protest in October was in Philadelphia, the birthplace of the Constitution. 7 million people turned out on No Kings Day. And that was before Trump bulldozed the East Wing of the White House. And before he tried to arrest 6 Democratic members of Congress. And before we learned that in addition to bombing random boats in the Caribbean, he was also deliberately killing the survivors of those bombings, which is a war crime. Illegal. It was before he invaded Venezuela and announced he was taking their oil. It was before he started an apocalyptic war with Iran. It was before he renamed the Kennedy Center for himself and then announced that he would close it. Are you still talking about It's before he blew up health insurance for millions of American families. It's before he effectively made the Nobel Peace Prize winner give him her prize. It's before he sent the FBI to seize the ballots from Atlanta, Georgia. It's before he posted a video online depicting President Obama and his wife Michelle Obama as if they were apes. This is ridiculous! It's before they killed Renee Nicole Good. It's before they killed Alex Pretty. It's before they took Liam. This Saturday it will be Minneapolis as the flagship, but there are more than 3,000 separate protests planned all over the country.
Yeah, we need to have like a No Kings Day every Saturday, all 2026. Just declare every Saturday in America No Kings Day. Come out, we'll have barbecues in the streets. Everybody will have off work. I'm just throwing out ideas here. Just spitballing on things. You know. I'm just over here saying crazy things. Things I'm thinking, coming to mind.
The ramp up to something that Donald Trump is already mad about and that a lot of people in America think couldn't come any sooner and at a more pivotal time. The long-planned next round of mass protests, the No Kings rallies around the country. This is a term that has become straightforward. There is more measurable support for this protest movement, the democracy movement, than there is for Trump or MAGA at this point. The context is something we all know from grade school. The founders fought a revolution against a king, King George. Donald Trump, well, he is far from a king, but he has done many things to show that he wishes he were. Americans are fighting back. There are now not 100 or 500 or 1,000 demonstrations planned, but in the news we track this. There are 3,000 different demonstrations scheduled. They've covered all 50 states. There is massive interest. Of course, we, as always, will have to see what actually happens, and we'll be reporting that in special coverage across MS Now tomorrow. So if you're out When you're out living your life and you happen to be at a rally, fine. But if you want to keep track of it, as we follow all kinds of news, we will have you covered on the air, and we'll discuss it, of course, next week. But that's what we're seeing in the ramp up. Earlier today, there was another group of artists and cultural leaders protesting at a place in D.C. that once was more nonpartisan, but under Trump and some of his autocratic push has become more MAGAfied, the Kennedy Center.
We chose to hold today's action in front of the John F. Kennedy Center. That's right. Because this beloved citadel of the arts has become a symbol of what is happening.
A symbol of what is happening, she is referencing that despite the long-standing bipartisan tradition in the United States that government buildings are not named after living political figures, which makes sense for all the obvious reasons, and when Congress names schools and post offices, it is usually an honorific after someone has passed, most commonly a bit of time after the person has passed. But Trump has done what we see more in autocratic non-democracies. He renamed the Kennedy Center, which already, of course, honors a former and deceased president, to name it after himself. He wants to put his signature on all paper currency. They plan a gold coin minted with his portrait. He is pushing for this large arch, very kind of old school French. Of course, don't tell some of his fans that, but that would be on the National Mall. And they've been festooning federal buildings with more temporary banners of his face and official portraits. Now, that is the style. And if it were only that and nothing else, then, like other issues in politics, people might debate it. You could imagine if your favorite politician only did that, but otherwise followed the rule of law and democracy, then you might say, well, let's not exaggerate. It's just style. Here, the problem is that style is backed and consistent with autocratic moves. Remember, Donald Trump is the only president in American history who was caught trying to overthrow the peaceful transfer of power.
That's true, Ari. That's true. Ari's right. Now let's keep going through the clips here. 13 hours ago, gates installed on downtown LA freeway ramps ahead of the No King's Day protest. Wow. Must be a lot of people planning to be at the LA protests.
Happening tomorrow, tens of thousands of people are expected in downtown LA as part of a nationwide No King's Day protest. And tonight, security gates have been installed to block protesters from getting onto freeways. Eyewitness News reporter Amy Powell is live in downtown LA with what's expected. Amy?
David, we've seen it a number of times during previous protests here in the downtown area. Protesters using the ramps to enter the 101 freeway and temporarily block traffic. Well, with tens of thousands expected to take part in tomorrow's No Kings March, the city is taking steps to keep traffic moving. Security gates now in place along the on and off ramps to the 101 freeway in downtown Los Angeles. The city preparing for what's expected to be a massive No King's Day march and rally. Last year, thousands of people marched through the streets of LA, taking part in mostly peaceful demonstrations. But some of the protesters used the ramps to walk onto the 101 freeway, bringing traffic to a standstill and clashing with police.
I understand the concern. I do think it's a little weird, especially considering our financial situation in LA, that we can drop a bunch of money on gates that I guarantee will never be used. But
yeah, that's a great point. Why are they spending all this money on these gates? Seems like kind of unnecessary. All right, now to NBC 10 Boston. 6 hours ago, No King's protests planned across Massachusetts.
Right, hundreds of demonstrations are planned for today around the country as part of No Kings movement protesting President Trump.
I'm just realizing that there were 2 different notifications on Twitch. Green New Deal paid for sunglasses, but Manda paid for a puppy treat for Leica, and I never gave it to her.
How rude.
It's incredibly rude. Where's Leica? There she is. Puppy treat. There you go.
There will be several here in Massachusetts, the largest set for Boston Common. NBC 10's John Maroney spoke with organizers and those who oppose the rallies.
The outrages day after day and the attacks on our democracy are so important, and especially as we lead up into the midterms.
Tens of thousands of people filled the Boston Common last fall, denouncing President Trump and his policies. History is set to repeat itself Saturday.
Yeah, Boston shows up, and we are so proud of our state.
The rally is one of about 160 planned in Massachusetts and is expected to be the second largest in the country. Janet Fogarty is a Bay State representative to the RNC.
The president's been doing an amazing job undoing the damage that was caused under the Biden administration and Obama before him.
It's known as No King's Day, but the demonstrations are clearly aimed at...
Who the fuck was that? Who the fuck was that lady? Where the hell did she come from? He's just fixing everything the Biden administration
what now?
did.
I'm staying in the race.
Wild. What a wild claim. She's just solving everything the Biden administration did. You idiot.
When we first started
If anything, he's broken everything the Biden, any and all of the good things that the Biden administration did have been broken by Donald Trump. CHIPS Act, the what's it called? Oh, fucking hell! I can't think of the name of the goddamn legislation right now. Oh my god, my microphone is totally screwed. Son of a bitch.
We weren't in a war yet. So now we're seeing $2 billion of American taxpayer dollars going to this war that we started for no logical reason.
President Trump cares. He loves this country. He's doing everything that he can to make our country great again. And these protesters really have nothing better to do.
They're expecting a crowd of 150,000, and the executive director...
Wow, it's just because nobody has anything better to do. I see. It's not because people object to what's happening. No, that couldn't be it. They hate freedom and they're bored. Okay. Weird.
That's really
weird claim.
Weird.
Well, thankfully, my microphone isn't as expensive as a lot of podcaster mics since I use a condenser microphone. Yeah, I looked it up. It's like, it's still an annoying amount of money, but it's not as bad as, say, like a Blue Yeti. Or whatever it's called. Or the Yeti... The new one, not the blue. There's a newer one. Oh, it's killing me though. It is bothering me quite a lot. It's probably more annoying to me than you, I think. It's my guess, because I don't see a lot of people complaining about it. It's just me. Okay. Moving on from Boston. The new Yeti. Yep, that's what it's
Jared
called.
McCallum.
Write
He
that
is
down.
an auto technician from the small town of Zachary, Louisiana. He is participating in his first No Kings protest today in Baton Rouge.
Did it break? Yeah, I kicked it over last night. And it's doing some real dumb stuff.
Jared, thank you so much for joining us. The thing that is so
Was
interesting.
it last night or the other night? It might have been like Wednesday or Thursday. I forget.
All of us, I think, is one, it's your first time. You're also going to be in Baton Rouge, not New York, not D.C. What brought you specifically to this moment to go out and go to your first protest?
Well, you know, this is a huge protest, the No Kings. Millions of people will be there. That in itself is something that I find very inspiring and engaging, you know, and standing and, you know, finding something that I believe in and standing with Minnesota on the stuff that happened there and everything is, you know, what's driving me to want to get out there and have my voice heard.
Prior to what happened in Minnesota, if you had the opportunity to participate in a protest like this, would you have gone out and showed up?
Yes, most definitely. Like I said, for me personally, these kinds of things are very enjoyable. I find a lot of information and knowledge through going to these events, and spreading the word and stuff like that is something that I also enjoy doing, and striking and having these conversations with these people and stuff. It's very enjoyable to me.
Why do you protest?
Because I would like for everyone else to believe that, you know, there are a lot of people who think the same way that I do or that we do, and they're just too afraid, for whatever their reasoning may be, to come out to these protests,
Right.
and know that there's nothing to fear from being out here or anything like that. It's not what the mainstream media portrays, you know. And I would like to consider myself as being a voice for those people that, you know, feel that way.
Okay, let's keep going through the clips.
Large crowds are expected across Southern California for what some are calling No Kings protests.
Caltrans taking proactive measures for safety, installing gates on some off-ramps. KTLA's Omar Lewis live in downtown LA with more on how law enforcement are preparing. Omar, good morning.
Good morning, Lauren and Megan. We can tell you things are quiet here in downtown LA right now, but in a matter of hours, event organizers say they're expecting more than 100,000 people to fill this park and march through the streets of downtown LA, sharing their message for this third wave of No Kings protests. Speaking of, want to show you this live look from our nation's capital right now, where thousands of people are taking to the streets there for this No Kings Day protests, part of more than 3,100 events happening nationwide. So you can see that event well underway there. Things expected to kick off this afternoon here in downtown LA. But we can tell you here in Southern California, event organizers say there are No Kings protests taking place across 51 different communities in our area, with 30 different groups mobilizing supporters. This follows a rally last June that drew 5 million people nationwide, and an October follow-up rally that brought out more than 7 million people across the country. Today's protests could lead to record turnout, with protests happening from Long Beach to Pasadena, Huntington Beach to San Bernardino. Protesters pushing back on the Trump administration over immigration enforcement, the U.S. war with Iran, and what they call a pattern of unchecked executive overreach.
We'll need to get involved regularly on the ground and helping. Showing up one day is great, and it's good to have that show of force, but this is really just the first step to getting involved and changing things for the better.
Caltrans and CHP have already installed these large metal gates on the 101 freeway on and off ramps here in downtown LA. It's a safety precaution, they say, after small groups clashed with police and spilled onto the freeway following previous gatherings here in the downtown area. LAPD says they are ready as well, with the Sheriff's Department on standby to assist as needed.
We're definitely prepared. We've been making preparations all week. We will have additional.
Don't need you, thanks, guy. Go find some crimes to solve. All right, who's up next? CBS New York. CBS New York. I'm just going back. I decided to do was chronological order rather than by locality. I don't know why. But I did. We're not going back now.
One of the biggest roadblocks in Washington right now, funding for immigration and custom enforcement.
And the debate isn't just happening on Capitol Hill. It's sparking protests nationwide, a new sticking point in the No Kings movement we've been seeing across the country, with millions participating. And John Diaz joins us live from Columbus Circle, where one of those protests is set to start a little bit later on this morning. John?
Yeah, good morning, both of you. And what's happening in Washington, D.C. is very much playing out here in the streets of New York City. It has been and will later on today. That energy we are expecting to start to build out here at Columbus Circle in just a few hours from now, all part of a larger wave of demonstrations going on across the country today. This will be the third No Kings protest held in New York City. As we mentioned, starting at 2 p.m., protesters from across the tri-state area are expected to gather here before marching through several blocks. Now, they plan on protesting President Donald Trump and also immigration and custom enforcement, saying that the president is using it as weapons. Now, ICE is the largest investigative arm and primary law enforcement agency under the Department of Homeland Security. And with the House of Republicans planning to extend that funding for the entire department at current levels for 60 more days, that will no doubt be one of the issues fueling today's protest. Now, organizers are saying that this rally is a, quote, nationwide mobilization to defend democracy and reject authoritarian governance. Now, there will be plenty of other smaller protests as well as large protests, though, happening across the country today and in the tri-state area. Not just this one that will be going on in Columbus Circle, but all of it part of the same movement, this No Kings movement. For now, though, we are live this morning from Columbus Circle. John Diaz, CBS News, New York.
All right, John, and we'll have continued coverage of this No Kings Day protest.
Okay, what's up next?
Organizers expect millions of people to take part.
ABC News. National news talking about the No Kings Day protests.
Organizers expect millions of people to take part in a third round of the No Kings protests across the country today. Organizers say the rallies are intended to show opposition to President Trump's policies as well as the war in Iran. Nearly 7 million people attended No Kings protests last fall. This one's expected to be even bigger. Joining me now for more is co-president of Public Citizen, Lisa Gilbert. Lisa, it is good to see you. Thank you for being here. How are people preparing for today's events? How many people do you expect to march across the country?
Well, we have a record number of events, 3,300 around the country. To put that in perspective, there are only 3,150 counties in the whole nation. So there will be an event literally anywhere that you could hope to attend one. We will see RSVPs from folks in rural areas, in suburban areas, in urban areas. It's a true mass movement, and I'm expecting joyful protest, shared resolve as we all grapple with the realities of this authoritarian slide that we've been experiencing, this sort of wannabe dictator persona that Trump has adopted as he moves us into an illegal war, as he sends masked agents to our communities and now our airports. People are fed up and they want to stand proudly and say, simply put, there aren't kings in America.
Minnesota, that is the flagship event today. St. Paul is expecting up to 100,000 people to turn out today. Bruce Springsteen is set to perform there. What are the lessons of Minneapolis from the last few months?
Minneapolis has been showing the nation how it's done. They have been standing together, fighting back, training in de-escalation, in knowing their rights when confronting ICE agents. But it's been a terrifying time in that part of the country, and many others as well, as, again, masked agents are terrorizing neighbors, entering businesses and homes without warrants, murdering our citizens. So really, Minnesota has been the epicenter of the peaceful protest, the moment that we all need. And we're taking our cues from Minnesota, and that's why the flagship is there.
And peaceful is the word. Lisa Gilbert, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
But joining us now to talk about the politics of all of this and this unique moment.
I'm actually going to skip this one, I think. Fox 35 Orlando discussion about the politics of it all with this guy. No, I think I'm good. Gilded Age bookshelf behind him. No, I think not. Ah, boy. All right, people. We are an hour into the stream, so I'm going to start a galactic content goal. Or do I do a goal today? We're just going to do we'll just do a goal for funsies. A funsies No King's Day goal. All right. Start a goal on Twitch as well. Not going to leave Twitch hanging. You're all part of this. Just happens to be the same size as a normal galactic content goal. Pay no mind to that. All right. Do an easy goal that costs nothing. Like I said, it's a goal for the fun of completing a goal. All right, skipping Fox 35. This looks like it's in, yeah, this is in West Palm Beach, Florida, I think. Look at this guy.
No Kings! I know. Yes, I know, it's deluded. Don't touch them, don't touch anyone. We're here to protest. I'll get you, cunt flap. Get that here for. You're deluded. Go to a psychiatrist. We're here for
You have a mental health problem. You have a mental health problem.
Younger generation in America. Paycheck on the way out. We're planning the future of the younger generation.
Shock of shocks, the deplorables have shown up in West Palm Beach to protest the protest, being as loud as possible.
America. There you go. This lady's making $100 an hour for protesting.
Oh, hey, no fascist USA. Oh, hey, no fascist.
25 25, 100. This guy 50. He goes for 50. How much I pay? 50. Let him go.
It's USA. Ho ho. Hey hey. The fashion's USA. Ho ho. Hey hey. The fashion's USA.
Sorrow, you get paid. You guys are getting paid. I know what communism is. I know what communism is.
USA.
Fool.
Hey hey.
All of you. All of you.
Right there.
All of you.
A lot of weirdos out there. Well, 2 or 3 weirdos at least at this protest. A lot of great patriots over here, though. Look at all of them. Look at all the patriots. A lot of honks coming from the traffic, too. That's good. It was Freedom News TV. Freedom! All right, next up, DRM news from 4 hours ago. All of these are from like 4 hours ago. we're catching up quick. We're going to be going to the live stream soon. By the way, have people been posting in the Discord clips? If you have... I haven't found... I need to look at them. I need to look for them. By the way, in case anybody couldn't tell by the surroundings, this is Washington, D.C. By the way, I love the papier-mâché heads. Really great job with the papier-mâché. Art. Beautiful art. Also, look at the glorious pink frog.
Now a response from the leader of the frog resistance.
You can spray us with pepper, but we won't surrender. We'll respond with a naked bike ride. Our city will stand up to
Oh no, that's not goodness.
Yeah.
Ho ho! Donald Trump has got to go. Hey hey.
Ho ho! Donald Trump has got to go. Hey. Ho ho! Donald Trump got to show me everything. Ho ho! Donald Trump has got to go. I know. Amazing face for him.
This is making you nauseous. Yeah, the camera person could probably use a gimbal. That would be helpful in this moment. Yes, this is exactly what democracy looks like. Also, this is what art looks like. Look at this incredible paper mache display. The king and his minions. You got Pete. You got JD. You got Cash. I think this is Pam. I'm assuming this is Pam Bondi. And this one's Caroline Levitt. The Fascist Five. That was in Washington, D.C. People turning out. Big numbers there, it would seem. Next to Kentucky. I think WKYC Channel 3 from 5 hours ago. Where No Kings demonstrators apparently lined the streets in North Ridgeville. Wherever the heck that is. Sounds like the middle of nowhere. The middle of nowhere. Why can't I go to the next video? What's the problem? There we go. Wow, a lot of people turning up here. Look at them all. Look at them all. I saw a T-Rex in there. T-Rex spotted. He's got a great. They got a great sign too. Look at the sign. It's an eagle kicking an orange with the crown. Well done. Well done. Hats off to you, T-Rex. Pep Talks? Pep Talks was live in some town. Oh, I better look for that stream. Thank you. Mitty, can you send me a link to that, actually? In the Discord? Everybody. Everybody. If you have links to clips you think we might all like to watch tonight on the protests and only the protests, send them in the Discord, in the stream suggestions. Help me help you. All right, back to DC.
Where are our wonderful heads? Can we have somebody who knows the heads want to come out and do a little thing for our heads today?
Where are the
Who we
heads?
got here? Susan. Susan,
Bring
come
us
back.
the heads.
You did this, kid. Let's have a
Bring us
little
their
bit of-
heads. Bring us the heads, he says. That's the best sentence I've heard all day. Bring us their heads.
Immediately, if not sooner. Susan, come back. You did this, kid. Let's have a little reprise of your number about these wonderful doggies who are so incredibly loyal to their master, Donnie.
Oh, wait, there's a sixth one in there. There's there's a sixth one in there. Oh my god, and he looks like one of the Ferengi. Is that supposed to be RFK? How do you spell Ferengi? I forget. There we go. You can't tell me he doesn't look like this. You can't tell me. You cannot tell me that he doesn't look exactly like this. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. That would be incredibly rude of you.
Without my notes, here it goes. So let's first introduce Carolyn Levitt. Lion Carolyn Levitt. Come on up. Boo! Boo! Let's bring out the bootlicker himself, Pete Hegseth. Kegsbreath. Liquor is a double entendre. You can spell it however you like. He's all about it. Let's now bring up Pamela Joe, the sham. The sham. Who is hiding the Epstein files.
The Dow right now is over.
Let's bring
the
up
Dow is over 50.
Cash Patel with the dollar sign. He gave up a flight on his taxpayer-funded Gulfstream to be with us today, and his eyes are wide open, taking this all in. We have the original poser himself, J.D. Vance. I want a rousing response to his fabulous makeup artist and his eyeliner.
Right away.
And then we have a fellow who hides, and that's why he's so pale. You don't see him out very often, but he came out of his kennel today. Stephen Miller. And this would not be possible. We would not be able to keep this group in charge if it weren't for our fearless dear leader, Donald.
Actually, maybe it's, wait, is that, did she say that's Stephen Miller? I got distracted. I was reading things. Did she say that's Stephen Miller? I see the resemblance now.
Trump. Trump has this pack well trained. They do whatever he wants. And this is the root of all of our evil right here. Impeach, convict, remove.
Right to jail, right away.
Okay, there you go. That long ass. I'm just realizing that that's a tie. Yeah, it is. It's the longest tie ever. All right, a message from former Labor Secretary Robert Reich on this No King's Day. What do you got for us?
This is the third No Kings. It is an opportunity for all of us to register our anger and our rejection of the tyrant who is now occupying the White House. But it's also an opportunity for solidarity. It's an opportunity to celebrate our community, to celebrate all of the people who care as deeply as we do about the future of this country and the future of the world. It's an opportunity to turn our anger and our frustrations and our determination into political power. And I want to come back to this theme because a demonstration without it being tied to politics is almost worthless. I mean, it's nice. It feels good. The solidarity feels good, and it can be inspiring. But it's the inspiration and it's the courage turned into political action that really is going to make all the difference. Certainly over the next 6 or 7 months leading up to the midterms.
Yes. Actually, we're not leading up to the midterms. We're in the middle of the midterms right now. We're in the midterm primary elections as we speak. First one, oh, not the first one, but the next one up is Ohio, which I've already been preparing for. We do exactly need political action. We need to be taking political action before the general elections. We need to be doing it right now. Getting all the best candidates in office immediately. Or at least in the race, right? Like, the best candidates in the race. I said office. That's well, get them in office eventually, but first, you gotta get the right people winning the primaries. Otherwise, when election time comes, we're gonna be voting for people that we might not like very much. That's not what you want. That's discouraging to the voters. He was Clinton's guy, yeah. Yep. Let's go down to the Carolinas. WCNC, 4 hours ago.
Welcome to Live Impact News. I'm Julie Kay here for a special edition in the Impact Studio. We are following No Kings protests, the third round of these protests nationwide across our area. So this is a look at our reporters across the scene. We've got reporters at First Ward Park in Charlotte. That's going on right now. We're going to get a live hit from our Tradisha Woodard, who's right there in just a little bit. Also wanted to point out that's Waxhaw. You can only see a bit of the frame there, but off to the sides, we've got people all over that intersection that are protesting. And then, of course, we're live in Fort Mill as well. There will be protests in South Carolina. In total, we've got 20 across our region at least, but know that this is a national situation. I'm going to pull up so you can see multiple things happening in other areas. This is a look right now live. You can see what's going on this is Atlanta. We've also got, this is DC right now. It's a bit of a far shot away, but you can see how many people are lined up across the water there in front of the monument. And so we're going to be following things from not just our area, but protests across the country as well. I mean, there are thousands across the country. This is a nationwide movement. As I said, the third round of these protests. But as I said, I want to begin with Tradisha. She's live in First Ward Park. The main protest, I think, in the middle of uptown Charlotte. Tradisha, what have you heard so far?
Well, right now they are singing, Julie. You can hear them saying no kings, no ICE, people coming together shoulder to shoulder, basically expressing their concerns about things like immigration, stretching over to the conflict that's happening overseas. I'm going to take a step out of the camera so Phil can pan over. This park is filling up really, really fast, totally different from where they looked like just 15 minutes ago. People coming together once again, expressing what's weighing down heavily on their heart, the lack of accountability from the current administration, immigration enforcement by ICE, tariffs. They say the list goes on, and all of that is causing them to question leadership decisions and the system that's put in place to protect them. Of course, a lot of folks preparing to flood the streets of Uptown. They say they're hoping that this will not only encourage folks to see the cause and join the cause, but also encourage folks to get out and vote. They say that's what it's all about if they want to see change. So, of course, people are planning to take the streets of Uptown in, less than an hour here. We'll be sure to stick around and bring you the latest.
All right, Tradisha, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We will check back in with you later. Good luck out there. I know that's a very busy scene. We also want to continue on with our coverage. We're going to get next to our Walker.
Is it just me, or does Julie here give you all the same MAGA vibes? And I'm like, I feel like she's not, like she's not feeling this at all.
Whole and what they've seen unfold over the last couple of almost a year now or so. But what was really interesting is there was one woman that I just spoke to a moment ago who was out here with Ukraine flags, and she said that she feels as if people are forgetting about what's happening in Ukraine, and because there are so many other things happening and people are just inundated with information that's occurring. So she said she wanted to be out here to again show her support for Ukraine. But it was also very interesting too, because I asked her about the government shutdown and her thoughts on that. And she said, again, you're kind of getting people with different opinions on certain things. She said that she doesn't believe that ICE should be dismantled, but that they should have their funding looked at. So just
have their funding looked at? What the hell does that mean? We're going to look at it? We're going to look at how big it is? Oh, great. Good. That's helpful. Let's look at their funding. Let's look at all the money. Oh, look at all that money. We're looking at it. Okay. Great. That sounds productive.
Awful,
Terrible.
awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Get her out of there. All right, this is
Get the Rochester First streaming app today for everything you love from
New York.
News 8 on demand.
Okay, that was quick. 10 seconds. Thank you, WROC. Did they mean to post that? There was no sound, and it was 10 seconds long. Weird.
And thanks for joining us this morning on WFAA
That's
Plus.
really
I'm Adriana D'Alba.
weird.
This morning we are live at several No Kings protests across North Texas. Right now we're going to take you live with a look at Denton and Arlington, where those protests are underway. These are just some of the demonstrations planned in North Texas all day today, as millions are expected to protest across the country. This is all happening, by the way, as GOP leaders gather in Grapevine for the Conservative Political Action Conference, or CPAC. It is expected to run through the weekend. Governor Greg Abbott will be there along with other Texas Republicans, including Ken Paxton, Ted Cruz, Chip Roy, and Mays Middleton. They'll be there to speak about their goals for the Republican Party. Well, this map on your screen gives you a better idea of the protests happening all across the nation today. You can't see some of them off to the west.
This map, this is WFAA. This is a Texas station. This is a hilarious map that they put out here. This is a hilarious map. They're trying their very best, from what I can tell, to try and downplay the protest. They're like, look, it's just a few dots. Oh my God, this is why. Where'd they get this map? Who made this map? All right, can you make a way to make this map look less impressive? Yes. We can scrunch all of those dots into single dots and then put numbers on the dot so it looks much less impressive. How's that sound? Great plan. Thanks, Jim. Good thinking. Now people will think there's no protests anywhere. Look, it's like 5 protests.
But we know that as you scroll through that map, different ones pop up. So just to give you an idea of just how many are happening from coast to coast. And it's not just in big cities. Rallies are planned even in those smaller cities across the Midwest. Here's a live look now at the No Kings protest happening in Washington, D.C. You can see a decent crowd of people out there gathered. But we're going to check in now with our Luke Clary in Arlington, Texas this morning. Luke, that rally has been underway for more than an hour. It's loud out there. I hope.
That's the worst graphical representation I've ever seen. Yeah, parkour. That's what I'm saying. You don't do this unless you're intentionally trying to obfuscate something. You don't make this map unless you're literally trying to trick everybody into thinking something completely different than reality. It doesn't represent what's actually going on. It's kind of wild, actually. I feel bad for people in Texas that have to put up with trash like this from their local news stations.
I protest all of Trump's illegal, immoral, reckless, and feckless, endless wars. It is clear he doesn't really have a plan. It is clear that the abuse of power is the point.
So today we want people to understand that we care as Democrats abroad, as Republicans abroad, independents abroad, everyone. We care about what is happening in the United States.
Okay, this is an incredible costume. This woman really went all in. She really looks like Lady Liberty.
As Democrats abroad, as Republicans abroad, independents abroad, everyone, we care about what is happening in the United States, and we want to speak up and let people know we will not back down, and we will not ever forget this.
We are against everything that Trump is doing. He made 3 campaign promises: no more wars, lower prices, and release the Epstein files. He has done the complete opposite of all 3 of those things.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Okay. That was a protest in Paris. Of what would seem like Americans, at least some Americans abroad. Definitely heard some Americans in there. Protesters across the world. All right, now to Atlanta, Georgia, with 11 alive.
So they were just chanting "No Kings" there, as you see thousands here gathered at the Memorial Drive Greenway. But back to the senator's remarks there, Senator Warnock was saying he would not vote for another dime to fund ICE until the SAVE Act is dropped and ICE reform happens. We know this has been a partisan political back and forth, if you will, in Congress. It has led to a partial government shutdown that has led to long lines at the airport because CSA workers aren't being paid. As you see, protesters here in the thousands start to mobilize and move towards the rally point at the intersection of MLK and Martin Street here. They plan to march about 3/4 of a mile down to the Capitol, where you heard earlier from my colleague Cody Alcorn, who has been monitoring conditions there. A lot of folks are going to be starting to head his way after getting a little riled up here, and you can see folks waving flags, carrying signs, some dressed in costumes. I understand the frogs that you are seeing around alludes to the president's remarks on the campaign trail a couple of years back when he alluded to people in Minnesota. He claimed that they were eating cats and dogs. And so I'm not exactly sure how frogs came out of that, but that's the notion here. So if you see those frog costumes or frog hats, that's what that's all about. Senator Warnock, though, really put it this way. I want to quote this. This is a direct quote from the senator. He said, President Trump represents violent gesticulations of old order destined to die. He said the backlash that we are seeing at the federal level is a result of power slipping. He says that power belongs to the people, that democracy deserves not to die but to live, and that this is the demonstration that is making it so. We are seeing political candidates as we speak out here. Jason Estevez, a Democrat running for governor here in Georgia, is just one of multiple lawmakers here and aspiring lawmakers when it comes to political aspirations. And as you see the lawn starting to clear out here, these are folks, again, heading up to the rally point at the edge of the Memorial Drive Greenway as they head towards that intersection and eventually heading to the Capitol, the Liberty Plaza, right out front of the Capitol, for another rally there. And then after that, they will make the trek back here, at which point they are expected to disperse. It has been a couple of hours now of folks coming out here, and it seems like there are folks everywhere lined up on the bridge of MLK looking down with signs saying "No Kings." You've got this lawn filled, jam-packed full of people, some of whom have been to previous No Kings protests either back in June of last year or in October. We have gone over some of the themes of today's No Kings protests, a lot of which have centered around the fact that democracy deserves to live on instead of die, that the people deserve more power than one single person. The war in Iran, also one of those top themes. Affordability, the high costs of living. People here say they want something to be done about inflation and immigration policies and enforcement. They say they want reform. They want it now. So we are going to
immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner. Everybody's saying it. All right, from Atlanta, Georgia, to London, England. The United Kingdom. Where people were protesting, but they were protesting the far right more generally. They do have kings, after all, over here. Look at all the people out here. Huge crowds gathered in central London to march against the far right.
I personally am a bit concerned about the rise in the hate and the far right and the rhetoric. Always somebody to blame, the refugees, the poor, those on benefits, people that are less than in some way. So really it's about standing up and saying, not in our name.
We stand here for love and hope and unity, and who can't get behind that banner?
Yeah, good point, Bob. Who can't get behind that? Love and unity. Come on. Now, I don't know if these protests were being done in solidarity with the No Kings protests in the United States, but since they were happening on the same day, I figured I'd throw those in. It felt relevant. Back to America. To... where next? To Minnesota. Care 11. St. Paul.
At the state capitol, tons of people already out there, Joe. You've said there are people who've been showing up for a few hours at this point. So set the scene for us. What are you seeing and experiencing out on the Capitol grounds?
Yeah, Raya, already thousands of people here at the Capitol. I spoke with some women who were here as early as 8 a.m. this morning to get a front row seat to this No Kings rally. This is, obviously a huge sea of people here already, and we still have just under a couple of hours until the official No Kings rally begins. But this being the flagship rally, there are going to be some big names here. We know Bruce Springsteen is going to perform. Jane Fonda will be here. We know Senator Bernie Sanders will be here, and that is including a laundry list of local elected officials, including Governor Walz, Ilhan Omar, etc. So the crowd is very riled up. I was just talking with people. Of course, there's a laundry list of concerns that they have right now, which is why they're out here today. Immigration enforcement, top of mind for people, given the killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. The war in Iran is also a big concern. I talked with two veterans here who say that they are disgusted by the war in Iran and the millions of...
Yeah, I think we're all disgusted.
Disgusting and probably illegal.
Okay, staying in Minnesota now to Pep Talks TV. A member of this space YouTube channel we have solidarity with. Bunch of leftists over there. We're not affiliated, but certainly allies in the cause, I would say. There's been some back and forth rating going on. But here he was on the ground in... I don't know where he lives. I just realized I have no idea where this guy lives. This was streamed 5 hours ago. And there's no sound. Good start. Good start, buddy. Come on.
This is ridiculous.
Is he not looking at chat? Is
I'll
nobody
answer.
telling him
I don't
that
know
he's
what
a
I did there.
now he's got
All
fucking
right.
sound. You son of a bitch. You piece of shit. Love you, pal. But
Here.
wow.
How about now?
Jesus Christ.
I am having
now?
trouble doing the show. I'm having a hard time.
Got sound? Okay. You hear me now? Okay, cool. Here, I got to get my my other mic.
I have never been muted for 10 minutes. Okay, he pulled the GSL. I've never been muted for 10 minutes long. Okay? That is unfair. That's an unfair characterization, Boku. Okay? Sure, sometimes I mute myself, but for 8 minutes, I'd never talking for 8 minutes long. Muted. That's ridiculous. I object to that character.
My microphone is not. Yeah, no. Actually, it's my mic. shit. Okay. All right. Here we go. That's what we're here for, asshole. Sorry.
You didn't realize we were on the same side.
All right. Oh my God. I'm going wired now, folks. Give me a sec. All right. It's a little chillier than I thought it would be. All right.
Is he lighting a cigarette over
that should
here?
do it. Do we have sound now? Can you guys hear me? If you guys can hear me, please
Jesus
just
Christ.
type Y in chat.
Where is this? Where does Pep Talks even live? I have no idea.
This guy feels the same way.
Anybody know where Pep Talks is from? Looks like somewhere in the north.
Yeah, F compliments. All right, so it goes all the way up the bridge there, guys. Oh. This is very well organized, I gotta say. We're not screwing around this time.
This looks like a very quiet town.
But
there's a lot of people out here, considering. Whole streets lined up, and people on the other side, too. Thank you, Pep Talks, for the footage. Ohio? Did you say Ohio? Is it in Ohio? He lives in the same district as Kat Abghazali? Illinois 9? That's like a Chicago suburb, isn't it? Kind of rural area, like suburban. All right, to North Carolina. WCNC from 4 hours ago, where the No Kings March began.
We're going to head now actually back to Uptown. We just had that live shot for you a moment ago. And now we have a live look at the protesters beginning their march through Uptown. Tradisha, I know that you're off the camera right now as we get these live images that really speak for themselves. But tell me what you're seeing and what it's like to be there.
Well, I will tell you, Julie, right after the speakers wrapped up, we were kind of stuck in the middle of the crowd. It is a lot of people here today, a lot of people that were in that crowd, and the walk is just now starting to ramp up. You get sections of people that are doing the chants and some of the songs that they learned, and then you see some people who are holding up signs. I will tell you another thing. People have gotten really, really creative on the things they chose to wear today, some of their signage, but obviously the big topic, the big message, no kings, no silence. A lot of folks expressing their concerns. Once again, immigration enforcement, the things that are happening overseas, tariffs, TSA, the list goes on and on. Folks say they want to see change. So right now they are lining up, walking down the streets of Uptown. I'm not sure if you guys can hear, but we have some more chanters that are coming through. They said no hate, no hope. Donald Trump has got to go. That's the chant that we're hearing right now. Once again, it's coming in waves. People are kind of chanting. They have their dogs out here. They have their friends out here. A lot of folks dressed up. I've seen some crazy costumes. But once again, the message is very loud and clear, regardless to what their stance is or what they're wanting to see change. They say no kings, and they're not staying silent, encouraging folks to come out, join the cause, and of course, make their voices heard and vote. So, of course, as this continues to go on, we'll be sure to bring you guys the latest live here from Uptown.
All right, Tradisha, thank you. And we appreciate you being out there for us in the middle of this protest. I also just want to hold on this shot for a second, if we are able to, just to show, as she mentioned, I mean, we've got some costumes going on, lots of signs. Of course, it's called, as she said, no kings. That is the overall message. But what's interesting to me is that we're seeing so many different reasons behind it, so many things that are so timely. We've talked about, as I said, the Department of Homeland Security funding and the impacts on TSA lines being the most timely, maybe. The funding for ICE, that is a part of that discussion that is still ongoing at the Capitol into this weekend, that is still unresolved as we continue this partial government shutdown. But you're also seeing signs, I mean, even there, about international conflicts, foreign policy, about Israel, about Ukraine. And so definitely a lot of, as she mentioned, creative costumes, but different messages as well in terms of why people decided to come out. I want to get back out, though, to, of course, the statement that we have. This is the only statement we have from anyone related to the White House. We have not heard directly from President Trump in response to these No Kings protests across the country today. But I'm going to read this for you. This is from Abigail Jackson. She is a White House spokeswoman. She says, quote, "The only people who care about these Trump derangement therapy sessions are the reporters who are paid to cover them." That is a direct quote from.
This is ridiculous.
Wow. So much cope going on at the fucking White House right now. My God. Lee Wolf, thank you for the follow. All right, let's keep going through the clips. I keep adding them. I've got the list keeps getting longer and longer for tonight. By the way, thank you for the dono over on PayPal to Glitchmaster, who apparently just got back from a No King's Day protest himself.
Donnie!
Okay, without my notes, here it goes.
We'll never be divided. The people united. We'll never be divided. The people united.
Keep him alive.
Exactly.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jan Carabeo. You are watching special coverage today. A No Kings rally is preparing to march through Center City as we speak. We expect that march to start any minute now. So let's take you out live. This is a live look from Chopper 3 overhead near the Ben Franklin Parkway. You can see dozens of people already gathered there, prepared to march down the parkway. Now, we're told they started gathering right there near Love Park just about an hour ago. Organizers tell us they'll march down the parkway all the way to 22nd Street. That is where the speeches will be taking place. The rally is expected to last until around 3:30 this afternoon. So if you have plans to drive in this area, you definitely want to think about an alternate route. We hear that the traffic is already terrible in this part of the city.
Do you know what we're here for?
Take a look at what's highlighted right there. That is the general area you'll want to avoid.
No, I'm sorry. That's the area you want to go to. She misspoke. That's where you want to be today. If you're in Philadelphia, You want to be along the Benjamin Franklin Parkway between North 16th Street and North 22nd Street, it would seem. About there. That's where you want to be. That's where it's all happening today. It's been happening. May already be wrapping up. Munchy Pony, thank you for the follow and the raid. Welcome. Welcome, ponies. Hope the stream went well. What were you all getting into over there, huh? Hopefully good things.
Closures today range from the area of Aikens Oval all the way to parts of Juniper Street. Some of those streets will start to reopen at 1:30 this afternoon. Others, though, like the center lanes of the Ben Franklin Parkway between 20th and 22nd, will not reopen until around 7 o'clock tonight. Our team is spread out all across the region covering No Kings protests, and we continue in Philadelphia first with the latest on what's happening along the Parkway. CBS News Philadelphia reporter Eva Anderson is live near the scene there. So, Eva.
Oh, you were watching the Flagship rally in Minnesota. We're going to watch some of that tonight. We're going to watch some of as many of the rallies that I can find. I got like, whoopsies, what did I just click? I did not mean to click. I've got rallies from all across the nation. From Miami, Florida to Seattle, Washington, everything in between. Arizona. Do I have Maine? I feel like there must be ones in Maine. I don't know if I have Maine, now that I'm thinking about it. But we got a lot. Got a lot to cover tonight. Good to have you all in here. We'll stay with Philadelphia for a second.
You have covered similar protests in the past. What are you seeing today?
Yes, Jan. Well, I'll tell you one thing. This is our third No Kings protest that we've covered. The first time I was actually in Norristown. The last one in October, I was in Center City, and here we are again today. But by far, this is the worst traffic getting into Center City that we've seen. The city has done a very thorough job of blocking off the streets. Those road closures that you mentioned, looking around, they have big trash trucks, Philadelphia trash trucks blocking off these intersections. So people can't get within a block of the North Apron of City Hall where people are gathered. Again, you mentioned kind of...
Oh, that's no good, Munchy Pony. Well, everybody go follow Munchy Pony on Twitch. If one of the mods can throw a shout out in there for me, it'd be really helpful. But I hope you feel better. We'll be streaming all night, so.
Right now I'm seeing people walk by me, still gathering, bringing signs. If it took us a while to get out here from what should normally just be a 5 to 8 minute drive from our news station, and that turned into a 15, 20-minute drive, I'm sure a lot of the participants here are also taking a bit longer to get here, and certainly the organizers will wait around. Now, organizers call on Americans today during this protest to, quote, defend ourselves in our communities. These protests are intended to remain nonviolent, and this one that you're looking at right now in Center City is part of thousands of events nationwide this weekend. Jan, you mentioned that this, of course, is not the first. This movement began last summer as a coordinated protest of the Trump administration. We've seen people getting kind of creative with their signs. They have signs that say "No Kings in America" with crowns that they've decorated. We see "No Weapons of Mass Destruction." There are some Black Lives Matter signs. So it kind of run the gamut here. And again, we are expected to see them take off marching down the Parkway at a...
Okay. Let's keep it going from Philadelphia now to from Philadelphia to Rochester, New York. News 8 WROC from 3 hours ago. This fucking
Wait a minute, I'm not done.
great sign, man. Great sign.
Let's see. Son plays guitar. The genre of toys. Got to go. Hey, ho ho. Donald Trump got to go.
I'm glad Channel 8 is here. Somebody seeing the huge crowd. It's a good.
So many people out here. Just beautiful. All right, from Rochester, New York to Minnesota, Care 11.
Who are you? What's your name?
My name is Dawson. It is March 28th, and we're at the Minnesota State Capitol for the No Kings rally. There are already thousands of people here. We're able to talk to some of those demonstrators who told us they're here because they're afraid of the direction the country is going in. So far, I would say the attitude, the vibe here is protest meets concert. Stay with Care 11 for the latest information. Who are with right now? Patrick, what brought you out to the Capitol today?
Well, I just don't like what's all going on in the country, and I'm a Minnesota native, so I hate to see all that craziness with ICE, and I just don't think that ICE and the way that some of the things that are happening is the right way to go. So.
Yeah, there we go. Some footage from Care 11 on the ground in St. Paul, Minnesota. An old veteran saying he doesn't like the direction the country's going in. Now, the president, the Trump administration has responded to these protests. Here's MS Now from 3 hours ago. Quickly talk about that situation.
Jake, thanks for joining us this morning. I hear a lot of noise in the background. What are we hearing from the White House on reaction to what we're seeing from today's protests?
Yeah, Jackie, look, there may be millions
Was that
of
live?
people protesting and taking the street.
No. That wasn't live. That was from, I think that was from like 3 hours ago. Like 3 or 4 hours ago. Yeah, 3 hours ago.
In New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, some of the biggest cities in the country today. But the potentially 10,000 people that will be gathered in West Palm Beach and in Palm Beach, they carry an additional weight, a significant weight, because we are, of course, in the neighborhood of the residence of President Donald Trump. He is here today. He's in Palm Beach. He's actually actively golfing right now. He has no private or public events on the schedule whatsoever. And I've been really trying to get the ear of a lot of senior White House aides as to what these protests mean to them today, because I think the pattern is really significant. 5 million at the first No Kings, 7 million expected, more millions of people today. What that pattern says, and I just want to share a couple of the back and forth conversations I've had with White House officials so far. One told me, a senior White House official, that we do not think about the protest at all. Another White House official that I just spoke to told me that the only people who care about these protests are the reporters covering them themselves. And I would just say this, Jackie, I think it's important maybe that we take them at their word here and say that they may not be focused on what is happening today, but that doesn't mean that millions and increasingly more so Americans are protesting today. I think it, if anything, illuminates kind of this dislodged reality with the White House is focused on and what the American people are very clearly saying they want to see differently from the president.
And Jake, if the White House doesn't care what the administration or what the protesters are doing, the people who do care are Republicans, because at the end of the day, Donald Trump is not going to be on any more ballots, but other Republicans are. Can you talk a little bit about the disconnect between what you're hearing from the Trump administration and those folks you talk to, and also the House Republicans who have to run now in November?
Yeah, Eugene, it's a great question. And I think we're so seeing this in Trump's second term, where there just seems to be these kind of all
Yes, that's quite an awkward dichotomy. While all the Republicans, claw over one another to do the bidding of Donald Trump. He's only going to be here for another 3 years, and this presidency is looking like it might end the careers of a whole lot of them. We're in the midterms right now. Everybody in the House is up for election. There's a whole lot of Senate races all over the country, in every state. And even incumbents can lose their seats. Nobody is guaranteed a seat in this democracy, in our government. But the Trump administration's completely ignoring the voters. No shock at all to, I think, anybody.
I'm being repressed. I did
We have
everything
reporters
right,
and analysts in place
me.
nationwide covering all of these new and developing storylines. Let's go to MS Now's Laura Hafley from St. Paul, Minnesota, where the crowds are preparing to march to the state capitol. Laura, welcome. And we know organizers and the police both expect a massive turnout there. What are you seeing and hearing from the protesters right now?
Yeah, Alex, that's right. What we're expecting from No Kings, what they have told us is anywhere between 80,000 to 150,000 people here in St. Paul. We're at just one of the marches that will start this morning or this afternoon even, heading to the Capitol grounds where there will eventually be a rally. We're in a sculpture park in St. Paul, and look at all of these signs. You see one of these sculptures with a banner, No Kings, plastered across it. People here of all ages. We know that there's a gathering happening over my shoulder here, a big crowd huddled in a circle. They're chanting, they're singing. And again, this is just one of 3 marches, all going to converge on the Capitol. So this gives you just a little bit of an idea of how many people we're going to see. I've spoken to people here in St. Paul about what this protest means, being the flagship protest, obviously because of what has transpired.
I like how this lady went to Burger King and grabbed a crown. She should be the queen.
Over the last few months, they had a lot of really powerful things to say about themselves and their neighbors. Take a listen.
Showing our strength against the Trump regime, and that
Pausing for the comment from Social Butterfly over on Twitch. DSA House candidate Oliver Larkin is running as Jared Moskowitz in Florida 23. Thank you for that information. If you could post it in the government channel on Discord, it would really help me out. I'm gonna try and write that down here. But as a reminder, yeah, I've been putting together lists for every state. Preparing to dive into the midterms here very soon, as they're coming up. Had a few early ones, and then all the rest of them are coming up starting in May. We got 1 month to prepare, and honestly, during that month, we should also be canvassing, right? Like we can't just talk about it on the day of the primaries. We have to be like working on this ahead of time. Just like with every other election. Just like with Zoran, right? Exactly like Zoran. We got to be out there knocking on doors. And like I said, we got to be getting the word out on the right candidates way before the primaries ever, before even before like the early votes get cast, you know? So that's where I need all of you the most right now. Send me info in the Discord. Believe me, I will be looking at it, and I will be using your suggestions to compile information on this situation. I can't do it all alone. Got 50 freaking states. Well, 45, 40, 46. How many primaries? There was Texas. There was. Oh, my brain is broken. I'm not doing this right now.
to get out here in any kind of weather to protest.
I think it's because of the resistance that we showed over the past winter and how we stood up non-violently to a violent regime.
It does my soul really good to see all the other people that feel the same way and are here to be together and show the administration that we are together. My husband and I came from Indianapolis because we had seen all the protests in Minneapolis and how much it meant to all of our friends and neighbors and immigrants, and we wanted to be part of it.
We know once the rally begins on Capitol grounds in St. Paul, there are several speakers expected, including Governor Walz, Representative Ilhan Omar. There's performances, including by Bruce Springsteen, who will be performing Streets of Minneapolis, a song he wrote after, of course, writing Streets of Philadelphia. So this crowd has a lot to look forward to. And Alex, what I'm expecting to see today is a group of neighbors that really is going to experience a lot of catharsis. There's been a very frustrating few months for this group, and of course, I think they're hoping today brings the community together and lends itself well to a positive path forward. Alex?
Yeah. And Lord, let me just double check where these performances, and again, you have so many notable figures. You mentioned lawmakers, leadership that way. But yeah, Bruce Springsteen, Jane Fonda, Joan Baez, people that have been activists like all their lives, and that's partly what they are known for. Is it the kind of thing that will be kicking off this march? Will they be marching with the protesters behind you, or will they all converge on the state capitol?
Yeah, Alex, this is a really organized day today because of what No Kings has been working on leading up to this moment. So there are 3 different marches happening around St. Paul. Each of those marches about a half a mile away from the Capitol grounds. Once everybody reaches the Capitol, there's a big stage set up where those speakers will talk to the crowd and those performances will take place. So the fact of the matter is this has to be really organized. Because
All right, let's keep going through them. Fact is we got a hell of a lot for us to go through tonight. Ton of live streams, some of which are already ending. Most of the protests were about 3 hours long. That's how organizers set this up. And we're going to go through them. We are going to go through them. Let's see. First up, Atlanta, Georgia, with the 11 Alive live stream. So yeah, this was, this started, I think, this was streamed 4 hours ago. Black screen, black screen.
8:30 this morning, still setting up tents, and now everything that he says is gone. People who support him are bending the knee, kissing the ring of the king. They are calling out ICE enforcement. Now they're calling out the war in Iran, something that's obviously new since the last No Kings protest, even though there was tension escalating there. But a lot of people are saying that the president needs to dial back, the president needs to listen to the people instead of doing what the president wants whenever he does want. Now, we should keep in mind that there's a lot of people who support President Trump. They believe that he was elected for a reason. In fact, he was elected. If people didn't want him there, then they wouldn't have elected him. But that's a lot of what we're hearing on the ground. Savannah, I've been speaking with Joe all this morning on 11 Alive, and we know that those crowds certainly picked up very quickly. I'd say about 8 o'clock, 8:30 this morning.
I love how they want to go back to the talking about the, like, oh, well, he won the election, so everybody still wants him here. That's not a guarantee. That's why we have poll numbers. We have popularity numbers, and that's why his popularity numbers are worse than any other president's in history right now. So, yeah, don't care if he was elected. Dude's gotta go. Everybody's done with this trash. Just the cultists
setting up
left.
tents, and now it's a packed house out there, Savannah.
Yeah, we want to go now to Joe Ripley, who is live at the Memorial Green Space. Joe, you have been out there, as Faith said, for several hours this morning. What have you seen? How many people are out there by your estimation?
Yeah, so Faith and Savannah, thousands of people have gathered, and they continue to gather by the minute here at the Memorial Drive Greenway, right in front of the Capitol. If you're familiar, at the intersection of Martin Street and MLK. Let me step out so you can see what we are seeing behind us. The group of people, thousands of them here for this No Kings protest, the third one since President Trump took office for his second term. We have spoken with organizers all morning long. We've spoken with protesters as well. They are determined that today will be a peaceful protest, a non-violent protest. Yes, they may show up in.
How did I not notice Pikachu just standing, just chilling?
Some with colorful language, but these protesters say they want to try and keep things as peaceful as possible to get their message across as succinctly as possible. We're seeing American flags out here. We're seeing Palestinian flags out here. Flags bearing messages that today is a day of no kings. We've also experienced an uptick in law enforcement presence out here. We're seeing Georgia State Patrol, Atlanta Police, as well as other law enforcement at the local, state, and federal level in conjunction coordinating.
I would like to point out to everyone that it's not about just today. It's not just No Kings today. It's No Kings never. Not today, not tomorrow, not next week. Not 100 years from now.
Security, ensuring that with all these people gathered here, they will remain safe. Some of the top tenets that these folks are out here protesting are the policies of the Trump administration since early January of last year. We're talking about the Iran war, many of whom the people say today is illegal. Congress should be involved in those proceedings, and they say Congress has been bypassed and therefore rights have been trampled upon. Affordability, high costs. We see the prices at the gas pumps. Folks here say they are tired of paying more for everyday essential items such as groceries and gas, as well as immigration enforcement policies from the Trump administration that really began to be highlighted and emphasized early.
This is the beginning of the protest already. A lot of people here. I'm just going to skip through this a little bit. No, I can't watch all 3 hours of every protest. That'll take us... We'll be doing this until tomorrow. Can't do it.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
This year with the
And when I came back from Minneapolis,
Here, I'm going to let Raphael Warnock speak.
Both sides have a responsibility to ensure that everybody goes home safely.
Thaddeus Johnson, thank you so much. Senator Raphael Warnock has just taken the podium in Atlanta. Let's go ahead and listen in.
we have dignity, right? That we have value. And I have to say that as a pastor, part of what pains me in this moment is that too often it is religious voices that are among the meanest voices in our country. And they use religion as yet another tool in the autocratic project, in the project of domination. I have to say as a Christian that I don't know who this Jesus is that they're talking about.
Why can't I shut up about Jesus?
I do not recognize this racist, sexist, homophobic Jesus who hates the poor. The poor man who rose up and said, I came to preach good news to the poor and to open the eyes of the blind and set the captives free is a victim of identity theft.
Jesus ain't say
So
that.
when you see me stand up, know that I stand of arrogating to a human being the things that do not belong to human beings that belong to God
This is a
for me
human
a
man.
spiritual project when I affirm the dignity of all human beings. That is the work that all of us are called to do. We the people, it's a radical idea. Are you ready to stand up for our democracy? Come on. And so all of that came into clear focus for me this week as I was engaged and I remain engaged in a fight. And there are many issues that I could talk about, but two came into sharp focus this week. Can I talk about it for just a moment? Go ahead, Pastor. On the one hand, we're dealing with Donald Trump's version of ICE. And on the other hand, we're dealing with the so-called SAVE Act. And I want to thank you, Georgia, that because you elected me, I have the high honor of speaking for you. And I want you to know that I've been on the floor of the Senate all week fighting Donald Trump's ICE and fighting the SAVE Act. I went to Minneapolis a few weeks ago. I know I represent the people of Georgia. I'm clear about who I represent. But Dr. King told us that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And so I had to go to Minneapolis. Because what they were practicing there, they intend to export it all over our country.
Immediately,
While I
if
was
not
in
sooner.
Minneapolis, I stood where Renee Good lost her life. I stood where Alex Preddy was executed on film. And because all of these things are ultimately connected, I stood where George Floyd met the same fate. And when I came back from Minneapolis, having stood on what I call holy ground consecrated by the blood of Alex Preddy and the blood of Renee Good and the blood of so many, I came back and I was very clear about one thing. I will not vote to give ICE another single dime until they fix this situation.
That was a lot of talk to end on that milquetoast statement, Raphael. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it right down.
Come on, Boogie, let's burn this motherfucker down. Boogie.
No more money, ever. We had an agency that dealt with immigration perfectly fine before ICE ever existed, before we turned it into this quasi-intelligence apparatus-based agency that's lawlessly running around murdering people. Like, done. Shut it down.
To be happening across the United States today. And of course, many here in Georgia, we've been asking our local law enforcement what they're doing to prepare. When you're looking at the size of these crowds on your screen right now, they are massive, and law enforcement have been called in. They are coordinating with state and federal leaders even to make sure that today goes peacefully. We have a statement from the Atlanta Police Department to read to you as well. APD tells us the Atlanta Police Department
These protests have been insanely peaceful. Anybody claiming otherwise is ridiculous. If anything, the agitators we've seen are the ones who are bringing things closest to violence. Really. I was at a protest earlier today. It was perfectly peaceful. There's a fuck ton of old people out there. It was quite cold down in New York. But peaceful as could be. People angry at the administration. But expressing that with words.
That into the mix. So it is, as you heard Joe mention, affordability. It's about the economy, obviously about the war as well. And of course, the whole message here, no king. Literally in front of me, there is an Elvis Presley person dressed up who is talking about the only king is, of course, Elvis. So again, there are some pretty comical costumes out here, but it is more broad. I think, this started out more of an immigration focus, but again, a lot of it's happened since then. The price of gas has gone up. Of course, now we are at war, and that's what I see a lot more at this demonstration. Also about Iran as well. There's signs just across the street from us. So it is more, I think, broad scoping as far as what people are out here and what they are upset about, at least with the government.
Been kind of one of our frontline reporters. Obviously, we as a station have covered these No Kings protests in the past. Curious, as someone who's there in it, have you noticed any significant differences, whether it's about concerns or numbers or anything like that?
Yeah, I said I've covered just one other one of these, and it is similar. This one's a lot bigger than the other one that I
who are not happy with the Republican Party. Maybe they have voted Republican their whole lives. They look to see what's happening in Washington and saying, I don't like it. And then some people don't like Democrats or Republicans. They don't like politicians in general. And they say, we need things to happen. All I care about is my safety, my kids, the money in my pocket. Somebody has to fix this.
Well, I mean, to that point, Faith, millions of Americans didn't vote at all in the last election.
Yeah.
And I have been monitoring social media for statements from GOP Republican leaders.
No video from my protest, GSL? How do you know, Ms. Kitty? We may have already watched some video from the protest I was at. Who's to say?
Nationally and in Georgia, and I think so far this morning they've been notably silent. Perhaps that is an effort to not put breath into this. I think a lot of Republican leaders have kind of thought of these No Kings organization protests as kind of, quote, obsessive or pointless or overly broad, and haven't addressed them. In fact, I think our White House correspondents have noted that questions about these No Kings protests have been notably not addressed at all. But for those of you watching live at home, you could very well be watching American history unfold in real time, because No Kings
But no, I didn't take any video from the protest. I didn't have time to get my camera together for it. Like, I woke up late. I woke up super late and like rolled out of bed and threw my jackets on down on earth. And so I didn't have time to put my camera together, and I don't bring my phone to protests, just in case the police are running a fishing expedition with what's it called, Barracuda? I forget the name of the fucking technology that exists to basically like broad sweep all the mobile devices in like a radius. But they exist. Police bring them to protests. If ICE were out there, they could bring it. Figure out exactly who is there. So I just leave my phone at home. But I wish I could have brought my camera.
Organizers have anticipated that this could very well be the largest single-day protest in American history, with millions anticipated to participate across the United States. We know there were at least 3,000 events organized across the United States. Faith, you have a statement just in?
That's right. I have a statement from Alan English. He is the president of the Young Republicans here in Georgia. He's also a guest on the Georgia Vote. And I asked him if I could have a quotable statement. Once again, Republican conservative. He says, it's a bit ironic to hold nationwide protests calling America a monarchy while exercising freedoms that wouldn't exist under one. More than 77 million Americans voted to elect Donald Trump as president of the United States, which is...
Dude. They are fucking wild with that shit. They're fucking wild. Like, look, Donald Trump is president because everybody loves him, and that's why millions of people are complaining about it. Right. Right.
You have a mental health problem.
Okay.
Hardly the hallmark of a kingdom. He uses the word kingdom alluding to the No Kings protest. But once again, just a conservative perspective. We'll send this quote to our editors so that they can get this up on a full screen so all of you all can see it. But like, again, once again, we are reaching out to...
You know, yesterday, Donald Trump, or maybe it was 2 days ago, Donald Trump threatened treason charges against the media. That's the exact sort of thing that would happen in a monarchy. So, just remind everybody of that fact.
Vantage points from all sides during these protests, and that is from Alan English, the president of the Young Republicans here in Georgia.
Yeah, you know, I think a lot of Republicans have argued that we are still the United States of America. We are still a democracy. There are still checks and balances in our nation that exist.
I thought
but
this was America.
There's no arguing that
Isn't this
there
America?
is discontent.
I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Are they doing Trump propaganda over here at Care 11? My God, it's terrible. Get a life, Care 11. All right, we're leaving that protest. Well, it wasn't Care 11. I just realized that that was in Atlanta.
The No Kings rally.
In my brain, that was Minnesota just now. I'm just realizing that was much too nice looking for Minnesota. I'm sorry, everybody. Look, listen. Look, I've got a lot of stuff in front of me here. Hard to keep track of sometimes what I'm looking at. But that's actually not shocking. That's not shocking. That's not shocking that a local Georgia station would be doing Trump propaganda. That makes perfect sense. I love how they're doing Trump propaganda while staring at massive crowds. Like, they're like looking at videos of enormous crowds and then being like, but do they have but like, are you sure? Like, why are you doing this? It's like the copium. They must have like a direct line, like at the news desk, main line of that copium. All right, let's go on to WSA 9 from 2 hours ago. To the protests in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia.
Kings rally. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. I'm Larry Miller.
And I'm Marcella Robertson. Those rallies are aimed at President Donald Trump's policies, the higher cost of living, and the war with Iran. Events and marches are planned in all 50 states, many of them underway right now.
Yeah, and right here in the DMV, Washington is once again at the center of a major national moment. Crowds are expected in and around the city, including a march in D.C. across Memorial Bridge and a larger rally near the National Mall as protesters call attention to concerns over democracy, civil rights, immigration, and of course, executive power as well. Let's get to Sarah Robinson. She is joining us right now in Germantown. She's been out there for the past couple of rallies, including one in Prince George's County. Sarah, give us a sort of update of what's going on right now. What are you seeing? What are people telling you?
Well, Larry, this protest here is pretty packed. I want to show you exactly what we're looking at right now. There are hundreds of people here, and I should emphasize that this is really just one location. As you mentioned, in Maryland, there are multiple locations. We actually just came from a different No Kings rally. That was in Riverdale Park, Maryland. Right now we are in Germantown, and we've talked to a lot of people here. They feel very passionately. This is the third No Kings Day rally or protest that they've gone to, and at this one we have really heard about three key issues over and over again that people say they're coming out to protest. One is the war in Iran, the other immigration, and then the economy. I've actually spent some time talking to people here today. This is Sherry. Hi, Sherry. I am doing well. Thank you for speaking with me. I wanted to ask you about what specifically brought you out here today.
Well, first of all, I have to tell you that I love the passion and energy that's here. I mean, people care, and that's a good thing. I have a personal situation. One of my loved ones, someone very close to her, was detained by ICE and deported. This is a person who never committed a crime in his life, and I am aware of the way he was treated, and I can tell everybody that no one would want a loved one treated the way he was treated. So it's the immigration thing. The other thing that means a lot to me, I worked for the Department of Veterans Affairs for 36 years. I know firsthand the price of war. It's very high. And the fact that we are going into a war like we're going into the kitchen to cook dinner is very meaningful to me, and I care a lot about it. So I do think things like this are very important. I love, as I said, I love the passion. People really do care, and that's a good thing.
Thank you for sharing that, Sherry. And we have heard similar sentiments from a lot of people at these protests. You can probably hear some honking behind me as people are driving by. They are honking their horns. People here are asking them to do that to show their support. Now, there are marches also happening. So if you are in the Germantown area and in other parts of Maryland, you're definitely going to want to pay attention to traffic patterns as well. There are a lot of pedestrians on the street and also people slowing down on the roadways to stop and say hello to these protesters. So that is something really important and to be mindful of. But we're going to be out here for the next several hours.
Yes, indeed. All right, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit on this video, see what else was going on in the, what do you call this area? The Commonwealth? Maryland, Virginia, and DC. There's like a name for those three states, and I can't think of what it's called.
Something that is problematic. It's something that other administrations have done. But I think that democracy in this country has been declining for a number of years now. And the Trump administration seems to be a byproduct of that. And so getting a little bit more specific in terms of what that means is important. That said, I know people are in the streets. They're not going to get very nuanced in terms of what that means. But I think that the distinction between we don't like this policy and democracy is at risk is always important to think about.
And Scott, as we have you up here, we're also looking at footage from protests here across the country. A major turnout here. I think the big question for a lot of people is how do you take that momentum and how do you actually turn it into policy change? Midterm elections coming up. And I think that is really what a lot of people are asking is how do you take that momentum and keep it going?
Yeah, I mean, I think you've seen a lot of countries when this happens, when people are upset and they're protesting what they feel is democracy backsliding and eroding. This translates into real sustained action. Sometimes you see general strikes. You saw some of that in Minnesota when you had the ICE raids happening there. So what's taking protests on the streets to actions that actually make it somewhat uncomfortable to go about everyday life? I think that that's one thing that we'll see if that happens. This is actually translate into real sustained action. The other thing is you need these actions to translate into to real constituencies. I think a good amount's asked for people to to protest on a Saturday, but are they going to organize in their communities? Are they going to campaign for folks that they want to win?
Yep, that's what we got to do. And that's why we're going to be covering all of the primary elections. As of course, as well as the midterms. The midterms will be easy. It's already, most of that's predetermined to some degree. It's the primary elections that we really have to energize right now. And we got a month to really get ourselves ready for it. Forgot to write down whatever was suggested to me earlier. But now is the time.
right now. But I think that it can't be taken for granted that the administration sees these midterms as existential. Democrats see these midterms as existential. Every election for the last few decades has seemed existential, and it means that there's a higher risk that there could be, malevolent intervention in elections.
All right, Scott Warren from the SNF Agora Institute at Johns Hopkins. We really appreciate your time and all your insight.
Thanks so much for having me.
All right, so we want to, I think, go to some video from Alexandria, Virginia. Of course, these protests happening all across the country today. 3,100 protests nationwide happening, dozens in our area too. We have seen the turnout so far, some of the images that are starting to come in. Millions of people are expected to attend, of course, rallying against President Trump's policies. And I mean, you can list them, what people are concerned about. I think different areas obviously concerned about different topics, from the higher cost of living to immigration to the war with Iran, obviously the impact of the economy that has now brought on a lot of people, gas prices. We have seen $1 up from just a month ago. So certainly real issues that are impacting Americans all across the country.
And, we also talk about election integrity. We have an election, or at least voting, that's taking place right now in the Commonwealth, voting on redistricting that's going on. There's some concerns, having talked with Democrats within the party in the Commonwealth, that not enough Democrats are actually showing up to the polls right now to vote on this redistricting effort. We've seen ads from former President Barack Obama trying to get Democrats to go out and turn out the vote. We will see what impact that will have. And potentially today we'll actually get more people to go out and not only register, but also participate in the electoral process.
Yeah, and
Yeah, but that's why we need people with good messages. That's why we need the primaries right now. We just, really, we need people with an actual plan for the future, a vision, People who can speak to the needs of the voters rather than of the donor class.
This goes all the way back down that way. If I had to guess, right, we're in the hundreds, possibly 1,000 or so right here. I'm actually surprised we have a signal right now. But this is what we're seeing, and I've been talking to some activists, right? We've seen, some federal worker activists. We've seen LGBTQ activists. We've seen a whole community of people coming together, different sort of platforms, right? But all gathered together under this umbrella of this No Kings rally. So what's going to happen is speeches are going to go on here for another 40 minutes or so, but then they're going to march from here across the Frederick Douglass Bridge and then over to Fort McNair. And everyone here that we've seen, it's very different from all the protests I've covered in the past. That it's very peaceful. People are actually quite happy. There's people dancing around as frogs, things like that. Like it's a very much a patchwork quilt of DC and maybe the DMV as well. So they've got different speeches going on from different groups that'll be talking, and then later on marching across there. We'll be following this throughout the afternoon or so on. And we're going to have a new speaker coming up in just a second. When you come back to us over the next couple of minutes or so, we'll let you dip in and kind of hear a little bit more of the speeches. But for now, this is what we're seeing in Southeast D.C., about to be the way going across, as I said, the Frederick Douglass Bridge, and we'll be among them. But for now, Southeast, I'm Matt Gregory. Back to you guys in the studio.
A bit ago, but there are hundreds of people out here. I want to show you the crowd size that we're looking at. This rally in Germantown started around 12. I believe it's expected to go until about 2:30. But we were also at another location this morning in Riverdale Park, Maryland. That's about a 40-ish minute drive from here. That one was from 10 to noon. And at both locations, we saw hundreds of people lining the streets, as you can see here now, encouraging people to honk, to slow down. There's a lot of people here with signs, as I'm sure you can see. We've also seen some inflatable costumes. Those costumes, I believe, were made popular in Oregon at some protests last year, or early this year, I should say, in Oregon. But really, people say that they want their voices heard. They are struggling, they say, with what is going on in this country. Take a listen.
ICE in our neighborhoods.
The American dream that our parents promised to us really seems to be slipping away in both a financial sense.
It's just horrifying that we started a war with Iran.
Immigration enforcement, the economy, and the war in Iran. 3 key concerns driving hundreds of Marylanders out today for the third No Kings Day protest against President Donald Trump. Across the country, more than 3,000 demonstrations are planned nationwide, organized.
That was a great sign. Great sign, buddy. Nothing to see here. Epstein, 217B.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
What a fantastic. And it's also in a, I'm just realizing that the shape of a manila folder. Oh, God. This is some craftsmanship right here is what this is.
Across the country, more than 3,000 demonstrations are planned nationwide, organized by activist groups Indivisible, Move On, and the ACLU.
For me, it's important to, gather around and realize that we have the power to make change impossible.
In Riverdale Park, along Route 1, people of all ages and backgrounds line the street, urging their neighbors to take action.
Just wanted people to know that you can vote in your primary on June 23rd if you're a Maryland resident.
Others say even if change feels uncertain, showing up still matters.
Well, he's broken all kinds of laws. So for real, we don't know. Just being honest, he's broken all kinds of laws. He does it continuously and no one does anything. So maybe he will come back.
I think that there's a lot of strength in community.
Now over here you can see some flags. They're in this area. Before you guys came to me, there was a speech going on, and they hit on a lot of the talking points that you guys have been chatting about this afternoon. The economy, they've talked about immigration, but really they talked about what people can do after this point, because there have been a series of No King's Day protests, and people want to know what they can do that's going to move the needle. And they were really talking about voting, how important it is to make sure that you're registered to vote, how important it is to make sure that you show up to your primary and to the midterm later this year.
Excuse me? Sorry. Okay, at the Frederick Douglass Memorial speech, the bridge there, where we had Matt Gregory there earlier. Take a listen here.
Racine Pendarvis is there.
And speaking there, again, one of the many protests across our area right now. Let's listen in.
For the first time in my adult life, I have to wonder for how much longer. The U.S. Congress and the federal government has interfered in local affairs since the beginning of home rule. But they seem determined to start treating us as a colony, overturning laws and having the nerve to mess with our money. I've watched my hometown change drastically over the past several decades, often because of gentrification. But now we see things being transformed because of ego. From the destruction of the East Wing of the White House, to the closing of the Kennedy Center, to the removal of bike lanes, all of it unnecessary. We now have soldiers roaming the streets. The National Guard has been here before, but this time there are no riots. There is no insurrection, but there is an upcoming election. We've become too comfortable. We became complacent. Many of us have seen presidential administrations come and go, but this one came back like a bad rash. And now we are all uncomfortable. I need you all not to be complacent. Do not comply, and do not be complicit. Engage in small acts of resistance. Join the big movements, share information. Do what you can, give all you can give. Yeah. We have an important primary election happening here in June. We will elect a new mayor, a new DC delegate, and we will elect new DC council members. Choose wisely. Your vote is your voice. Your vote can determine the future. I am a proud
Immediately,
Washingtonian.
if not sooner.
And I am thankful for being here today. But most of all, I thank all of you. And before I leave, I always like to affirm us in spaces when we gather. It is important that love and kindness go a long way. On this journey, you will be walking and holding hands with someone you will not know. So turn to that neighbor and give them a hug and say, greetings, family. Peace and blessings to all. Go in light, go in love, and live in resistance.
Yeah!
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the vibe that I want. Before we bring our next speakers to the stage, for those who are behind the trucks because we have the news out covering positivity and community and not because something bad happened, thank you. You can actually move out into the street. All of this has been blocked off for us. So those who are farthest in the back that want a better view or you just want to have a little space, you can actually surround the truck. We have more than enough room for everyone. And with that, we now welcome our Migrant Solidarity Mutual Aid partners. You can start making noise now for Madvi and Joanna.
Hi, my name is Madvi, and I'm an organizer with Migrant Solidarity Mutual Aid. We are here today because our communities are being attacked and our home is under occupation.
Hola, yo soy Juana. I'm too short for this. Soy una organizadora con Migrant Solidarity Mutual Aid. Estamos aquí hoy porque nuestras comunidades están siendo atacadas y nuestro hogar está bajo una ocupación.
We are also here today to say fuck ICE, fuck Stephen Miller, sir, and fuck your occupation. You will never break us.
También estamos aquí para decir al carajo la migra, Steven Miller y Muriel Bowser y que se joda su ocupación. Nunca nos van a quebrar.
There you go. Some of the vibes from the DMV area, DC, Maryland, Virginia. Let's get a little bit more of the vibes. Let's see what we got here. Okay, the media clearly wasn't prepared for this level of sound. Oh god. It's bad. Literally all I can hear is
What's those three P's?
Pride, purpose, power.
In that order.
Y'all tell me again, what's the three P's?
Pride, purpose, power. I think they got it.
Repeat after me. I have pride.
I have pride.
I have purpose.
I have purpose.
I have power.
I have power.
I'm gonna say word. I want y'all to say,
hey.
Y'all got me?
I have pride. I have pride. I have purpose.
God damn. God damn, the shit is blowing out those speakers hard. Oh, God. Bumps, though. It bumps. It bumps. I'll give them that much. Struggling to hear it through this sound setup from WUSA 9, but it bumps. Okay. Let's get a little bit more. A little bit more from the DMV. Then we'll go to the next live stream. I got so many live streams, people. It's crazy. I want us to all get a vibe of what's going on around the country, especially for those who didn't manage to make it out to a protest. Just a reminder to those of you who didn't manage to make it to a protest, it's totally fine. I get it. We have things going on in life, and there will be another opportunity for you to go out there in the near future. Trump still president. He's got 3 years left.
Yeah, we have been seeing at several of these rallies, and you may recognize them from some protests from across the country that happened a little bit ago, and especially in Oregon. We have seen several of these inflatable suits. This is Jen here today. Tell me about what you're wearing and the reason behind it.
So I'm Baby Shark today. I'm wearing this because I was inspired by the Portland, Oregon Peaceful Frogs.
Oh, God, the baby sharks are here next. Oh, no. It's terrifying.
And we're here to be with like-minded people, just feeling the love and support for each other, because we are the people, we are the power of this country. And sometimes it doesn't feel like that, but when we're together, it really hits different. And I'm happy to be here. I came here alone. So
you came here alone?
I did.
Was this something that you had before, or did you purchase this for this protest?
It's actually for my son's birthday.
Okay.
He loves Baby Shark, so.
Okay, okay, you mentioned Baby Shark. Sorry, guys. I was thinking that this.
She already had the baby shark costume in the fucking garage. Perfect opportunity, man. Well thought through. Really great job. Way to use the mom supplies for freedom. That's how it's done, people. That's freedom! How it's done. Baby sharks infesting the waters of the protests. Oh, God. It's okay. She doesn't look dangerous. I know it sounds scary. Sharks all over the place. Totally fine. No threat to the public, I'm sure. People having fun out there. Especially Baby Shark Lady. Look at her face. Baby Shark Lady is having a great time. Honestly, seeing Baby Shark Lady having a great time is making me have a great time. All right, we're going to move on from the WSA 9 live stream, not too far away in Charlotte, North Carolina, with the WCNC live stream next. Most of these, I mean, all of the ones on the East Coast started at the exact same time. Oh boy. Bad start, WCNC. Bad start. Fancy music.
Protests, the third rounds of these protests nationwide across our area. So this is a look at our reporters across the scene. We've got reporters at First Ward Park in Charlotte. That's going on right now. We're going to get a live hit from our Tradisha Woodard, who's right there in just a little bit. Also wanted to point out that's Waxhaw. You can only see a bit of the frame there, but off to the sides, we've got people all over that intersection that are protesting. And then, of course, we're live in Fort Mill as well. There will be protests in South Carolina. In total, we've got 20 across our region at least, but know that this is a national situation. I'm going to pull up so you can see multiple things happening in other areas. This is a look right now live. You can see what's going on this is Atlanta. We've also got, this is DC right now. It's a bit of a far shot away, but you can see how many people are lined up across the water there in front of the monument. And so we're going to be following things from not just our area, but protests across the country.
Our city. Families apart. 46 people were shot in the street by the ICE. So say it with me. No ICE! No ICE! No ICE! No ICE! No ICE! No ICE! And now, this administration has taken us into war. A war that Congress did not authorize. A war paid for by our lives, with our dollars, and with the future that we should be building here at home. Say it with me. No war! No war! No war! No war! I'm going to get closer. And as this authoritarian regime shreds democracy, feeds corruption, and grabs for more power, we say America has no kings! No kings! Power belongs to the people!
You can hear there they are referencing the protests over Border Patrol being in Charlotte, Operation Charlotte's Web just months ago. This was after the last round of No Kings protests in October, but of course the ripple effects still existing here in Charlotte and the surrounding areas. And then we also wanted to point out that we brought up Fort Mill. You can see
the way the WCNC talks about this is wild. It's kind of hilarious. I feel bad. For some of these states in the South where the local news is so determined to make all of this sound bad. Oh, it's a real, like, she starts at like whatever her name is, Judy or Janie, whatever her name is, Julie. She like starts off the piece with, it's a real situation. Is it a situation or is it a movement? She clearly has a political bias of her own. I can tell. It's pretty easy. I listen to a lot of these talkers.
All right, you were just listening into New York there, but we want to get back out to Charlotte. We've actually had a chance to get closer to the podium here, so hopefully you'll be able to hear okay. This is live in Uptown at the No Kings protest in First Ward Park. Take a listen in.
Great job, Julie. And yet we have no volume. We're closer, and yet we can't hear anything,
here, actually. It looks like we just lost the feed. So
it's true.
While we work on that, we're going to get back to New York, and then we will continue to jump around our local protests as well.
Where's my family?
I skipped to this spot specifically to hear Ibram X. Kendi speak. I saw his face. Saw this guy over here. He's talking. See him talking. Where? There he is.
The effective way today is getting people to believe great replacement theory. And can I tell y'all a quick story? Yeah. So, in 1767, I'm an historian, I'm sorry, I gotta go back in time. In 1767, there was this French Enlightenment philosopher. His name was Joseph Michel Antoine Servan. He was speaking to the French king. He called on the French king to institute a more effective system of control than iron and steel and torture. He said, a fool despot can constrain slaves with chains, but a true politician binds them much more strongly by the chain of their own ideas. Did y'all hear that? Yes. You want me to say that again? Yes. A full despot can constrain slaves with iron chains, but a true politician binds them much more strongly by the chain of their own ideas. And so in 2026, those ideas that these true politicians are using to bind us are our racist ideas, are our sexist ideas, are our transphobic ideas, are our ableist ideas, are our homophobic ideas, are our classist ideas, our anti-Semitic ideas, our Islamophobic ideas, our xenophobic ideas. And this is the quote that I got the title for my book, Chain of Ideas. Because despair and time eat away at the links of iron and steel, Servan added. But it can do nothing against the habitual union of ideas, and on the soft fibers of the brain is found the unalterable basis for the firmest empires. And so, black folks, we call this mental slavery. The chain of ideas in the United States today, providing the unalterable basis for the empire of Trumpism, is great replacement theory. Going again back to France, this racist theory was named by a French novelist named Renaud Camus in a political speech he gave in 2010 and published a year later. He told this story of being in a town in southern France and noticing Muslims of North African descent nearly exclusively at the windows and thresholds, he said, of these very old houses and the lengths of old streets. During Camus' visit, immigrants from Africa were no more than 4% of this town's population. And yet, those facts did not square with Camus' story. Just as today, 86% of Americans were born in the United States. But you would never know that if we were looking at the news and listening to these politicians. You would never know that 91% of people who live right now in the European Union were born in the European Union. But you would never know that if you were listening to a Le Pen in France, or Wilders in the Netherlands, or Farage in the UK, all of whom are closely allied with Donald Trump. So this guy Camus claimed, based on 4% of people being in this southern town, that during our lifetime, and even less, he wrote, France was in the process of changing a people. We see one, he wrote, we take a nap, and then there's another, or many others. Most of the newcomers who were coming to southern France at the time were white migrants coming from Spain, Portugal, Denmark, the UK, Ireland, and the Netherlands. But Camus did not lament their presence in these very old houses. He did not lament their presence on those very old streets. He did not have a problem with them practicing a different culture, speaking a different language. Because to Camus, these white immigrants did not signify that the country was changing. Because to him, just as in the United States, Trump welcomes white South African migrants. Yes. They belong, apparently, in the United States, while African Americans apparently don't.
Exactly. Thank you, Ibram. Well, there were some of the vibes from North Carolina and Charlotte. Just a reminder to everybody, please hit that follow button on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. That like button, too, while you're at it. Do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Twitch, Twitch, bits, power-up, subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Cash App, and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom lines of Google and or Amazon. You got thrown if you'd like to contribute to funding physical items that would arrive at my door down on Earth. But of course, the very best way to get most space benefits for your Earth dollars is, of course, Patreon, where for $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So many ways to contribute to the Galactic News Network. Help keep this stream alive. Which one to pick? Space Fams, which one to pick? Every dollar, every penny helps out. The more we grow. The more, the less, technically, that each one of our Space Fams has to contribute. In theory. It feels weird to watch GSL during daylight hours. Well, today we're doing something weird. Sometimes we do this. This isn't the first time we've had a day stream. It's going to turn into night any minute now. It's like 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But I promised people that I would do a stream early today, while at least some of the protests were still ongoing, so people could feel like they were taking part of it, if they couldn't. Yeah, so that's what we're doing. All right, from North Carolina to a quick clip from Chicago's Grant Park, where the protests brought thousands.
Is breaking news from CBS News Chicago.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dave Savini. Thank you for joining us this Saturday. We're coming to you live as the No King's Day protest gets underway here in Chicago. Here is a live look at Butler Field and Grant Park, where thousands of people have already gathered to protest what they call President Trump's attacks on democracy. At the last No King's Day event in October, the city estimates between 200,000 and 250,000 people attended. We can tell you this crowd in Grant Park is growing by the minute. We'll get an official estimate from Chicago police on today's turnout later today. Well, let's check in now with our Marissa Sulek. She is live in the crowd at Butler Field. Hi, Marissa. What's the vibe like out there right now?
Hey, Dave. Yeah, well, everyone here, they're super pumped up, super excited for the speakers to get underway behind me in just a few short moments. But there seems to be thousands of people. It's really hard to tell from where we're standing, but we do have that chopper view that can show you all the people starting to file in here to Butler Field at Grant Park. And this is the third No Kings protest we've had in the last year. The last one was in October, and during that time, that was when Operation Midway Blitz was going on. So that was the main emphasis, the main focus at that one. That is still top of mind for this one, but a lot of people are focused on the war in Iran. We expect to hear from speakers who will address that later today. Now, after the list of speakers all have a word, everyone here will file into a march around the loop. We will not disclose, and they're all getting started right now, but we will not disclose where exactly that march is going due to security reasons, but we can assure you that there will be rolling closures as many of the streets downtown will be shut down for these thousands of people to make their way through. But from past experience, we have seen these be peaceful. They have been nonviolent. We do expect to see that this time around. However, if something were to happen, we would let you know online, on air, and on the stream. But for now, we'll listen to the speakers here as this gets underway live in Grant Park versus Sulik, CBS News, Chicago. Dave.
All right, Marissa, thank you. You're still looking live at our Skywatch. As we mentioned, this is just one of many gatherings happening today in our area. Other protests are planned in cities like Gurnee, Evanston, and Orland Park. Organizers say more than 3,000 local events are planned across the country. Back in October, more than 7 million people took to the streets across more than 27.
There's a lot of people. And this was from slightly earlier. By the way, I need to refresh my list again. All right, now let's go down to Florida. Fox 35, Orlando. Protests happening all over the state of Florida. Florida man protesting, apparently. In the news today, Florida man protesting.
Ooh, Tiger. He's about to be the butt of like every comedian's joke. Like, watch out on the roadways. Here comes Tiger Woods.
I know, again.
He can drive it on the course, but he can't drive it on the road.
I do wonder.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Write that down.
Write that down.
Jesus Christ. What are you two doing right now?
Going on right now, even 10 o'clock was a fairly common start time. Some of them are beginning a little bit later. Let me also give you a live look. I don't have a live look right now in Atlanta. Let me give you a live look in St. Pete, where there are a group of protesters there. Going to be a group in Tampa coming up in just a little bit. I believe theirs starts at 2 o'clock. So we are talking protests all across the region, speaking out against President Trump and some of the actions of his administration, including the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. We know downtown Orlando has an event that's going to be starting in about an hour, so we'll check in there in just a little bit as well. But right now, I want to get you to Seminole County, where a large group of protesters has shown up in downtown Sanford, and that's where Fox 35's Matt Trezza is joining us live now from the streets of downtown Sanford. We may be having some trouble with our connection there. Trying to see if Matt, are you able to hear me, Matt?
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and check in then with Fox 35's Matt Trezza joining us live from downtown Sanford, where a crowd has gathered. We're hearing music, lots of signs. Matt, it looks like a big crowd out there.
Yeah, there is a very large crowd out here. We're on First Street in downtown Sanford, and there is a crowd of people that is packed along this street that goes to Sanford Avenue down one end and down to 1792 on the other end. There are thousands and thousands of people out here, all holding banners, waving the American flag, chanting, singing. It's a very joyous atmosphere, I would describe it as. Again, thousands of people out here voicing their displeasure with this administration. And to talk more about why they're out here and the message that I hope to give, I'm joined by Dylan Kelly. He's with the Seminole County Democrats. Tell me about what's going on here today in this turnout.
Well, thank you. This is the third No Kings protest that we have done here in Seminole County. We did the previous two in Castleberry, and today, for the first time, we're here in downtown Sanford, and we are here since October. There's been a lot that's happened between now and currently what's happening now, and we're here to basically continue our sustained protest against what we believe to be an administration that is overreaching its authority and is destroying the democratic principles that this country was founded on, and we're here to take a stand against that peacefully.
Gotcha. I've covered several of these. This may be the fourth or fifth of these No Kings protests that I've been covering. Tell me, in your opinion, how have they changed or evolved since the first one?
Well, one of the things that I've noticed is since I'm, a primary organizer of one of these of the events here in Seminole County, I've noticed that we've really learned a lot from what we've done on our past protests. We've really got the process down to a science. We have this protest organized in zones with for folks with different needs. We have a zone for families, we have a zone for folks that need a little bit more of a quieter space, and then we just have the general zone that we're in now, where it's just loud and crazy and people are speaking their minds. But we always are consistently, from beginning to end, we've kept it peaceful, we've kept it orderly. We've had no incidents, up until now to really suggest that there's really been any problems. And I really just, one of the things that always amazes me and with the rest of the volunteers that I work with is just how hard we work at making these protests as special as they are, and the fact that everybody here just comes and has a good time while they're standing up for their rights and standing up for their freedoms and the principles of democracy.
For sure. And as the time has gone on, as far as the message that you are trying to give, there's been a lot that this administration has been doing for
both, I guess, in the perspective of the people who support it and the people who are against it. As far as what your concerns are or the message that you're trying to give, how has that changed, and what is it currently? What are the grievances that you're hoping to address?
Well, for one, I think a lot of what the administration has done in response to backlash has largely been because of efforts like this, especially when we're talking about in Minneapolis and the murders that went down there by ICE agents. The change in leadership, so to say, really happened because of sustained pressure and sustained protests all over the country, just like this. And originally when we organized this in response to a lot of what was going on in Minneapolis. And when we're talking about overreach of the president's authority, especially against U.S. citizens, that is exactly what we're talking about.
Look at all the people out here at this protest in Sanford, Florida, not Miami. Sanford.
I want to let you know we are continuing to monitor protests all across the country. This is a live aerial look from Atlanta right now, where you can see a big crowd at a park there. A photo or a portrait, a painting of Alex Preddy in the background, one of those who was killed in Minneapolis.
Within 6 points of losing the New Hampshire primary to anti-war candidate and relatively unknown senator from Minnesota named Eugene McCarthy. And this basically partly effectuated Lyndon Johnson announcing in March 31st of 1968 that he would not seek the re-election himself. So it has had some effect. It really depends on the protests. Sometimes they die out. Other times they have direct effects. And then they have. I think that for the anti-war movement, I mean for the whole anti-Trump movement, I think that for them a victory would be an impeachment and a conviction, which you have to have a Democrat in the House, a Democrat Senate,
right away.
And in order for the president to be convicted, you have to have two-thirds of the Senate to vote for him to be convicted, which is almost a non-starter with most Republicans likely not voting for his conviction. So I think that a real victory, perhaps after two.
Yeah, so we just have to get anybody out of office who isn't willing to actually take
looking at
action.
Some of the live pictures there. This is a rally that's being held, and you can look at a photo or a portrait, a painting of Alex Preddy in the background, one of those who was killed in Minneapolis, like we were just talking about with Rich, and the spark that provided to this anti-Trump movement and the anti-ICE movement as well. Let's go ahead and listen in live from Chicago at this rally that's going on at a protest there.
We have to provide the needs that our neighbors have.
Okay, we're here for Orlando right now. I'm not here. I'm here to watch what's going on in Florida, Belle. You're showing us what's happening in Chicago. That's not helpful. That's not helpful to me. Okay, here we go. This looks like Florida. This looks warm.
In Orlando, this is a live look on the ground at one of those events there. You can see.
Damn. Look at all the people in Orlando. That's a lot.
Of police officers there, and then across the street, a big crowd of protesters with signs and flags as well. We're going to check in on that protest in just a little bit. But we want to get you now to Brevard County, where Fox 35's Chris Lindsay is joining us live in Cocoa. And Chris, we've seen large crowds out there in Brevard County before for these protests. How are things out there this morning?
was supposed to officially start at noon, which is right now, but we've seen people out here for over an hour.
Wow, the audio is really bad.
Expressing their frustrations with the Trump administration, with this No Kings protest. So I've spoken with several people. They have a bunch of different areas that they're focused on, whether it be abortion rights, LGBTQ, immigration, etc. Some of these signs likening the current administration to a dictatorship, others pushing for the impeachment of the current president. And a lot of these people are out here just making sure that their voices are heard. This is one of over 100 demonstrations across the state of Florida. There are 2 in Brevard County, and as I mentioned, this one is just getting kicked off as people prepare for several hours of this demonstration.
And Chris, where exactly in Cocoa are y'all right now? This is a major intersection.
Yes, we're here on West King Street and US 1. Right now, they are gathering on all 4 corners of this intersection, as you can see. They have been here at least an hour as they...
Look at that. Big crowds in Orlando. Or, sorry, not Orlando. This is Cocoa. Sorry, I'm getting my Floridian municipalities all switched up over here. All right, let's see what other protests we can find. Oh, wait, before that. Wait. Where did she go? Oh, yeah. Hold on. We got we got to go to the ground and see what people are saying. The protesters have to say.
A rally that is going to be held there later. Okay, so we were talking about some of the costumes. This is a live look right now in Detroit area, Oak Park, Michigan, where we are seeing a live interview with an attendee in a costume. Let's go ahead and listen in here.
Eat more liver.
Eat more liver. Why was it important for you to come out to this protest? Are there any concerns that you have? Anything that the president is doing that you agree with?
Well, basically, I'm definitely against the war. We should not be in Iran. Our kids need to be at home doing stuff that young people do, enjoying their lives, not overseas in a war somewhere. So that's it for me.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chicken, for taking the time. We also have some penguins over here. We've got all the animals for you, Charlie. What brings you guys out here today?
Well, I really like penguins, and penguins usually like ice, but not this penguin. I have a son-in-law who's an immigrant. He's a naturalized citizen, and so I worry that, you know, about him and his family. So that's why I'm here.
What do you hope the Trump administration does differently? Clearly, you're not happy with the situation with ICE. What would you like to see change here?
Well, I think, you know, it's like they need some immigration law reform. I mean,
yeah. A chicken and a penguin. 2 birds. With some opinions about what the Trump administration's been up to. All right. Move on from Florida for now. Let's go to Huntington Beach, California, where more protests were going on.
All over Venezuela.
Okay, why are you doing this to me?
Shame. Now.
What do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
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 What do we do?
lost my mouse. There it is. Okay, from California back to, I assume is Virginia. I think that's where Kyle lives. Kyle Kolinsky of Sector.
That's right, we are here demonstrating. Yes, sir, we are here to show up and show out.
What are your thoughts on the Iran war?
Well, as a veteran myself, I knew what it was like to experience war on that side with something that I didn't really know about, but this is all new, a new feeling for me. But it's not a good feeling. I think it is, Trump is a war criminal. That's what I think. And sending our sons and daughters to another war with Iran, unprovoked, mind you, is just a bad idea. It's a bad idea. The world is paying the price for it.
I think we should not be getting into an endless war, and it seems they have no reason because it constantly changes every time you ask. It's like they're coming up with something off the top of their heads.
We shouldn't be there. He said no more foreign wars, then he puts us in one.
Well, I think it was entered without compassion or without knowledge. Honestly, why would you do it? It was just a dumb strategic move, but also not understanding the Persian people and the Iranians in general, and not recognizing that they've been on that land for ever, the Persians, and they're not going to leave. They're not going to back down. So stupidity mostly got us there, as well as arrogance.
It's not a war, is it? It hasn't been declared a war.
Right. That's their way of getting around it legally, even though everybody knows what it is.
Yes. It's been done before.
It is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. They had no plan.
That's right.
It didn't even occur to them that a country with a military might try to strike back.
So I heard that you're one of the main organizers for all this?
Yeah, I'm the designated host for this activity, but it's a team effort sponsored by the King George Democratic Committee.
That's great. So let me ask you a couple questions. First of all, what are your thoughts on the Iran war?
Pointless, unnecessary, and the amount of money they're spending when they couldn't afford to fund the ACA, it's ridiculous.
What are your thoughts on the Epstein files?
They need to come out all the way and come out with the truth. And figure it out. I think they need to be released, and everybody who's hurt young girls needs to be held accountable, no matter what party.
Pam Bondi needs to do her effing job.
Do you think Trump is blackmailed?
For years. Entirely. You know what? That's actually entirely possible. Given all the blackmail material in there. I mean, like, if you or I had done any of the stuff in there, we'd already be in jail.
I have an opinion about the victims, which is no one's done the right thing necessarily by them,
right.
And that would be where I would put my focus. The second part of that, of course, is that the people in those files are vile.
What are your thoughts on the Epstein files?
He's hiding them, not only his pictures with Billy Clinton's, both of them are there, and it should be made public.
What are your thoughts on Netanyahu and Israel?
I didn't vote for President Netanyahu for the United States. Netanyahu and Trump are doing this together. They're feeding off of each other. Netanyahu is terrible. Him and Trump belong together.
I don't like how they keep going after Lebanon while baiting us into Iran.
I love Israel. Netanyahu is of the same stripe as our president.
They drug us into this they've been trying to do this forever, and they finally found somebody stupid enough to do it.
Netanyahu himself has been subject to many lawsuits and civil findings, and he certainly is, I don't think, working in the United States' best interest.
I think he needs to stop puppeteering our president and stop the genocide.
My message to Trump would be, you like to surround yourself with losers? You're a loser.
There's nothing you can say to him. He's a traitor. He was going to let his vice president get killed in order for him to stay in office. And what do you need after that? All the stuff that he's doing in Minneapolis. Now he's accustoming us to see ICE agents in airports. Next week, a month, it'll be in shopping centers, and by election day, they'll be at the polls. He's conditioning us to get ready for these stormtroopers.
I'd have to go talk really slowly and say, Donald, it's time to sit down or maybe lay down. Donald, get your shit together.
Put the adults back in charge.
Get us out of this war.
Finally, what's your
Get your
message
shit
for Democratic
together.
leadership?
You got to do.
Hold on. Hold on.
Lay down. Donald, get your time to sit down or maybe lay down. Donald.
Where's my sampling software? Why are you being an idiot? Why is this taking so goddamn long? There we go. Skip update. Don't need it.
Get your shit together.
Put the adults back in charge.
Get us out.
I don't know why this is so hard to do. Computer's being real dumb right now.
Get your shit together. Get your shit together.
Put the adults back in charge.
Get your shit together.
There we go. I got it.
Finally, what's your message for Democratic leadership?
You got to do better, man. We're out here doing everything that we can, making no money to support ourselves, to stand up, and we're doing more than Congress is right now. We have to do better. Chuck Schumer needs to step down. We need better leadership. We need younger leadership. The country has tanked. And it's a simple solution if they just effing listen to the majority of the people.
Some of their stuff has been questionable at best, especially Chuck Schumer's constant support for Israel when they're doing bad shit.
Step up. Be strong. Stay strong.
Step up. And no more APAC money.
Keep up the pressure until we win in November.
You know, I voted.
There we go. Kyle Kalinske with some on-the-ground coverage. Fancy scarf, by the way. Look at that scarf. Look at that scarf jacket combo. Very fancy. All right. We've got a hell of a lot more to get through here tonight, Space Fams. Really, technically, I have like a nearly unlimited amount of content. We could do this all night. We could do this all night long. All right, St. Paul, Minneapolis. Sorry. St. Paul, Minnesota. Next, Mercado Media. Live streamed 3 hours ago. It's bumping around here. I think this might be... I think this is the flagship protest. I think this is the flagship protest. I could be wrong. I think it might be. The big one. Look, am I wrong? It's got like it's got like festival vibes. Look how oh my god, look how many people there are. Jeez. Look at that.
All right, everybody, check into the stream. Apologize for that. Had to get everything up and running. Let me know in the chat if you guys can hear me. Let me get a big plus around the chats.
It looks cold as hell out there. But people showed up regardless. Look at them all.
Let me get a plus around the chats, guys, if you could.
I have... I bought a set of a dozen of these stickers on Temu for like $1.50. I couldn't help myself. But they're these the rebel loon flag essentially. It's like it combines, like, it's basically it's like the Star Wars rebel logo, but instead it's a loon, which I believe is the state bird of Minnesota.
Here at No Kings.
By the way, I think after I bought those, I found out somebody's making them for all the states. Someone on Etsy right now is making them for all of the states. All 50 states can have their own rebel flag sticker. The better rebel flag. The non-racist one.
I'm pulling it up here. Hey, watching from Illinois, how you guys doing? We're live on Mercado Media and Status Quo News, reporting live from St. Paul, Minnesota. Reporting live from St. Paul, Minnesota, you guys. Everybody check into the stream. Welcome. Let me know where in the comments you guys are tuned in from. What city, what state, and where in the world you guys are watching from. I'm live up into the risers right now, you guys, so I can't really get out into the crowd. We're pretty locked in up here, you guys. So I'm gonna have to film and stream the crowd from here. I hope that is okay for you guys. Just for now. Rosemount, Minnesota, how you doing, guys? Thank you so much for supporting independent media. And again, we got the stage behind me, so you guys will be on a nice tripod going forward. But guys, support independent media. We're on the ground. Status Quo News and Mercado Media have been on the ground since the beginning of Operation Metro Surge. And now here we are on the ground for No Kings in St. Paul, Minnesota, which again, to remind you, is the flagship No Kings protest today in the United States. So keep that in mind. No, it's the flagship. We're going to have Bernie Sanders speaking. They're going to have Bruce Springsteen performing, and we're going to have all that for you guys live. I'm unfortunately not able to make it over to the marches right now. Okay, there's going to be 3 marches converging, and I'll film them as they come in here. But, you know, we're pretty locked in up here on the press risers, guys, because I want to make sure you guys can hear the speeches and the musical performances as well. So I had to navigate that, but I couldn't be out in the crowd today. I'm up here, but it is quite a crowd already.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see all these people out here tonight, today, together as one community fighting for a better America. The
main event starts at 2 o'clock, right? The marches have started already. So people are already stepped off and are marching. So and they're going to converge here on the state capitol grounds. You guys, they're going to converge here on the state capitol.
Hey, it's Robbie Road Steamer. Robbie's here. The Road Steamer. The Great Giraffe Man. Bringing tunes of freedom. Freedom!
There is an estimated 100 to 150,000 people who are marching from multiple locations to where we are right now. By the way, I just kind of also want to take this moment to thank you. If you notice that the quality of some of my videos is getting better, as well as
So again, guys, as we're out here, reminder to support independent media. We got independent media out here. We got a lot of people. Mainstream news is out here as well, guys. So if you guys could support independent.
Okay.
I would appreciate that significantly.
One thing I want to do real quick is, since I heard people chanting about the elections, about November, I want to remind people it's not just about November. In May, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different primaries. Ohio on the 5th. Ohio on the 5th, Nebraska and West Virginia on the 12th. Louisiana on the 16th. Alabama, Georgia, Idaho, Kentucky, Oregon, and Pennsylvania on the 19th in May. So we have 1 month until then, a little bit more. So I just want to spark everyone's brains. If you happen to be in one of those states, now's the time to start thinking about who you're voting for in the primary. And if you have any good suggestions for me, get at me in the Discord. We have a channel set up for people to do just that. And if you haven't already hit the follow button on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube.
Here with Operation Metro Surge and beyond. And also, again, I'm from Minnesota. This is my home state. So now, JT and John have passed the buck to me here in Minnesota to kind of take the reins of status quo right now in the Twin Cities. And Jordan has bestowed that responsibility upon me, and I appreciate that. The crowd's getting bigger and bigger, guys, as we continue. I'm sorry I can't get down there to get you guys some good interviews. I'm going to, after the program concludes, I'm going to get down there and try to talk to people. I'm sure there will still be people out. Let me know in the comments if you guys can hear well. We were in that little room the other day. Audio was not good, I apologize, but we're outside now. It should be very good. All right, sound is good today. I appreciate that. Welcome, new members. Also, you guys can become a member on the YouTube channels support the stream that way. Let's go, Minnesota.
Oh boy, oh boy. All right. All right, I'm gonna move us a little ahead of this. I also have breaking news for everyone that has nothing to do with the protests. Why do I have no sound? This is something that I predicted would happen, and I was actually shocked hadn't happened yet. But it would look like the Houthis have finally joined in the Iran war, attacking Israel. This is according to BBC News 12 minutes ago. Now I feel like I need to be doing 2 streams at once. But I'm not physically capable of doing that.
You don't have to get up or anything. All right. Just introduce yourself. And
Was it last night? Was it last night? I'm just seeing the news now. Apparently I'm behind.
All right. I'm out here to protest Trump. Garbage.
What about it?
Well, they've been taking over. ICE came in and attacked people in our cities, and my kids are scared that their friends are going to get taken from school. It's just bad.
What are your thoughts on ICE in the metro search?
They need to go. ICE shouldn't even be a thing. They need to abolish ICE, get rid of it.
What are you hoping to see at the No Kings Day today?
We just wanted to come and make sure to be here and say no. Say we've got signs after signs.
You're gonna hold up a couple?
Here's this one to go with.
Every single person on this planet is gay. Yeah.
Antifa leader. I painted this yesterday.
Wow. Hey, what up, dude? Let me get with you in a second. I love that.
So these ones are ones that the 12.
The footage is so bad, but the paintings are so good. I feel bad, but I'm just gonna skip ahead and hope it gets better.
See me before.
Oh my god, it's so bad.
Hard to stay focused on it, but that's also part of their.
Oh my god, it's like 1 frame per minute. Oh, it's so bad. Love you, Mercado, but we gotta keep this moving. All right, let's go to Seattle real quick. We will be returning to Minneapolis, and actually, you know what? I think I will go. I take it back. I'll skip this. Skip this ahead, and we'll stay with Minneapolis. We'll stay on Minneapolis. Try and get a better feed. Unfortunately, it's difficult on the ground. Live streaming. Keeping a good enough connection to do it. Very difficult. You need really, really expensive equipment to do it. At least to do it well. All right, let's go to the CNN live stream.
But I'm so proud of you. You chased out of this state pure evil. You chased them out. You chased out the fun-sized fascist Greg Bovino. You chased out that evil Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem is so evil, I'm starting to think that her dog took his own life. Just couldn't take it. Is this my future? I need to get out. I'm taking the goat with me. I am here
R.I.P. cricket.
simply to introduce some of the finest people I know. People who have worked hard, people who have worked hard organizing here, musicians who are using their art to really fight against fascism. So today's about healing, joy, regenerating to continue to fight the work and getting marching orders as we move ahead. And so, our first marching order, get out your phones. Get out your phones, because I'm going to say this a couple of times throughout this block. So, I want you to text the word vote to 30319. What that will do is you're going to get plugged into the election protection network, which is so crucial, and they'll call on you to monitor polling places, report voter suppression, and show up when it matters most, because democracy doesn't defend itself, but together we will. So, are you ready for some fun and for some inspiration? Let's get to it. First up, the dynamic chamber ensemble from the incredible Twin Cities Gay Men's Chorus, directed by Gerald Gurris, is Borealis. They're going to set our day with a song about struggle, resilience, and victory. The story of Minnesota, not over the last few months, but over the last year, and the story of who we are. Please welcome Borealis.
We shall overcome.
All right, I'm going to skip the musical portion of this, or at least some of the musical portions of this. We don't got time for all of that.
Love will see us through.
Okay, I'll do music and feed of music / protest march feed. Okay, that's not bad. And we have no sound.
I love
Still
it.
no sound.
Now, again, just a reminder, I'm going to keep saying this throughout the course of the thing. If you did not hear me the first time, pull out your phones. I need you to text the word vote to
And no sound. I had a feeling I had a feeling that this would be riddled with copyrighted music. It looks like it already got muted out of the videos. Kind of hard to enjoy that.
Father, hold me. Hold me, mother, hold me.
is about to send us one.
Hello, Minnesota. Every morning when I get up, I reach for my phone to look at the headlines of the day. And for some time now, I start every morning depressed about the latest outrage from our would-be king. I mean, it's amazing. Every fucking day, there's something new and crazy. But it's different on this day because all over the country, in cities and towns and factories and on farms, north, south, east, west, millions of us are coming together to declare no kings. It is indeed a beautiful, hopeful day in the United States of America. And you, Minnesota, are at the epicenter. It is your courage and your commitment that have inspired all of us. You have shown the power of nonviolent protests. You have shown bravery in the face of armed attack by government thugs. And you stood together and ran them out of town. Toast yourselves, pat yourselves on the back, take a bow, but don't take a break. Because today and everything that has gone before is just a start, a rehearsal for the big show that's coming. You know the arrogant would-be king is absolutely scared to death about losing his power and will do everything he can to hold on to it without regard to legality, morality, humanity, nothing. We will face greater challenges down the road. For everything you've done, thank you. And now expect to be asked to do more. I know you will answer the call. Thank you.
There we go, a message from Robert De Niro at the No Kings protest in Minneapolis. All right. Actually, is that in Minneapolis? Isn't St. Paul technically? Oh, it is It is in St. Paul. Yeah. Okay. This is in St. Paul. I keep saying Minneapolis. It's clearly in St. Paul. It's my bad. I'm not perfect. Not perfect. All right, everybody. We're 4 hours into this stream. I need to eat some food. So we're going to take a quick galactic intermission so I can try and rustle up some grub. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. All right, everybody. The break is over. And the stream is about to begin once again. So you'd better get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. All right, folks, we're back. We are back. Weird conversation happening in the horizontal stream. My God, look at the fucking crowd here. All right, we're going to go back to St. Paul. I have food. I have not eaten any of it yet.
Our next guest is an Ojibwe poet enrolled at Turtle Mountain and the inaugural Poet Laureate of Minneapolis. As curator, editor, and teacher, she edited New Poets of Native Nations and co-edited the 2025 publication Boundless: Abundance in Native American Art and Literature. Please welcome Hyde Erdrich.
I am not Wabanakwe Doreen Day, but I am a proud Anishinaabe-kwe, and I am going to read to you from my current project, a crowdsourced poem on justice. The Twin Cities are home to the best poets in the English language, the Dakota language, the Anishinaabe language, to Somali language, and more. In the past months, poets here have spoken truth to power, and like so many of us, poets pack boxes of groceries, give rides, cover rent. Maybe a few of us threw dildos at the Whipple building. Poets have protected and observed and shared their words to raise funds. One poet stood up and was struck down. Hold steady. The words of poets are marching through these days. Gwendolyn Brooks' words, hand-printed on a poster. We are each other's business. We are each other's magnitude and bond. Found that day, our collective breath made a cloud in sub-zero Minneapolis on a march. Pushed to the ground and bound in plastic handcuffs by the soldiers of the state, Lakota poet and activist John Trudell's words march from 1981 through me to you. Little did they understand, he said, squatting down on the ground, they placed me with my power. The words of poets are marching with us in these days, and the crushing beat of a poet silenced too. When a young person asks me, what do we do? I tell them, hold steady. Steady, my beloveds. Touch the ground you come from or came to. Ground our power in Earth's love of us. Let her rock us while we hold steady. When we must move, then we must march. March steady until it's just us. This has been a poetry service announcement.
Keep it going for Hyde Eric! You know, one thing that doesn't get mentioned enough when we talk about Minnesota and our resilience and what we do is the fact that not only do we think of everything, the second we hear that there's something in a place that needs to get filled or a space that needs help, we don't say, that's not the thing I want to do. We just show up in the right clothes and we do it. And I just want, since there's cameras here and the nation is watching the stream, I want people to know that if you want to act like Minnesota, or you think, Minnesota's a model, what can I do? Well, you can check your ego about what you want to do and listen to the leadership, and when they tell you what they need done, you do that. And you pay enough attention to the amazing organizers who've been on the ground, who actually have the information, who've already done the work, instead of starting your own. Oftentimes when you're like, who's doing it? It's like someone. You just need to learn who, and then you need to be the pack mule in the fight that they have been doing and organizing, because let me tell you what we need is pack mules, because there's brilliant minds and brilliant leaders in this community who oftentimes are putting up the folding chairs when they should be literally strategizing, because that's their strong suit. So be the folding chairs people, be the I'll bring donuts people for the brilliant minds who are actually making this train run. And on that note, I'm going to bring up some really brilliant minds who helped organize this entire day across the country and the world. They are tireless humans. Some I have met just recently and I so admire. Some I've met today. Some whose work I've admired from afar. But you're so lucky to have them here today to speak to you about what you've done, and more importantly, where we need to go and what we need to do. So remember what I said just 2 seconds ago about when they tell you, do that.
Omega 5 Tar gifted a tier 1 subscription to Ian Leal.
Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub over on Twitch to Ian Leal. Incredibly generous. I didn't see you lurking in the chat. Glad you're here. Glad all of you are here.
Omega 5 Tar just subscribed for 19 months. I'm always lurking, eyes emoji.
And a resubscribe from Omega. Tier 2. My God. Always lurking, okay. Always lurking.
Put that up a little bit. My name is Sarah Parker, and I am the Executive Director of Voices of Florida Fund and a National Coordinator of 5051. I am honored to be here among heroes, and I mean you, the locals standing in front of me today. I want to use this moment to honor you, every single one of you who took part in the resistance in any small way. You are the heroes in this story. You turned the cameras back on them, and you put your life on the line. Across the country, people are building power. People are building community. And every time this administration swings, we will grow stronger. Every time our neighbors are kidnapped by masked men, we will grow bigger. And every time they think we are losing hope, we will become more determined. We are the linchpin in our democracy. No Kings is calling for people just like you across the country to continue to build local power and those networks, to protect your neighbors and stand up and fight back. If there's anything I've learned living in Florida, you can't cede a damn inch to this authoritarian administration and to a man who has an ego of a king and the temperament of a child. We will not give in. We will not give up. They tried to control the narrative, and we are taking it back. The truth is immutable. We were never the villains in this story. They have always been. We demand accountability. We demand an end to reckless masked men terrorizing our neighborhoods. We demand an end to abortion bans. We demand justice and peace for our Black, brown, and LGBTQIA communities. And we demand free and fair elections. Yeah! And right now, we demand an end to this reckless, illegal.
What just happened? By the way, look at how fucking huge this crowd is. We just lost sound. I don't know what's wrong with the CNN's live stream, but holy shit. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people turning. Oh my god, it just keeps going. They just keep turning the camera and more people, more and more people just fill it up. That's insane. There must be like 10,000 people out here. Holy shit. It just keeps panning. There's just more and more and more people. Oh my god, look at it. Looks like Lollapalooza over here or something. Electric dance, whatever it's called, carnival. The EDC. Okay, hold on. I guess we lost all of that. That's unfortunate. Oopsies, did not mean to do that.
Day, Wabanukwe, let's hear it!
Bonjour, Indenerwe ma gani dog. Wabanukwe Indishinakas, Wabajeshi and Tu Dame, Aberdeen Aikwa Kape Medeo. Anishinaabe wa King. Our ancestors are always with us. This is a healing song for all of those that have suffered during this time. Go come sinan giwitaki shigung no jimoyan ishibimosed no jim
Ejibemos saved. Ejibemos saved. Go messing on Giwitagi Shigong. No Jemoyan. Ejibemos saved. No Jemoyan. Ejibemos saved. Ejibemos saved. Go messing on Giwitagi Shigong. No Jemoyan. Ejibemos saved. No Jemoyan. Ejibemos saved. Ejibemos saved. Go messing on Giwitagi Shigong. No Jemoyan. Ejibemos saved. No Jemoyan. Ejibemos saved. Ejibemos saved. Yeah!
Okay, let's keep on going through the stream here. I gotta keep this moving. Got a lot of live streams, a lot of protests to go see. But my God, hold on, look at this fucking photo. Wait, go back. Where was that? Wait. Oh my God. Look at this.
And can I keep it real with you all for a minute?
Wait. Yes, please keep it real. But before you do that, oh my God. Look at this fucking shot.
Of Isaiah.
Hold on. Look at how many freaking people are here.
Janae Bates Amari, I am the co-executive director.
Oh my God, they got the drone all the way up. You can see the crowd just stretches out so far. They make the city look small. So many people.
Of Isaiah and Faith in Minnesota in this awesome state. And can I keep it real with you all for a minute? Can I keep it real with you all for a minute? I'm going to talk very, very clearly, fully, and unapologetically as
No. No, God damn it, CNN.
To be of Christ, who are using something called white Christian nationalism. And right now we are in the Lenten season. We are getting ready to celebrate tomorrow, Palm Sunday. And on Palm Sunday, there were two processions that happened. There was one that we hear about with Jesus on a donkey, but there was another with Pontius Pilate and Tyrant Caesar, who declared himself as king, who tried to hold down the people of that time, who tried to tell us that we do not deserve better, who tried to oppress people with cruelty, who tried to tax people and take their wages and use them for things that were not about feeding the hungry, that were not about healing the sick, that were not about caring for the poor, that were not about loving thy neighbor. And that is what we who call ourselves Christians are supposed to do. And so as thousands of Christians are prepared to come right back here tomorrow at 2:30, right back here at this Capitol, we are coming together to declare that Christians need to stand up right now at this time. That's right. Christians, especially in Minnesota, and Minnesotans across race and faith, have gotten to bear witness something great here. We have witnessed some horror and some terror and some harm and some abductions and some killing. But we've also witnessed what it means to love thy neighbor and to live that sermon out loud. And so my prayer for all of us Minnesotans, and the invocation in this moment, is that we take seriously our responsibility, that it is on us, that we have agency, that we get to decide what liberation is, and there is certainly no king in no White House who will do that for us.
Yeah!
I hope that
Okay, I'm gonna keep the clips coming here, see what else is we got. Might as well hear from the governor, Tim Walz. Looks like he had some things to say here.
A state where you make your healthcare decisions. A state where you worship or not according to your own.
Hold on, let me go back.
Great state of Minnesota, Tim Walz and First Lady Gwen Walz.
Wow. Hello, Minnesota. Welcome to the freest state in the nation. A state where you love who you choose to love. A state where you make your healthcare decisions. A state where you worship or not according to your own beliefs. And maybe most importantly, a state where everyone belongs. Yeah! Thank you to all the organizers. Thank you to our sisters and brothers in labor for the work you do every day and being here making this possible. Look, when the wannabe dictator in the White House sent his untrained, aggressive thugs to do damage to Minnesota, it was you, Minnesota, who stood up for your neighbors, who stood up for decency, who stood up for kindness. And at this moment that we are still in, when democracy itself seems to be at risk, it was Minnesota who said, not on our watch, not on our watch.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
You are the heart and soul of what the nation saw that is good in this nation. But make no mistakes about it. They did damage. They killed Renee and Alex. They traumatized our neighbors. And just be very clear, our weather may be a little cool, but our people are warm and we're fierce. And my message, because this is not over, don't ever mistake our kindness for weakness. We demand justice for Renee Good and Alex Preddy. We demand justice for every single person who was hurt or traumatized. We will never forget what they did here. And I have a message to our immigrant community here in Minnesota. You are seen, heard, valued, and loved. You add value to our state. You are part of the fabric of what is good about Minnesota. And I have to tell you, that is a hell of a lot more than I'll say about anybody in the White House. And I will add a special thank you and a special acknowledgement that we will never leave the side of our Somali Minnesotans. Here's our pledge to you. Our Somali Minnesotans, your great-grandchildren will still be here when that orange clown is in the dustbin of history. You will be here.
Yeah!
Hell yeah, Tim. Hell yeah, Tim. Look at all the fucking people out here. It's a literal sea of human beings. It is incredible, the number of people that have turned out. I wonder if this is probably going to be muted too.
Hello, Minnesota! All right. Hey, it's turning into a beautiful day. Well, this past winter, federal troops brought death and terror to the streets of Minneapolis. Well, they picked the wrong city. The power and the solidarity of the people of Minneapolis and of Minnesota was an inspiration to the entire country. Your strength and your commitment told us that this is still America. And this reactionary
I thought this was America. Huh?
And these
Isn't this America?
of American
I'm sorry, I
cities
thought
will
this was
not
America.
stand. You gave us hope. You gave us courage. And for those who gave their lives, Renee Good, mother of 3, brutally murdered, Alex Preddy, VA nurse, executed by ICE, shot in the back and left to die in the street without even the decency of our lawless government investigating their deaths. Their bravery, their sacrifice, and their names will not be forgotten. Well,
No, I knew it was gonna. I literally knew it was gonna happen. I called it. It's muted. That sucks. All the music is muted. They've stolen the revolution. The copyright hounds. Oh my god. Ridiculous. Okay. Let's keep this stream moving. We still got a lot of stuff to check out from today. Let's go to the AP. where they had live streams from D.C., Minnesota, and New York.
Class buddies. No taking away health care from our most vulnerable.
6, 7. Organize and agitate. 1, 2, 3, 4. We won't take it anymore. 5, 6, 7, 8. Organize and agitate. 1, 2, 3, 4. We won't take it anymore. 5, 6, 7, 8. Organize and agitate.
Excuse me, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to share this event with so many committed people here in this room and out in the streets. And I'm proud to stand with an Indivisible and all the organizations promoting No Kings. The concept of No Kings is a great rallying cry and hugely successful as millions of us have answered the call. I support this movement 150%.
Yeah.
But when the crowds are chanting No Kings, what I'm really hearing, as we all know, is No Trump.
That's right.
There have been other presidents who have tested the constitutional limits of their power, but none have been such an existential threat to our freedoms and security. None, except Trump. He must be stopped, and he must be stopped now.
Amen.
It's time to say no to kings. It's time to say no to Donald Trump. We've had enough. No King Trump. No unnecessary wars that rob our resources, sacrifice our brave servicemen and women, and slaughter innocents. No corrupt leader enriching himself and the Epstein class buddies. No taking away health care from our most vulnerable neighbors. No unaffordable groceries, no unaffordable energy, no unaffordable housing, and no inflation at its highest level since COVID. No government masked thugs shooting down our neighbors in the streets. Trump has to be stopped. And that's what No Kings is all about. Because he can't do all the fucked up things that he's been doing without the collusion of Congress and the goons in his administration. They're bound to him by fear of losing their own jobs, their own power. It's diabolical. How can this be happening? Look at the power of the No Kings national uprising. Look at the power of the No Kings national uprising. Afraid of Trump? Please. No, they should be more afraid of us.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Because we still believe in the core American values of justice, equality, decency, and kindness. Because we're going from the streets to the ballot box, and because we all deserve a country with no kings, no Trump. Thank you.
This morning, maybe we should rename flooded with people texting. So I need you to
groups across the country building power on their home turf.
Good. We did not
Somali American. We carry the stories of thousands
chipped away at
I
our
just realized this is the
democracy.
same-
He has taken.
Oh shit.
We can and human right
Okay, we're gonna listen to Bernie. Listen to Bernie.
started
and,
a motion that we 900. But let us be clear. It is an all. And
yeah, Bernie talked for a minute.
justice. Here representing tens of thousands of ordinary Minnesotans who, when faced with masked and armed ICE thugs abducting our neighbors, said, "Not here, not now, not ever." Since December 4th, armed with whistles, phones, and our deep love for our neighbors, my community and I have built systems of protection in nearly every neighborhood of our city. We did this to ensure our neighbors would not be abducted and disappeared into DHS prisons. We did this to keep families together. We did this because we knew even if we could not stop every act of terror, the least we could do was bear witness. We've built neighborhood alert networks that are so effective that at the height of the occupation, our response time to an ICE sighting in South Minneapolis was less than 2 minutes.
Immediately, it's not sooner.
Networks so strong, in fact, that we retired Greg Bovino. And we cost Kristi Noem her job. Simultaneously, we created a mutual aid infrastructure that has paid over $10 million in rent, taken thousands of kids to and from school, and delivered meals for countless families. There were thousands of us in the streets in early December, and after our neighbor Renee Good was murdered by ICE on January 7th, there were tens of thousands. We know what happened to Renee and Alex because of the observers and responders who filmed state violence at great risk to themselves. We mourn for every neighbor abducted, every neighbor sent to a camp, and families torn apart. And we will never know how many families were kept together safely in their homes because of the courageous actions of our neighbors. How many were warned with a whistle or a signal chat or a patroller on the corner? The rapid responders of Minnesota are heroes, but they are also ordinary people. These neighbors of mine, these absolute heroes, were tear gassed, harassed, and came right back in the streets. Heroes who unfailingly blew a whistle every time they saw an ICE agent, who recorded every abduction so no neighbor would disappear in darkness. Heroes who understand that it's our moral imperative to stand up, even when it's scary, even when we are terrified, even when guns are pointed at us. I am representing tens of thousands of people whose names you will never know. I'm not here to take credit for them, but I am here to tell you that your neighbors are heroes. They are heroes in thousands of different ways, most of which we will never know. I've never been so proud to be from Minnesota. I am so proud to have seen us step up and become the community we have always needed, to build the world that we know we won't ever stop fighting for.
And now,
All right, as
No
we close,
Kings is...
I'm gonna do one quick chant. Who keeps us safe? Who keeps us safe? Who keeps us safe? Who keeps us safe? All power to the people!
And now, No Kings is proud to welcome to the stage Senator Bernie Sanders.
Oh boy, we got a real idiot in the Twitch chat. Struggling to understand simple English. We are protecting our neighbors. Doesn't really explain anything, quote unquote, says Corwin Chelway. A fucking moron.
You scum rat. You have a mental health problem.
There are a lot of people here. Thank you, Minnesota. And let me thank Indivisible, Move On, 5051, and all of the organizations that have made this great event possible. And thanks to the millions of Americans from our smallest towns to our largest cities in every state in our country who are gathering today at thousands of rallies. It is absolutely appropriate that we hold a major No Kings rally right here in the St. Paul, Minneapolis area. When historians write about this dangerous moment in American history, when they write about courage and sacrifice, the people of Minnesota will deserve a special chapter for themselves. In the face of unprecedented occupation of this city by ICE, Trump's domestic army, this community stood up and with extraordinary solidarity fought back and won. Minnesota showed the American people and, in fact, the world what democracy is about, what grassroots activism is about, and what standing up for the American ideals of freedom and justice is about. And I want to thank my colleagues, Amy Klobuchar and Tina Smith, for their leadership in the Senate on this issue. And today, we remember and honor two brave Americans, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, who lost their lives in the struggle. And we promise their families and their friends that these two heroes will not have died in vain. Their sacrifice has inspired and will continue to inspire the American people in the never-ending struggle for justice. As all of you know, we are living in an unprecedented and dangerous moment in American history. In many ways, the future of our country, and in fact the entire world, is hanging in the balance. And the actions that we take now will determine what the future looks like. The choices that we face are clear. In the wealthiest country in the history of the world, at a time of massive breakthroughs in technology, we now have the opportunity to create a nation in which all people can enjoy a dignified standard of living, where we wipe out bigotry and hatred, and where all of us can live in peace and participate in a vibrant democracy. Where the foundation of our nation is built on love, compassion, human solidarity, and an understanding As your great former senator, the late Paul Wellstone, said, we all do better when we all do better. And that is one vision for the future, a vision that, in my view, the vast majority of the American people share. But there is another vision out there as well, a darker vision. It is a vision which says that we must give up on democracy, that we are too stupid and inept to govern ourselves, and that we must put more and more power into the hands of one man. It is a vision that says we should accept an economy in which a handful of oligarchs have unbelievable wealth, while the vast majority of our people struggle to put food on the table.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
It is a vision that says that the only thing that matters in life is the accumulation of money and power. And that it is okay if we lie, cheat, and steal to achieve those goals. It is a vision which says that we must hate each other because of where we were born. Hate each other because of a different language that someone speaks. Hate each other because of the differences in the color of our skin, or our religion, or our sexual orientation. It is a vision that foments hatred and hatred and hatred, division, division, and division. It is an Orwellian vision which says that we must live in a constant state of fear, that we must always have an enemy, and that we must always be at war. It is a vision which says that we have unlimited amounts of money for bombs and guns and killing, but never enough money to feed our children, provide affordable housing, or enable our parents to retire with dignity. Today, here in Minnesota, in Vermont, and in every state in the country, we say loudly and proudly that as Americans, we will never forsake our heritage. We will never accept authoritarianism. We will never accept oligarchy. And we will never accept a president who is a pathological liar.
Not gonna do it.
A kleptocrat and a narcissist who is undermining the Constitution of the United States and the rule of law every day. We will never accept government policy that gives massive tax breaks to billionaires, throws 15 million Americans off the health care they have, breaks unions, denies women the right to control their own bodies, and is pushing the planet closer and closer to a climate crisis. In the last year, I must confess, I've been thinking a lot about American history, about the men and women in 1776 who, with unbelievable courage, announced to the world that they would no longer be ruled by the King of England, who had absolute power over their lives. These patriots demanded freedom, and they fought a bloody revolutionary war against the most powerful military in the world to achieve that freedom. And they won. And after their military victory, they established the first democratic form of government in modern history. In 1789, they said loudly and boldly to the entire world, here in this new nation of America, we don't want kings. And let us never forget the extraordinary and powerful words they left to us. Quote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." And today, in 2026, our message is exactly the same. No more kings. We will not allow this country to descend into authoritarianism or oligarchy. In America, we, the people, will rule. But let us be clear. This moment is not just about one man's greed, one man's corruption, or one man's contempt for our Constitution. This is about a handful of the wealthiest people on earth who, in their insatiable greed, have taken over our economy, have taken over our political system, have taken over our media in order to enrich themselves at the expense of the working families of our country. Brothers and sisters, never before in American history have so few had so much wealth and so much power. Never before in American history has there been such extreme levels of income and wealth inequality, with the top 1% now owning, if you can believe it, more wealth than the bottom 93%.
This makes me want to burn this motherfucker down. Come on, Boogie, let's burn this motherfucker down! Come on! Boogie!
Never before in American history had we seen the super rich expand their wealth so rapidly. Last year alone, after receiving the largest tax break in history, 938 billionaires in America, fewer than 1,000 people, became $1.5 trillion richer.
What?
And our president, honest Donald Trump, became over $1 billion richer himself.
This is ridiculous.
Never before in American history have we seen a ruling class within a corrupt campaign finance system spends so much money to buy politicians. In the coming midterm elections, the billionaires will spend many, many hundreds of millions of dollars to make sure that government continues to work for them and not working families. Meanwhile, while the richest people in America become much, much richer, 60% of our people here in Minnesota, in Vermont, and all over this country are living paycheck to paycheck, struggling to put food on the table, struggling to pay their rent and their mortgage, struggling to pay for child care and education, and struggling to put a few bucks aside for a decent retirement. In America today, tens of thousands of our people die every year unnecessarily because they cannot afford to go to a doctor. And unless we change how our economy works, our younger generation, our kids, for the first time in modern history, will have a lower standard of living than their parents. So today, we not only say no to Trump's authoritarianism, we say no to Mr. Musk, no to Mr. Bezos and Mr. Zuckerberg and Mr. Ellison and all the other multi-billionaires. You cannot have it all. We will create an economy that works for all Americans, not just the 1%. Brothers and sisters, it is not just the authoritarianism of the Trump administration that we must combat. It is not just the oligarchs and their insatiable greed that we must combat. Now, as the news literally of today reminds us, we have got to stop the out-of-control militarism of the Trump administration, whether it is here at home in cities like Minneapolis and St. Paul or abroad. Let us be honest. The American people were lied to about the war in Vietnam. We were lied to about the war in Iraq. And we are being lied to today about the war in Iran. This war must end immediately. In the last election, Donald Trump pointed out correctly the huge amounts of money that had been wasted in wars that should have been spent rebuilding America. He campaigned as a peace candidate, and he promised no more forever wars. He lied. 1 month ago, Trump and his partner, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, started a war with Iran. This war is unconstitutional. Trump did not seek or receive authorization from Congress. This war is a violation of international law. One sovereign nation cannot simply go about attacking another sovereign nation for any reason it chooses. Since this war began, 13 American soldiers have been killed and hundreds have been wounded, including another 12 yesterday. In Iran, nearly 2,000 civilians have been killed and many more wounded, and 498 schools have been bombed by American and Israeli missiles. In Lebanon, more than 1,000 people are dead, and more than 1 million Lebanese people, 15% of their population, have been displaced from their homes. In Israel, 20 people have been killed and over 5,000 wounded. In the West Bank, Israeli vigilantes are burning down homes and killing Palestinians.
Illegal.
At a time when gas prices are soaring, when many Americans cannot afford the basic necessities of life, it is estimated that this war has already cost $1 trillion. At a time when the American people are politically divided, there is one issue that is bringing us together. Conservatives, moderates, and progressives are speaking out in unison: end this war. And as a U.S. Senator, I want to just mention to you about what I intend to do about it. First, we have got to make sure that Congress does not send another $200 billion to fight this war. Trump's supplemental appropriation for the war in Iran must be defeated. Secondly, I will be forcing a vote in the Senate on legislation to block the sale of nearly $1 billion in weapons to the Israeli military for bombs and bulldozers. A nation, a government that has committed genocide in Gaza does not need more military support from American taxpayers. My fellow Americans, we are all proud to live in a country which throughout our history has inspired people throughout the world to struggle for freedom, for democracy, and justice. And we understand that when we stand together and not let demagogues divide us up, we can continue to inspire the world to believe in a brighter future. Yes, we can create a vibrant democracy by ending Citizens United and not allow billionaires to buy elections. Yes, we can create an economy that works for every man, woman, and child in our country, and not just a handful of billionaires. Yes, we can make certain that the revolutionary technologies of artificial intelligence and robotics are used to improve life for all of us and not just make the rich owners of that technology even richer. Yes, we can and must join the rest of the industrialized world and guarantee health care as a human right for all of our people. Yes, instead of spending $1 trillion a year on the military, we can wipe out homelessness and build millions of units of low-income and affordable housing. Yes, in the richest country on earth, we can have the best public educational system in the world, tuition-free from childcare to graduate school. Yes, we can expand Social Security and radically improve our pension system so that every senior in America can retire with dignity. Yes, we can raise the minimum wage to a living wage and guarantee every worker the right to join a union. Yes, we can guarantee that every woman in this country has the right to control her own body. And yes, when billionaires are paying an effective tax rate lower than a truck driver or a nurse, we can and must make certain that the top 1% and large profitable corporations start paying their fair share of taxes. My fellow Americans,
my God. That sign is brutal. Stop calling Trump Hitler. Hitler was never accused of sex crimes. Wow. Got a lot of interesting chats in here. I've been waiting for a spot to pause. That was the best time I could find. What a sign. Corwin Chelway still saying a bunch of fascinating things in the Twitch chat. I don't even know where to start with you. Some of what you're saying is totally fair. Other things you're saying are ridiculous. How do we get money out of politics? Constitutional amendment? Or we could get rid of the Republican majority in the Supreme Court? Christ8547 on the vertical stream saying peshe through strength. I'm assuming you meant to say peace through strength, but you've said, I think, is it pesche? I forget how it's said in Italian. I think you've just said the word for fish. Peace through strength, though, is a really dumb sentence. It's one of the dumbest sentences. Peace through war. Peace through war. It's a very stupid thing to say. It's... what's it called? It's self-contradictory. The thing you're saying is inherently flawed.
my fellow Americans, the establishment, including the corporate media and many of my colleagues in Congress, want you to believe that you are powerless. They want you to believe that you cannot change the status quo, that because of their wealth and their influence, there is nothing you can do to combat them. But that is a lie. Throughout the history of our country, when Americans have stood up and fought for justice, they have prevailed. The founders of our country did it when they stood up to King George. The abolitionists did it when they ended slavery. The working class did it when they stood up to their bosses and formed unions. The suffragettes did it when they demanded that women have the right to vote. The LGBT community did it when they demanded basic human rights. Time and time again, in difficult moments in American history, our people stood up, fought back, and won. They did it then, we can and will do it now. Today, March 28th, 2026, millions of Americans are out on the street demanding freedom, democracy, and justice. But we must make certain today is not the end of our struggle, it is the beginning. Together, when we stand united, we can and will create the kind of nation that you and I know that we can become. Thank you all very much.
Utterly fucking massive crowd here in Minnesota, St. Paul at the Capitol, the State House. Bernie Sanders giving an epic speech. Denver was fun today. Glad to hear it too negative. Hopefully many of you managed to make it out to the protests. I was there. We may have been marching together. Who knows? All right, let's go to the Zateo live stream, see what they were doing over there. See what these guys were up to. Oh, wait. This is the wrong one. Hold on. This is not the one. The Zateo live stream. Which ended only like 45 minutes ago, apparently. I can't get to the live stream. It really doesn't. Full screen, please. There we go. Thank you. Money out of politics is a bipartisan corruption. Both sides love it. Yeah, except Republicans haven't introduced any fucking bills to actually prevent it. And they're the ones who have made the current reality the one we're living in, right? Like, you're saying it's bipartisan, and to some degree you're right, but the Supreme Court, the Republican Supreme Court, are the ones who upheld Citizens United. And that's why money in politics is a thing. That's why money is considered speech, which is maybe one of the most nonsensical things.
Don't know how to show up and show out. Are you so proud of your?
Oh, okay. Is it just a restream of this? It is. Okay. All right, well, I guess we're going to skip that one. Skip the Zateo stream. Let's see what Don Lemon. Don Lemon and the boys. All right, not just the boys. Joy Reid, too. Don Lemon, Jim Acosta. Joy Reid. Hanging out. I haven't seen any of these, I'm not gonna lie. I just threw this all together. Tried to put it in a fairly cohesive order. So.
And hello, everyone. Look, we're back. And what you're about to witness today may go down as one of the most significant days of civic action in American history. We're going to be following it here. Action across the country, the streets of D.C. Jim Acosta's there, small town squares, red states from the Arctic Circle to the plazas of Paris, Rome, Berlin. This is crazy, Joy Reid. Millions, Madrid, millions of Americans and their allies. All on board and all abroad, they're celebrating and also saying there are no kings in America.
Yes, amen. And this is the first significant no kings in the actual 250th year of America's separation from the previous Mad King George, the 250th birthday of the United States. This is No Kings 3. And it is actually really exciting to be here with you guys. It's always great to come back together, but also to see people stand up and resist and say no.
Yeah. And you know what I like is that, Joy, the person, we'll share the secret. The person who does the most work is Jim Acosta because he's out there pounding the pavement.
We're comfortably
like Joy in our comfortable studios and Mr. Jim Acosta. I know, having my coffee that I ordered in. So Jim Acosta is out there. Jim, I understand that you're at a rally, you're on a bridge, and you are with the folks who are walking to the rally.
Yeah.
Jim, good to be with you. Take it away. What's going on, my friend?
Yeah, guys,
I'm not gonna lie, that is bougie as fuck. Not gonna lie, ordering coffee, that's bougie as shit. Okay. I think we can be bothered to leave the house. No, Don, we can't pick up. We go and just make the coffee ourselves. Really, you're ordering it.
This is
it's a little ridiculous.
Right now, I am in Washington. I'm on the Frederick Douglass Bridge, kind of near Nationals Park, where the Washington Nationals play, and there's a big No Kings March that is going to come across this bridge in about 30 or 45 minutes from now. So we're hitting the stage. But we were just down on the National Mall earlier today. There were thousands of people down there. There was another march that went across the Memorial Bridge to the Lincoln Memorial. And so, yes, this is a little bit of work. It's good. It's good work if you can find it. I'm getting my steps in as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. But no, we're already seeing the protesters start to line up over here and get ready for this big march across the bridge. And what they're telling us, this part of the No Kings demonstrations today, is that this one might go by Stephen Miller's house. I'm not sure about that, but that's what some of the organizers are saying. So this could get interesting. We'll keep you posted on that. But I love being back with you guys.
Might be a Nosferatu sighting at the protest.
This is the part that I love most of all, is just being reunited with you guys, because we had so much fun the last couple of times. So we'll have some more fun today.
Was that a strategy for them to go by there?
I think so. And, a lot of these administration officials.
Pitchforks Dragon, horizontal stream is better than vertical and Twitch stream. Wow. Shots fired.
They've moved on a military base, so I don't know. We're supposed to go by that or something and make some noise near that. I don't know how all of this is going to play out. I'm just here, Don, as you know, reporting from the scene. And so we'll see how this goes. But yeah, my sense is that they're going to try to start some good trouble today. I guess you could call it that. But no, earlier when we were down in the mall, there were thousands of people down there. It was so bad, you couldn't even get a signal down there. So we raced over here to do this. But it's going to be exciting to watch today. And as Joy was saying, this idea, this concept of no kings, this should not be a foreign concept to people who believe in democracy in this country. And oh yeah, it's the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. So we got some stuff to talk about today.
Yeah, we do. And and we've got people everywhere. Jim, I want you to stand by, jump in if what you're seeing. But it's interesting that you said you weren't getting any cell service because or poor service because there were so many people. Joy and I have been talking about it. I haven't seen as much PR, especially in the mainstream media, as I saw for the first, and we didn't see that much. Remember, they didn't even cover the days of the rally. We were out here all day covering it. So I'm just wondering what the turnout is going to be, since I don't believe that it's getting much press beyond social and digital media. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if you guys are seeing the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, we've been monitoring it on our end to try to see
if,
Go on. No, go ahead, Jim.
No, go ahead, Joe. Yeah. No, I was going to say it's partly because I think, a lot of these networks are afraid to report on this stuff.
Right.
Joy and I were talking about this yesterday. And Don, we talked about this too. These networks, they're afraid to report on this stuff.
Okay, we can't watch the whole Lemon live stream. Skip around a little bit, see what they were up to here. Oh boy, have a lot of guests coming on here.
And I just wanted to say quickly, Don, I navigated newsrooms for 25 years. I studied journalism at the Clark Atlanta University. I built newsrooms. I got my start at CNN back in 2000. This is the time for everybody to gasp. No way, you were live in 2000? Yes, I was. But, so it's even more heartbreaking to see what's happening to that network before my own eyes. I built a newsroom. I was a bureau chief here in DC. Joy and I obviously both anchored shows. And so we know the difference between somebody who's just giving their opinion, somebody who's an actually trained journalist who's skilled in fact finding, and of course our friends in print media. We always know there's that gap between the print folks who are like, we're the real journalists. You broadcast people are worried about makeup. But it's true, so that print media that matters as well. So even shout out to our print media folks on Substack and wherever else they're building. I just want to make that clear to your audiences.
Amen.
Yeah,
Amen. Amen. You get an amen.
I love what Tiffany was saying there because, just think about we just need to take in what we're doing today. Don was arrested earlier this year. The Trump administration is bragging about kicking Joy and I off of the air. And yet we're still here. And Tiffany, you're still here. And Steve Schmidt, he's still here. And we're all collaborating in something new. The media landscape is shifting beneath our feet in real time. And this is the beginning of what's next. And we can hold the administration accountable. We can hold the president of the United States accountable just as well as the networks, or better than the networks, because we do it in this new space where we don't have executives breathing down our necks and saying, oh, you better be careful. Be careful talking about Donald Trump. Don and I both know this all too well. We didn't have to worry about that until Donald Trump came along.
I'm just going to keep skimming through the Lemon cast. See what they were getting up to over here. Now, of course, everybody's saying the future of journalism is independent media. But the true future of journalism is independent galactic media from space. So, just a reminder. Just a reminder to folks, hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. Help keep the Galactic News Network alive. Without you, we would cease to exist. That would suck.
Declining influence, they still have influence.
Steve, I want to know you as I sort of, can I call you a political historian type? I know that's not your official title. But I know you're not Meacham, but you do something that's much more pointed. And but I want to know how you think history will look back on this time of the MAGA regime, the MAGA administration, its attacks on institutions, its attacks and dismantling of the media, the dismantling of the #1 biggest, most important news program in the world, 60 Minutes, and the network on which that show aired.
John Kennedy talked about the High Court of History, and the High Court of History will judge MAGA and Donald Trump brutally. He's the worst president in American history. I don't have a doubt in my mind that 20 years from now, it will be very, very difficult to find anybody in the country who cops to voting for Donald Trump, to being behind any of this madness. We have set down a catastrophic path over 12 years. And all I can say is that after the Dred Scott decision, Frederick Douglass was very depressed. And he was shocked out of his depression by Sojourner Truth, who asked him this question: is God dead? And for Douglass, it jolted him because he was a very faithful man, and he realized immediately that he was guilty of a type of idolatry, that he had put his faith in a Supreme Court, an institution of men. And when he gave a speech decrying this decision, he talked about that maybe there's a necessitous link, an unforeseen, unseen necessitous link in the chain of events that can't be properly understood in the moment, but he said will lead to the downfall of the entire institution of slavery. And that's what we got to think about in this moment, is not so much how we got here, though it's important that we understand how it is that we got here, but how it is that we're going to have a reawakening in the country, and how it is that we're going to get out of this mess. An era of reform and renewal and a renewed patriotism that follows this Trump disaster. And so we see the power of the media. We just spent a bunch of time talking about it to shape the narrative. But the reality is that the American people look at this, and 70% of them almost, 30% approval. His numbers are in a state of collapse. We are in the early hours of a war we are losing, and the economic shocks from that event have not yet hit American soil, but they will.
Yeah.
And so when we look at this moment, history's going to judge it brutally. It's going to judge the collaborators brutally. It's going to judge the Lindsey Grahams brutally. It's going to judge every person who knew better but did what John Kennedy warned about, which is try to seek power by trying to ride the back of the tiger only to wind up inside. And so,
can I ask you?
Yeah,
sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I didn't want to interrupt what you were saying because I was so captivated by it. But just hearing you go through history and having the very wise counsel of, yeah, we got to talk about how we got here. But right now, like, let's talk about how we move forward. And I do see, I mean, you, a longtime member of the Republican Party, but there were always Republican policies that were harmful. So while Donald Trump may be less articulate, he's still echoing some of these same sentiments. And so as I see people who voted for Trump not once but twice, who support some of his policies, but when they're hit at the gas tank and they say, oh, well, now I'm done with him, or when something very specifically tailor-made harms them and then they say, okay, I'm done with him, people say we have to welcome them because, you know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, or, you know, it's a coalition building. And I'll be honest with you, Steve, that's not my ministry. I am not equipped to align with people who have always believed a certain thing. I think they may be more receptive to hear what you have to say. So I'm just curious from you, this rational person who I know who I've been on air with so many times, what is the message that you say to those people who may still hold some of those racist beliefs, sexist beliefs, people who are anti-trans, but they want to come align on this side because something very specifically impacted them?
I think one thing that's important to understand is, like, at this moment when he's at a 30% approval, he can only lose another 4 points. His floor is at about 26%. And so trying to understand his cult, trying to rationalize it, trying to reach out to the lowest common denominator, I don't have a lot of interest in it as well. I think it's a huge mistake and I know you're not doing this, but to look at the Democratic Party as on the one side there's good and then on the other there's bad.
Yeah, definitely.
I think the failures have been profound in both parties that led us to this moment. No society that doesn't have a lot of rot doesn't have a President Trump. And when I hear you talk about that person who says, I'm off the train because gas prices are high, I think you have to be open to that person, but you have to be open to that person not on their terms, but on your terms. And at the end of the day, the thing that we have to all be for, that we can't compromise on, is that we believe in the checks and balances. We believe in a president, not a dictator. We believe that elections have consequences, that we decide who leads, who has power, and that we believe in the freedom of speech, and we believe in the freedom of religion, and we believe in the separation of church and state, and we believe in these things without compromise. And we're not going to negotiate them with Donald Trump. And I think that we have to be able to see disagreement in good faith without backing up from the central proposition that our whole cornerstone of our society, our civilization, is rooted in the idea that we're all equal, endowed by a creator, however you conceive of him or her.
He's Gary. He's Gary. Oops, that sound shot didn't work. Okay. Let's keep things moving here. Oh, looks like they have a whole bunch of guests on here, including Francesca Fiorentini on the Lemon Livecast. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Anybody else here know that Francesca made an appearance here? Oh, boy. Okay, now we're talking. Franny Fio.
The agricultural barons, the business barons, the dukes, and the viscounts of our new age. And that's what politics in a populist era that the Democrats have to find their way to, that's what it's going to look like. And so FDR had the problem, we have the problem, and we have to deal with it as a country because it's a very significant one.
Yeah, indeed.
The host of the Bituation Room is here. I love that name. The Bituation Room podcast and contributor to Zateo.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Joins us as well. Welcome. You're here with Steve Schmidt, Joy Reid, of course.
Hello.
Jack Cocciarella.
Hello.
Jack is already getting us in trouble, probably getting us demonetized by demonizing people. And
Jack's just sitting there. I love that you're just picking on him.
Yeah, he's literally doing nothing wrong and
Thrown
just
under the bus
catching strays.
I did everything right if I was in the manosphere. You said, Jack,
the reason I was asking
that
about
was the opening question. Is he in the manosphere? Don, I love you, Don, but I'm going to have to take up for Jack on this one.
But there's a method to my madness. I was asking what he's hearing out there in the zeitgeist, because there are a lot of folks in the manosphere who are all of a sudden having buyer's remorse. And as are, I have to be honest with you, some of our Latino brothers and sisters who are, I saw this report in the New York Times in the Rio Grande, where most of them switched over to vote for Donald Trump. And now they're losing their businesses. They're going bankrupt, and they're saying they didn't think that it was going to happen to them. So it's surprising to me that these people didn't know this was going to happen when he's doing pretty much everything he said he was going to do, and a lot of what he said he wasn't going to do, like, forever wars and bring the, price of things down. None of that is happening. Gas is up. So what are you hearing out there? Jack Cocciarella, that's for you.
Me. Okay,
Cat got your tongue?
Yeah, a little bit.
When you see
I thought maybe you had some buyer's remorse
and you were by the rudeness. Yeah, I don't think he was over it.
Well, I saw some interesting polling developments that the dissatisfied generation, that is my generation, Gen Z, is incredibly dissatisfied with Donald Trump and his presidency right now. We saw a swing of Trump sitting at about November 2024, -1 approval with 18 to 29, and that's gone to -51 points on Donald Trump's approval. But we are in or at least my generation is one of great just general dissatisfaction that can happen quite quickly. And I think that's why when we talk about what our response has to be, it can't be, bemoaning the institutions or the fact that Chuck Schumer didn't get to, sign some paperwork for an illegal war, but instead that we create big structural change that does not bring us to these places again. And that instead of being heartbroken for the institutions. We actually care for the people who are hurting, because if not, we will just be switching back party
I'll be right
control
back,
every
everybody.
2 in 4 years. If we just
Yes.
allow democratic leadership to continue to fail us, everyone will continue to fail. And I think that we have a unique moment. I think the three of us, Francesca, Joy, we're all going to be at the Choose Your Fighter rally later tonight with the Progressive Victory Fund. And I think right now is a moment for leaders who want something different. Because if we don't, everyone will just continue to be dissatisfied. But that is all to say, young people are pissed and they are looking for someone to cultivate that anger. They could just happily sit with it and stew, or someone could do something about it to energize them. I think there's always been a belief that all young people will organize ourselves. And I was, really hoping that would happen. It's not gonna. We need someone to excite us. Like, we're a generation of people that can't call to make our own doctor's appointments. So don't expect us to organize independently all the time. There are a lot of us who will. But there's a lot of us who will, but you got to give us a reason to show up. Okay. Some of us are scared to call the dentist.
I want to ask Jim or sorry, Francesca, Jim or Steve, I want to hear from some of the protesters who are out there. If you guys, if there's someone around you guys, we'd love to hear from some of them.
I want to, can I just piggyback on Jack, what Jack was saying really quick, and also what Joy and Reed was saying. Joy, I appreciate the question. Look, I came of political consciousness when I was 17 and George W. Bush stole an election. And so when I moved to New York in 2001 to go to NYU, what happened in September of 2001? Yes. 9/11 and the ensuing war on terror. It changed my life. It made me a lifelong anti-war activist. And so, you know what? All these years later, I have a 3-year-old, and no, I'm pissed that we have to go back into the streets and fight against yet another war in the Middle East. And I think Jack put it really well. A lot of this also has to do with democratic leadership and their fecklessness. I think that we've had, 30 years now, 20 years to basically change the narrative around forever wars, around U.S. militarism. And yet every single time, whether it's Nancy Pelosi, whether it's Hakeem Jeffries, our leadership constantly sort of, they, for lack of a better term, pussyfoot around when it comes to should we be moving money out of this bloated military into things that actually keep us safe, like having healthcare, like having a roof over your head, right? Like having access, not even access, guarantee of an education. These are the things that actually keep us safe in this country. We have a massive national priorities problem, and we've had it for decades. And so it's on democratic leadership to show the vision. Because Don, to your point, I think a lot of voters who voted for Trump in 2024, they were like, look, I don't like the guy and I think he lies, but there's some sort of vision. He's at least naming a pain. Whereas I feel like people felt like the sort of endless fake positivity of the Harris campaign was not even tapping into what they were actually feeling and the pain they were going through. And last thought, Jack, you mentioned young people. Look, man, young people been showing up. They showed up in Occupy Wall Street, okay? If you want to go back to my era, we showed up in the anti-war movement. We showed up in Occupy Wall Street. We showed up for the March for Our Lives to stop this endless gun violence. We've shown up for against genocide. We've shown up against genocide. And of course, we cannot forget how we showed up and showed out for Black lives and saying, stop murdering people in the streets. We need massive police and criminal justice reform. And what happened? Where's the change? What did Democrats deliver?
Again and again.
So this is the thing. Young people have shown up. We've done our part. They have done their part. We need to be met halfway. Because the movement's there, the anger, the organizing, it's there. But stop chiding us and telling them, no, little child, you don't understand. We can't protect you from death. Or what are we, politicians? Are we leaders in this country? So that's what I would say to the idea that the youth are not active. I think they are, but I think they're cynical.
Yeah, and I mean, that is a generational problem that's gone on since Vietnam. Young people protested Vietnam, they kept bombing, and then added Cambodia. Young people, I am from the anti-George W. Bush war generation as well, because I was sternly against that war on Iraq.
Y'all are
they did
young.
It anyway, and they expanded it. And the problem is, we can't make them stop doing these wars. And the parties, both of them, neither of them are listening. they're not listening on genocide. They're just not listening. I think that is very true. That's not just one side. Can we look at what's going on there? Jim Acosta looks like he's got an adorable guest there.
I've got a couple of adorable guests, mother and daughter right here. Is that right? And this young lady right here is holding a sign that says the Holocaust started with mass deportations. Oof. And, you know, I mean, that is something, guys, that I've been seeing all day long, is people are saying, fuck ICE. They are saying that ICE has gone way overboard in this country. And sorry for using that language in front of you. You're a young lady, but I imagine that's how you guys feel, that this is something that you're very much passionate about. Very passionate about. Yeah. And I'm rise up, rise against, they're saying. And I mean, but seriously, this is what we've been seeing all day long down here in Washington, D.C., is that I see people talking about the Epstein files. I see people talking about mass deportations.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Even little Liam. Everybody's talking about little Liam today. Guys, it struck such a chord all over the country, what this administration has done to little kids, putting them in detention camps, families in detention camps. I mean, it's not who we are as a country. And I'm sure you guys hear this from time to time. I get the comment on my show from some of the people in the comments. They'll say, well, it is who we are now. And I push back on that. And I say, no, you can think that that's where we are right now as a country, but that doesn't have to be who we are permanently as a country. And that's why you have events like No Kings. So we don't have mass deportations leading to far worse things that we've seen in our history as a people.
Jim, I would say for the moment, though, that is who we are. It doesn't have to be permanently, but I do believe that's.
Thank you, ladies.
It's
Thank
happening.
You so much.
It is happening, and it's good to see those. You were talking about young people; they were very young.
Yeah,
that's very important.
Well, I was a mom and a daughter. I think is a mom and a daughter.
Oh.
Is that right? Very nice. I love
oh my gosh, well, mom is young. Ask mom what she's taking, because I want to.
We're all young. No one is old until they say they are. And by the way, let me.
Yeah, and how old is Don Lemon exactly? He's talking about like he's old man River over here.
I'm staying in the race.
Oh my God, Don Lemon's 60 years old. What? I just looked it up. Don Lemon was born in 1966. That's what are you talking about? Dude looks like he's like 45 or something.
His age is but a number. Steve, I know you got to run. So if you have an exit comment before we free you to your No Kings weekend, Steve, if you want to give us your outro. Give us your big outro.
Well, the crowd is starting to fill in here next to the Pacific Ocean in Santa Monica. And what I just
Can you show us around, Steve? Is there any way you can move your camera or no? Just so we can see. Can you do a little spin?
Around? They want you to show the camera around.
There we go.
Oh, yay. That's great, Steve. Go ahead.
We're getting a lot of people.
Okay, Santa Monica.
Fill in now here in Santa Monica. And there's a lot more walking coming into the area. We got police helicopters. We got mounted policemen on the horses. Santa Monica police smiling, friendly in their disposition to everybody. A lot of very funny signs. But there's about 200 some odd days until the midterm elections. And this is part of exercising the muscles for that choice. And we're going to see more protests over the spring, over the course of the summer. We have the desecrative event, this mixed martial arts match on the White House lawn on June the 19th, Trump's birthday. It's also Flag Day. It's also the anniversary.
When he says it like that, it does. It sounds even more ridiculous than. Oh God! Yes, they're having a mixed martial arts tournament on the White House lawn. It's all I can think of is fucking Mortal Kombat now. The way he said it, mixed martial arts tournament or whatever he said. Now it's all I can think about. It's all I can think about. Oh God.
Of George Washington taking command of the Continental Army 251 years ago. So as we move now closer to this momentous anniversary,
Choose your destiny. Flawless victory.
Oh my God, what a stupid timeline that we live in right now. Why are we having a mixed martial arts tournament at the White House? It doesn't actually make any sense. When you say it out loud, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Adams and all of the founding fathers, I think, are looking down and they're cheering for us. They understand that we won't have a big celebration this year, that we're going to have acts of defiance in this country, that we won't submit to this, we won't bow down to it. And when you look out today, it's just a reminder that our politics today isn't divided by progressive versus centrist. It's divided not by right versus left, but by right versus wrong. And we have a supreme moral test for the nation ahead of us. And when you see 1 million people, 3,100 places all over the country with people coming out and saying no more, enough, that's a powerful thing.
Steve Schmidt.
Okay. What else? What else should we check out here? Crystal Ball. And Wajahat Ali as well. Oh my God, look at this group.
I call it now in honor of George W. Bush, our first warmonger president. Thank you all both for being here. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I really appreciate
saying
it.
in Tennessee, I know
Hi,
it's
guys. I
Texas,
just want
probably
to say
Tennessee,
before we
that
get
says fool me once.
into these conversations that you're about to have. The march is now heading across the Frederick Douglass Bridge. The tech demons are not interfering with our signal right now. I just want to let you know, give you a status update. We are finally going across the bridge, and I have kind of a clear signal. But Tara, I don't want to take
Jim
away
is
from
like,
Tara. I love
team,
you some Tara.
we're here and we're working
Same,
for
Jim,
you.
same.
Hey, also, I got to interrupt for one quick second because I have
Go
the
for it.
U.S. I got the elected U.S. rep for D.C. right here, Oye. I can say your last name.
No worries, Oye Owolewa.
I get it wrong every time. But he's got to run. I didn't want to lose him. How much does it mean to you as the elected representative here to see these people gather in D.C.?
Absolutely. It's really inspiring to see so many people from D.C. and beyond be here for No King's Day #3. You know, being that D.C. doesn't have a vote, oftentimes people think that we're voiceless, and we're proving that wrong right now. We're going to Stephen Miller's home, and we're telling him that ICE needs to go, National Guard needs to go, and D.C. should be free from all federal oppression.
And your message to the people in D.C., your constituents?
Well, like I said before, we may not have a vote, but that doesn't mean we don't have a voice. And with so much happening, including the ICE headquarters coming to Southeast DC, we need to activate and mobilize against it. That's why on April 14th, we're going to go to Clark Construction and protest them and make sure they remove themselves from that project. We may lack a vote, we don't lack our voice and our fighting spirit.
There you go. Yeah. So if you're in D.C., this is your rep. They know that. But we have a voice, don't have a vote. Thank you so much, Oye.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Tara Setmeyer is very patriotic today with her flag in the background, and she's driving. What do you?
Hopefully
Tara, what
not
did you experience?
driving. Hopefully
no,
riding.
She's not driving. She's sitting.
Okay.
She is parked. She is parked. Is she frozen? I think Tara's
She's frozen. Oh no, she's moving. There we go.
Hey, Tara.
I'm here.
Hey, Tara. How are you?
I'm stationary.
Good. Do not start that car. Tell us what this means. I just downloaded your Seneca Project video this morning. Put it on my Instagram. It's excellent. You guys have been out there doing a lot of great messaging. And hey, Crystal, it's good to see both of you ladies.
Hey, lady.
So let's talk about what this means for both of you. Crystal, I know I'll be with you a little bit later in Choose Your Fighter, but let me start with you, Tara. But what does this mean on your end of the aisle? I mean, you used to be a Republican. This is your former crowd. They've gone wonky on you. They've gone monarchist. And I asked this question earlier in the show, but I would love for you to answer it as well. What does it mean 250 years after the Declaration of Independence that we're again fighting monarchists and they're in your former party?
Well, first of all, thank you guys for having me, and thank you for downloading the video. I don't know which one you downloaded. We did 4
This
No
Land is
Kings
Your
promos.
Land.
Ah, great.
Love
That
that
one
song.
is near and dear to my heart because the voices you hear in that are actual protesters from prior No Kings marches that our editors were able to put together and add that to the visuals of This Land. And I just think that song, when Indivisible came to us and asked us to do some promos for them, that song, they were like, it just encompasses the moment that we're in. And I said, absolutely. So I'm so glad. I hope folks enjoy that one. We also did the attack ad that ran on Fox News called Weak. So I hope Trump saw that because, you know, we're good at that audience of one stuff. Anyway, you know, it's interesting because we look at this and I look at the idea of patriotism, and so many Republicans are the ones who are like, we're the patriots, you know, the flag and America and rah rah, all of that. And then it's like, you're sitting here now and allowing this man to dishonor what this country was founded upon, to dishonor everything about what this 250th anniversary of our independence represents. And yet they try to cloak themselves in patriotism. And Joy, Don, you guys have known me a long time. Don, you've known me a long time. And you know that I've always been consistent about the fact that what Donald Trump is doing and what Republicans are allowing is anathema to what Republicans were supposed to claim they believed, which is why I was a never Trumper from the very beginning. And for this 10 years that we've been fighting this malignancy of Trumpism, this.
Oh, right. She's a never Trumper. I forgot about who this woman is. She is a Republican. She's a Republican never Trumper. So brave. Oh, so brave.
Independents who did vote for him. And then, of course, the Democratic base is really energized and, in a sense, very radicalized as well. One of the things we were talking to people about is, you know, what do they think of the war in Iran? They were just utterly disgusted and horrified. They didn't have these little like, well, he didn't check with Congress first. It was, no, this is wrong. This is immoral. This is the opposite of what he said he was going to do. So everybody was on the same page there. Obviously, you know, the animus towards Trump is very strong with the people we were talking to. But there was also a very consistent frustration with Democratic Party leadership where they said, look, we're out here doing everything we can do. We're not getting paid. We're not elected to any position. And here we are raising our voices and trying to organize and do whatever we can think to do. Where are you? So that was one of the prevailing sentiments. And I'm talking about, Joy, from people who are like, you know, Dem party chairs or secretaries. These are not lefty outsiders. These are people who are in the firmament of the party who had a lot of those frustrations. So I thought that was pretty interesting to see how mainstream that sentiment is as well.
Yeah, I think that when you talk about what Tara Setmeyer was talking about, the sort of dishonor that's befallen the Republican Party, I think the dishonor is shared. And I think one of the challenges in trying to sort of frame this as a D versus R moment is that a lot of people who tend to vote Democratic feel just as despondent and disappointed in their party, whether it's the genocide or whether it's the promises made and they haven't felt kept. I think that's one of the challenges. That's why I keep asking the organizers that are joining this call, Don and Jim, you know, what we do with this, because it doesn't feel like it necessarily redounds to the benefit of a party or the Democratic Party, Crystal, because the Democratic Party itself is quite corporate. If you give us your take on that while we see who Jim Acosta is pulling together. But Crystal, what do you make of that?
Yeah, well, that's part of the reckoning, I think, that's going on right now. I mean, we're doing, Joy, you're participating in this Choose Your Fighters anti-war rally we're doing with a bunch of progressive candidates, some of whom are challenging Democratic incumbents. And part of the message there is we have to have a party that is willing to stand up to capital, that is willing to stand up to organize money, whether it be APAC or Big Pharma, you know, the forces that have upheld the status quo and helped march us into this fascist moment. So, you know, that's the place where I'm hopeful because, yeah, the Democratic Party as it stands today, listen, are they vastly better than Republicans?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. No doubt about it. Okay, let's be totally clear. But is it sufficient? No, they left the door open for the return of this fascist to the White House and exactly the moment we're in. So, you know, to Don's point about whether I'm hopeful or whether I'm depressed, I would say all of the above. I mean, the moment is extremely dire. I don't want to underplay it. We are literally facing World War III, potential economic calamity. I mean, it could not be worse in terms of what we're facing. We're also facing an authoritarian who, yes, will use war powers or whatever he can think to do to try to take control of the elections and stop what appears to be a massive wave that is coming for the Republicans. On the other hand, I think there is such disgust. I mean, we've seen the way in these special elections, Democrats have picked up 30 seats, Republicans have picked up 0. We see the mass protests, which I think are incredibly important just for people to feel like they're not alone and see that this is a majority opinion. It gives people some courage to stand in solidarity with one another. And then I see so many incredible, brave, outsider, truly courageous, principled candidates who are stepping up to the plate that gives us a shot to have a party that actually will have some teeth and tackle the issues that we have to existentially as a country and as a globe, frankly.
Yeah, amen to that. Amen to that. Crystal Ball, I'm excited to be on with you later. Choose your fighter. We're going to be talking about this this unnecessary war.
Okay, well, thank you, Don Lemon, for that. We're going to keep going through all of the freaking clips that I've got planned for us here tonight from the No Kings protests. And we're going to keep the stream going for a while. We didn't do a galactic content goal tonight. We did do a goal for fun, which clearly nobody wanted to do that. Just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't already, hit follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. Hit that bell icon, too, and like button. Really helps out. All right, let's go to some of the other protests. I've got the live streams from a bunch of different places, starting in Boston. NBC 10 Boston from 4 hours ago. Okay, got the brass band. And the purple hippo. Purple hippo and a brass band at Boston's No King's Day protest. Not bad. Not a bad start. I'm loving this purple hippo. I think it's the first hippo I've seen. It's great.
They're going to be a little more on it, but you know, last year was a problem. Yeah, I mean it's good. Yeah, it's covered. I would say I think last year was a little bigger, but this is still huge.
Looks like they're having fun in Boston. There's a hell of a lot of people here. Look at the crowds.
This is your 500th protest. We share love with everybody that's out here. This is a movement. This is the beginning. This is the sustaining. This is the energy that we need. Keep on struggling. Keep on resisting. Keep on showing love. In showing love, make room for your brothers and sisters and neighbors who are out here with you. In showing love, make sure you go visit the action and activist tables that are over there. We've got social justice organizations there. We've got racial justice organizations there. We've got immigrant justice organizations there. We've got environmental justice organizations there. We've got gender justice organizations there. Go visit them. Go find out what they're about. Get signed up. Get active. Do the work and stay woke. You are a part of history. You are in a long legacy of people before you. We stand in this common under the shadow of the Soldiers and Sailors Memorial for people who fought against tyranny, resistance, slavery, the separation of our nation. We are a stone's throw from the 54th Memorial of the 54th Regiment, a group of black soldiers that fought for their freedom and the freedom of their brothers and sisters who were enslaved. We are within eyesight of the Embrace statue that honors the love and struggle and resistance of Martin and Coretta King. Matter of fact, the only kings we recognize is Martin and Coretta. So here's the thing. I woke up one morning and heard that there were some tariffs, and I was discouraged. And I woke up another morning and heard about this big, ugly bill and found out about all the people that would be harmed by it. I woke up another morning and found out that we have killed people in our names, whether we liked it or not. Keith Porter, Renee Good, Alex Preddy. That was done in our name. Not anymore. I woke up one morning and found out we went to war, an unjust and illegal war. But I woke up this morning committed to come out to this commons, committed to resist, committed to fight tyranny, committed to say no thrones, no crowns, no kings, no thrones, no crowns, no kings, no kings, no kings. Let's give it up for our comrade, Carl Clare, who's going to come and give the safety talk and a land acknowledgement. No kings.
A lot of energy here in Boston.
Transgender woman to lead a regional theater company and brings over a decade of experience in talent management, production, and cultural partnership. An award-winning producer, she is a leading and bold vision for Boston and beyond, centering community, culture, and transformative storytelling. Give it up for Giselle Bird.
Good afternoon, Boston. Oh, wow. Y'all look good. Oh, thank you. Again, my name is Giselle Bird, and I am a proud black trans woman hailing from Augusta, Georgia, who now calls Boston home. And not only am I the executive and artistic director at the Theater Offensive, I am also proud to serve as a state commissioner on the Massachusetts Commission on the Status of Women, the first trans woman of color to do so. Now I want y'all to bear with me for a moment. Put down your signs. Put down your signs. Turn to your neighbor and say, neighbor, I will not forsake you in the fight for liberation. We are not free until all of us are free. Now keep your signs down. While you took the time to create them, I want us to focus on the real intention of today. We are at war. Not only across the world, but on this very ground. And though we are at war, that means we cannot be at war with each other. Our fight cannot be for select people to thrive and others to perish. If that is your cause, then you are no better than the oppressive storm spiraling from DC. And let me let you in on a little secret. They're coming for you too, if you think otherwise. And while it is important that we gather in our disdain and rage in times of severe adversity, it is equally important that in moments of divine enlightenment, we do not grow complacent simply because the broken system has a kind and familiar face. Y'all, our democracy has not ever existed to protect all who walk upon these indigenous lands. Even in sanctuary cities and states like this one that we reside in. And that performative act must end today. There is too much at stake. We must demand change and inclusion, for else it will crumble. It will. For the birthplace of the American Revolution, it is time that we start living up to that moniker. We can't continue to claim that we are the best until we prove that we are. All of us here today and those watching at home, we must be held accountable. Where are my artists at in the space?
Okay, I'm gonna keep going through the Boston rally here, see what else is going on. A lot of people. I wish they could give us like a drone view of this. Kind of get that, but you don't quite get it. Like, I want to see the whole thing, because it seems like there's a ton of people here.
And talking to everyone we know about our concerns. What else can we do to turn this nightmare around? Well, the next speaker knows something about turning nightmares around, because as consumers, this capitalist corporate system has been a nightmare to many of us. But she helped create a protection bureau to look out for consumers, to make sure that we're not exploited. Representing the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, give it up for Senator Elizabeth Warren.
Hello, Massachusetts. So I come out here and I've been given a question, how do we win? But I want to turn that around and start in a different place. And that place is how do we lose? Yeah, because Trump and the Republicans want you to give up. They want to be able to make corrupt deals, make money hand over fist, shoot people in the streets with no accountability, and destroy our democracy. Donald Trump and the Republicans want you to think that what you're doing doesn't matter. They want you to feel powerless. They want you to give up. Well, I'm here with all of you to send a message to Donald Trump here in Massachusetts, the birthplace of the American Revolution. We don't give up. We fight back. Bet. Now look, I want to stop Donald Trump in his tracks right this minute. But we save our democracy through our elections. That is where the real power lies. Yes, but you got to make it through an election, so you got the numbers. Look, you've made the calls, you protested, and here's the deal. You've already made real change. You've gotten the word out, and for a year now, the people across this country who have run elections based on supporting our democracy and reining in Donald Trump have won time after time after time. And your hard work, your rallies, your phone calls, your knocking on doors has done a second thing. It's brought new fighters into the race. It's brought a new generation of people who are running for office right now so that they can go to Washington and fight Donald Trump and the Republicans. These are people in Minnesota and people in Illinois, people in Iowa, people in Michigan, oh, and nearby in Maine. We're going to get Graham Plattner. People that you inspired and people who are going to make a difference. Because here's the thing to remember. We are winning at the ballot box, and we're just getting started. So I'm here with you because you are fighters and you have the power. So let me ask you, Donald Trump and his private ICE police are strutting around the streets of our cities, gassing little babies, throwing people to the ground, disappearing people, shooting people in the back with no accountability. Will you fight back? Donald Trump, on his own, has sent our brave service members overseas to die in another endless war. And he's spending $1 billion a day to drop bombs halfway around the world. Will you fight back? Donald Trump, the guy who promised on day one that he would lower costs, but instead has decreed tariffs, wars, and a billionaire tax that has increased the price of your groceries, of your health care, of your gasoline, of your fuel oil, of your homes. He is driving up costs all across America. Will you fight back? And here comes the big one. Donald Trump thinks he's a king. Will you fight back? Will you fight back? Will you fight back? Donald Trump thinks he can steal our democracy. We are here, right here in Massachusetts, to prove Donald Trump is wrong. The people have the power, not Donald Trump. We're going to do this together. Stay in the fight.
Here's the question. Are Democrats going to fight back? Are they going to actually put up a fight? I'm not accusing Elizabeth Warren of not fighting enough, but leadership of the Democratic Party right now is not doing nearly enough to fight back. Now, where's old Chuck Schumer? Well, that's right. He's been orchestrating ways for Democrats to vote for Donald Trump's budgets. That's what he's been doing. All right, from Boston to New York, NBC New York from 4 hours ago with the live stream. 6.5 hours already, my God. It's super weird because it's only 10 o'clock at night. Already been going quite a long time. Why do I have no sound from this? What the hell is this shit? What the hell is this, NBC New York? No sound for the whole stream?
Stand up,
Jesus.
Democracy is under attack. How do we do? Stand up, fight back. It's a takeover. It's a takeover. Takeover. It's a government takeover. Takeover. Billions wasted. What's it for? We say President Trump, no more war. Billions wasted. What's it for? We say President Trump, no more war. It's a test government takeover. Takeover. It's a hostile government takeover. Takeover. Mass destruction. What's it for? We say President Trump, no more war. Mass destruction. What's it for? We say President Trump, no more war. It's hostile government takeover. 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 It's hostile government takeover. 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 Death and suffering. What's it for? We say President Trump, no more war. Death and suffering. What's it for? We say President Trump, no more war. It's the hostile government takeover. 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 It's a hostile government takeover. Takeover. Takeover.
So, we're here to hold our government accountable. We also need to be holding our corporations accountable. You just heard from Luce We have a financial institution based here in New England, in Rhode Island, that is funding not only the building of private prisons, but financing the building of ICE detention centers. And ironically, the name of that financial institution is Citizens Bank. So we took a familiar tune. A lot of you are going to know it. We're Not Gonna Take It by Twisted Sister. We're not going to take it. This bank is funding hatred. We're not going to take it anymore. And we are thrilled to be joined by members of the Good Trouble Brass Band. Good Trouble, take it away, give us our note.
By the way, in case you're just tuning in, we're covering the No King's Day protests. Got two different protests you're looking at in New York City. And you're hearing the Boston protest over here. This is the tiny image right in front of my face. Well, if you're on the horizontal.
We're not gonna take it. This bank is funding hatred. We're not gonna take it anymore. Sing it with us! We're not gonna take it. This bank is funding hatred. We're not gonna take it anymore. This is a warning, citizens. Stop funding private prisons. We're not gonna take it anymore.
This is a warning, citizen.
This is a warning, citizens. Stop funding private prisons. We're not gonna bank here anymore. Sing it with us. We're not gonna take it. This bank is funding hatred. We're not gonna bank it anymore. We're not gonna take it. This bank is funding hatred. We're not gonna take it anymore. If you're among the lenders financing detention centers, we're not gonna bank here anymore. If you're among the lenders, if you're among the lenders financing detention centers, we're not gonna bank here anymore.
We're not gonna take it.
Sing with us. We're not gonna take it. Bank is funding hatred. We're not gonna take it anymore. We're not gonna take it. This bank is funding hatred. We're not gonna take it anymore.
Human rights are sacred.
We're not gonna take it. Human rights are sacred. We're not gonna take it anymore.
Sing it with us. Human rights.
We're not gonna take it. Human rights are sacred. We're not gonna take it anymore.
Our civil rights are sacred.
We're not gonna take it. Our civil rights are sacred. We're not gonna take it anymore.
Love will conquer hatred.
We're not gonna take it. Love will conquer hatred. We're not gonna take it anymore.
One last time, love will conquer.
We're gonna take it. Our love will conquer hatred, and we're not gonna take it anymore. We're not gonna take it anymore.
Rizla, are we going to watch anything else today? No. No, we're not. This is it. This is it for the stream today, I'm afraid. If that was the hope of yours to watch something else, I'm sorry.
Times Square, what's the message here this afternoon for you and probably the hundreds of thousands of people making their way through Midtown right now?
We have to fight for freedom. This is not Germany 1930. We have to wake up and fight.
What are the most important issues that are affecting you and your family right now under President Trump?
The fear of losing freedom. Freedom of speech, freedom of education, freedom, period.
Freedom, period. And that's a similar message that we've heard here throughout the afternoon, Rana. And again, live look right now at Times Square. You can see here, if you make your way back over here, Danny, eventually they're going to make their way towards those red steps. And they're supposed to pause there for a minute and sing. But again, the crowd here is only getting bigger. It started over there at Columbus Circle. Around noon today, we were at a news conference with several key organizations and leaders here in New York City. Among the people there were Attorney General Letitia James, Reverend Al Sharpton, and also actor and activist Robert De Niro. Let's go up over here, Danny. I see these folks. They're here in Times Square right now. This one says the only thing more powerful than hate is love. We're live on NBC4 right now, guys. What's the message here this afternoon? I know you're participating in the No Kings March here in New York City today.
It's all about love over hate, inclusion, and doing the right thing.
How about you, ma'am?
This sign was made by an undocumented student in the Bronx who doesn't have a voice and is scared and has to stay home because they're afraid to leave their homes. Sorry, I have a cold, but we are the voice of the voiceless, and that's what we're doing here today. It's really simple, and as she said, love over cruelty.
Yeah, a lot of folks that we've talked to this afternoon, they brought up immigration, ICE enforcement. You mentioned this child in the Bronx. I can tell that you're getting emotional as well. Why is this specific topic really impacting you and making you emotional right now?
Because I see the fear and the people who can't make their money. My sister out in LA is buying up little food trucks that people have because they can't leave their homes. And there are people in our area that aren't coming to work. I used to see a lot more Latinos on my street. They're not out there anymore. They're scared. The people who live in my building and work in my building who are Latino, who are afraid to leave their house, tell me thank you every time I leave the house with a sign or a button. And I protest every week. We have like 1 million protests in Westchester every weekend, and we're so incredibly excited by the amount of people turned out and showing their solidarity and showing that there are enough good people in this country who care. I mean, you feel so alone sometimes, but when you see these marches are all about building solidarity, sending our message nationwide, worldwide. We met people from Portugal, from Spain, from France, Canada, all the people who are on our side and who want us to show the world that we are not here for it. We're not going to put up with it. This is our country. This is our democracy, and we're going to save it.
What better place to send that message than right here in the crossroads of the world?
That's absolutely right, and that's why I came here. I'm sick, and I do my own protests in Westchester, but I wanted to be here because New York City is where the bulk of the people will come, and we need to make the numbers great so that we get to that 3%. That's a big deal. We want the numbers so that Trump and the GOP can't ignore us. They have to listen.
Thank you so much for your time this afternoon.
I watch your channel too.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm an NBC fan for like my whole entire life.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much for joining us here this afternoon. Ren, I have to tell you, excuse me. Let me give that sign to you.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
This is the third No Kings March that we've covered in President Trump's second presidency. By far, this is the largest one that I've reported on, Rana. Again, the day started over at Columbus Circle, so Central Park South. We're in Times Square right now. Easily over 100,000 people in attendance, probably more than that. They're making their way over towards 34th Street as we speak. So it'll end up at Herald Square eventually, but we still have several more hours to go. Right now, for now, we'll send it back to you.
Well, huge turnout here in New York, as you can all see. Manhattan flooded with protesters. We stand democracy, says Shakespeare. All right, let's go from New York to Chicago, where more protests were happening today. Live with ABC 7 Chicago. Wow, a lot of people here in Chicago. Good Lord. Look at them all. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people. Just a massive gathering here. Good God. All right, this was the view from the sky. See, people are continuing to fill up this arena type area. Not sure what to call it. Got no audio, so let's go to the next one. Hopefully this one's got audio. Nope. Just more completely audioless footage of Chicago protesters. My God, there's a lot of people in downtown Chicago here right now. Look at that. People on the bridges, people on the streets. Good God. Was that Michigan Avenue? A sea of protesters walking through Chicago. My God, look at all these people. People are furious with Donald Trump. All right, looks like we don't have any... Actually, wait, I take it back. I take it back. I do have footage from on the ground in Chicago. Forgot. Status coup with the clip.
Please find a safety marshal with a yellow vest. Yellow vest. If you need any help, find anyone with a yellow vest. We also have closed captioning for those who need it. There are QR codes posted around the field. You can also text the word.
All right. Hello, everyone. This is JT Siskowski with Status Coup. I am reporting live on the ground in Chicago, Illinois from the No Kings protest, which is just starting here behind me. I'm going to shut up very quickly to let you listen in, and we'll show you some of the speakers to start, and then I'll start making my way around the crowd to do some interviews with some of the people who are out here. But before I get started, I want to point out that we are doing independent, on-the-ground journalism here, which is done so sparingly now in this country. If you can, the best way you can support this stream that you're watching right now is to like and to share it, because algorithms like YouTube's, like Twitter's, I guess called X now, and all those other social media companies actually do their utmost to repress current events and on-the-ground reporting like what we're showing, because it's controversial for them, because it doesn't necessarily always align with what their corporate sponsors and corporate overlords want to hear. So they do their utmost to repress this kind of journalism. But we can overcome that by you liking and sharing this stream. Second thing you can do, get subscribed to us on YouTube, because all of our reports that you'll see here out of our live stream will eventually become clips that will be posted on our YouTube channel as well, in addition to other journalism that you cannot see here live that we just pre-package, report out interviews that we do. I just did an interview with a socialist candidate for governor in Wisconsin that will be going live on our channel very shortly. So get subscribed so that you see all of the journalism that we do here at Status Coup. And then the biggest thing that you can do, this on-the-ground reporting that you are watching is very expensive. Once you factor in salaries for all of us, gas, flights, hotel stays, meals, because I do like to eat on occasion. Once you factor all of that in, it costs us $15,000 a month to be on the ground the way that we have been, documenting the second Trump administration and its crackdown on communities across this country, including here in Chicago, where we were on the ground continuously for 2 months during Operation Midway Blitz.
Yes, indeed. Costs money to do these live streams, as it turns out. And while it might not cost me nearly as much as it costs Status Coup to do their live streams, we too need your support here at the Galactic News Network. If you got a couple extra bucks, YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, Patreon, all good ways for you to show your support. You should also, of course, be subscribed to Status Coup. But I feel like everybody here is, so I feel like I don't have to say that.
Fourth between two sides. America will rise against the people of the lies, which is a U2 lyric. Backside of this sign here.
Okay, I feel like I'm definitely going to get copyright for that.
I don't think entirely. I think there are times, when times are tough, we have to take care of ourselves before we can take care of others.
All right.
Are you doing it or am I?
I could get both of you if you want.
Do it together. Don't back up too far.
I'm gonna have you guys pivot around so you're looking a little bit more into the sun. Otherwise, your eyes will be in shadow, or your faces will be in shadow.
Someone tried to interview her. Do you mind if I ask who you're with?
Yeah. I'm with. Sorry, I don't have my press badge out. I'm with Status Coup, we're online independent progressive outlet.
Okay.
Yeah.
I forgot to ask the last person, so I figured I'd probably.
Yeah. Right. You guys can talk to me, not the camera. It's all right if you glance at it. Just try not to stare it down. If at any point you're always welcome to tell me I don't know, or I don't want to talk about that if needed. Not that I think we'll get into any of that with this kind of questioning, but. All right. First question is always the easiest. If I could have you guys just spell your names for me, please.
For sure. Eris Zarnick, E-R-I-S-Z-A-R-N-I-C-K.
Eric, do you need a last name?
No, not necessarily.
No, okay. E-R-I-C.
All right. Eric and
Eris.
Eric and Eris. All right, that makes it easy on me. Thank you very much for that. What made you guys want to come out here today and be a part of this? I mean, massive crowd out here today.
So my mom actually got fire hosed in the 60s for civil rights protests. So protesting has really been in my blood ever since. Obviously, I'm very much younger than she is, but I protested LGBTQ rights in the early aughts in our hometown. So showing your voice and expressing your qualms about current administrations and the world in general has always been something near and dear to my heart.
For me, this is my first time out at a protest, but I think, you know,
if first time ever at a protest, first time ever at a protest. So what made you see like now I have to be out here in the street? You got an ornate sign too. We'll talk about it in a second. But like, I mean, what made you want to go all out and actually like take to the streets?
So, you know, I've always felt very strongly about it, but I think I've been very passive in my life about a lot of the things I am passionate about, but I think it's time to make that change in my life. And, you know, nothing's going to change until you do something. So, and, you know, they say every voice matters, but it really does, because it's millions versus a lot versus the few type of thing. But it's, you know, it's an important cause. It's it's the right thing to do, I think, at the moment.
Okay. You're talking about change. What is that change that you want to see in the world right now?
I fall away from like worshiping oligarchs is really the major tone that I've got in my heart. Just people that have way more money than they know what to do with, not helping out their fellow man. I want to go back to the glory days of, you know, people being taxed appropriately to fund institutions like libraries and schools and museums to better off our culture.
The glory days when government just kind of funded public services.
Yeah, exactly. The glory days, yeah. When we had things that other countries that are way more progressive and modern have today. So, yeah.
Sorry, can you repeat
that? You were talking about you wanted to see change. It's time for change. What is that change that it is time for?
I think there are, you know, not to be vague, but I think there's a lot of things, and personally, I don't think I'm the one to come up with the ideas. I think some of my things are a little too idealistic, and you have to meet in the middle ground for realism. But, you know, people caring about each other. I don't think I'm not really currently religious, but I was raised religious, and I still think that caring about your neighbor, you don't have to be religious to care about other people.
Eric, let me stop you right there. You said, oh, this stuff is too idealistic, and the first thing that you brought up was just like people caring about other people. Is that something that you think is just gone from the world at this point?
I don't think entirely. I think there are times, you know, when times are tough, we have to take care of ourselves before we can take care of others, and I don't think you know, if we can't take care of ourselves, then we can't afford to take care of others, because then that care you're putting out will no longer be in the world, obviously, if you can't sustain yourself. But it starts way up, and with the way systems, you know, all of those things that are intertwined with capitalism and worshiping money and all of these things, it's so hard to untangle all of those things at once that it's, you know, I don't think we're really going to dig into the real problems until we untangle some of the higher up.
I like this guy. I mean, he's clearly hasn't spent a great deal of time thinking this through, but he did put a great deal of time into this sign. It's a great sign. It's a great sign. Let's be easy on him though. It's his first protest. He's getting put on the spot here by Status Quo asking him questions. But seriously, what a sign. But let's look at the sign real quick. Let's just take in the sign momentarily. Okay, look at this sign. I mean, so much detail, right? He's got the cardboard to make up the wooden frame. Even got a little like wood grain accents drawn into this. Got the blade, even the dripping blood. All made out of, it seems like, paper. It's really impressive. But like he said at the beginning of all that, maybe he's not the guy to come up with the ideas. He's just out here to help support it. And it's fair. We all must know where our strengths lie. This guy's strengths are in sign making, clearly. It belongs in a museum, it's true.
Those are the perspectives that you're hearing on the evening news tonight. Are you going to hear anybody say, fuck oligarchs or kill all oligarchs or fuck pedophiles or kill pedophiles on your evening news tonight? That's what the people down here are actually feeling. We know it because we just interviewed them. We just heard from them. But is that the version of this protest that you're going to hear about? Is that indignant rage against a bipartisan, corrupt machine in this country that is stripping away rights to the point where these people that we just talked to, Erica, that they were...
I just want to go back to that guy. I mean, Eric, like I said, he's a great sign maker, and we need, you need all sorts of different people in a revolution. You can't just have idea guys all over the place, right? You have to have sign makers. Who's going to be the, why can't I think of her name right now? Ross, the one with the flag. I can't think of her first name. The flag lady. You all know who I'm talking about. We need them all. All of you are important.
That even just asking for like basic human decency.
Is it Betsy? I want to say Betsy. Betsy Ross.
Some sort of utopian dream that will never be achieved in their lifetimes. That's how conditioned people have become underneath this capitalistic, you heard that identified as a root cause, this forever lust for profit over everything, over humanity. That's what the war in Iran is largely about right now, in a war for oil and more corporate-friendly regime change in Iran. Is this the message that you're going to hear on the evening news tonight? Something tells me no, because ExxonMobil and the other corporate sponsors of those newscasts are not going to appreciate those messages very much. So instead, what you're going to see is probably just some shots of, oh look, the crowds were big, and it's just F Trump this and that's it, rather than going out down here on the ground and lifting up the voices of the thousands, if not tens of thousands of, in this case, Chicagoans, but people across this country who are taking the streets today in a national day of action calling for no kings. Again, something that was foundational to the American project from the inception at the beginning of the American Revolution that you wouldn't necessarily think would need to still be an issue today, nearly 250 years after our founding, but yet it is still an ongoing struggle. But this time, the king is not, 3,000 miles away over an ocean. The king is domestic. The king is domestic, and it's an entire economic and political movement built around serving that authoritarian regime. I'm hearing that some of the speeches are getting going now, so I'm a little divided between trying to get more interviews or trying to listen in on some more of the speeches. I'm guessing that some more of the keynote speakers will be coming later, so I'm likely going to just try and find some more interviews for us to get here.
Okay. Well, let's see who he finds. And we found one. Two.
Tight image here. Tight screen.
You can talk to me, not the camera. Sorry to glance at it, just trying to stare it down. All right. So if I could just have you both start by, again, just telling me your names and spelling them for me, please.
I'm Sharla, Sharla.
Tommy, Tommy.
And I heard, and you were just telling me off camera there that you were mother and son. So what inspired you both to want to be down here today among this crowd of thousands of other Chicagoans?
Well, I'm teaching him what democracy looks like.
So this is all a teaching exercise? This is all a parenting exercise?
Well, it's both. This is about taking our right to speech and telling the world what we believe. And in the best city in the world, Chicago is where we can speak the loudest. So brought him down here. This is his spring break. Great opportunity.
Tommy, how do you feel to be spending your spring break at a protest?
Oh, this is pretty good. I mean, it's the end of my spring break, but it's a good way to end it. I had a good week, and yeah, it's just a good way to end it. Glad to be here.
So what's the message that you two came to deliver? And really what I'm kind of inviting you to do is read out your signs to me. These are clearly homemade. Yeah, if you would lift them up for me, just like kind of right in front of your faces. On the one, we've got no kings, and I'll ask you to explain that there in just a second there, Tommy, what we're seeing. And then we've got no crown for the clown there that Charlotte is holding. Thank you both very much. So if you just want to describe what's happening on your signs here and the messages that you're delivering here today.
Well, last No Kings protest, he posted an AI video of him flying a plane over the protesters and dropping poop on them. So I'm just trying to repay the favor.
And it's a picture there of a jet dropping, looks like turds onto a cartoon version of Donald Trump. We'll let the audience be able to see it there in its full glory. Thank you very much. And wonderful perspective and artistic rendering there, Tommy. I appreciate it. And Charlotte?
Well, it says it all. He's a clown. He doesn't get a crown. We don't have kings in this country.
Yep. Don't have kings in this country. Is this your...
Yeah, I'm fairly. Charlotte's sign was quite
protest. Have you been out at others?
This is my second No Kings protest. This is probably my fifth protest in my life.
It's my first protest I've ever been to.
First protest ever for him, fifth for you. What made you feel compelled that you said, like, now is the time I need to be taking to the streets? You're referencing that you were out at one No Kings. I'm going to assume it was last October is the last one you were at, which was also absolutely massive down here. What is making you feel like in this moment you have to be in the streets?
Well, of course I want to say the war, but what I really want to say is the Epstein files. And we just can't drop that. The war is a big distraction. Everything he does is a distraction from the Epstein files. This guy's been talked about. Got to end the corruption. Got to open the files. This is what we got to do.
Tommy, are these issues like the idea of like the Epstein files and all that breaking through to other like people your age in your age bracket? Like is this the things that are relevant to your life right now? Really, what I'm saying is like when I was in high school, you would not have caught me dead at a protest, especially on my spring break. So the fact that you were out here makes me want to say like, are you a canary in a coal mine? Are you an example of like how more people your age are feeling right now that they feel like they have to be in the streets, or is this kind of or are you an exception?
I would say I'm kind of like most people now. I feel like a few years ago, not a lot of people would have been like talking about politics my age or anything. But now, like at school, like it's what is on everybody's mind. Everybody's.
Yeah, and the protest down in New York that I was at earlier today, I saw a real variety of people out there in age, young and old.
About it.
Everybody in high school is talking about the Epstein files?
Not the Epstein files exactly, but just like all the problems that are going on and how they just don't support what's happening.
Charlotte, it's interesting that you say, you see the Epstein files you see the war in Iran as a distraction from the Epstein files, and really everything as a distraction from that issue. This is a distraction that has real consequences. I mean, Americans are dying, but then more immediate, I don't know if you have anybody who's serving right now in your family, but at least if you don't, I would expect that more immediacy would be of like economic concerns. Price of gas is the obvious one. But are there other ways that you're feeling, the state of this economy right now? And if so, what are they?
Oh.
He's developing Ben Shapiro eyebrows. That was fake, right? That was AI. That was fake news. Ben Shapiro's eyebrows are still normal. He kind of looks like my adopted cousin, though.
First of all, let me say I come from a military family, so I absolutely respect and honor our service people. I hate it that we're sending service people over there to be injured and to die to fight this war. So I want to be really clear that I have a deep respect for the military. You know, gas, groceries, everything. That's where we're seeing it. Yeah, and you know, again, I just want to go back to we have to believe women. You know, we have to believe the survivors. We have to believe the victims, and all of it. You know, Trump is just doesn't hear what the people want, and we are the people. So we got to get out here and say what we want and what we believe in and fight for our democracy.
I'll let you get back to your mother-son bonding out here, but before I do, is there anything else you would want to add while you had the platform?
I'm all right.
I'm good.
Thank you both very much.
A beautiful family celebrating democracy. Okay. How's everybody holding up? Boy, oh boy, have we been going for a long time today. Long time. 7 hours and 15 minutes already. If you haven't already, people, hit the follow button on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube, really. How else do you expect to find this content? Also, just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't, if you're not aware, the Galactic News Network is completely brought to you by viewers like you. And without your donations, we would cease to exist. A lot of great ways for you to show your support, however. Things like YouTube Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels, which is a thing over on the vertical stream. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, PayPal. If you'd prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. Or maybe you'd like to contribute to physical gifts that you know would arrive eventually at my door down on Earth. That's where Throne would come into the picture. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars still remains Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All of these links that I've just mentioned are in my YouTube and Twitch bios. Very easy to find. Just a couple of clicks and you'll be there.
Progressive outlet. Cool. Yeah. Just a minute, I'll get on this side of you. And then you can walk as you need to go. I don't need to hang you up.
I can't walk that fast in this costume.
All right. So, can I have you start just by spell your name for me, please?
Tom McClurg, MCCLURG.
All right, Tom. You are out here in quite the get-up here. You are dressed as a full T-Rex, and your sign that says, "No Tyrannosaurus Trump." Can you explain why you wanted to go with the full kit and caboodle here?
You know, I actually had...
Honestly, the bow tie... The bow tie is really tying it all together for me, if you will. Excuse the pun. It really is. Oh my God! Hold on, we got to go back and gaze at
quite
this.
the get up here.
Look at this, and the tyrant. And I'd like to point out that the T-Rex has a blonde wig, an ill-fitting blonde wig on the T-Rex, which this guy is riding. As you can see, he's got his little cowboy boots and a bow tie, of course. America.
Freedom!
Perf XL over on YouTube with a sweet super chat. Fellow Space Patriot, thank you for your service. Thank you, Perf. Thank you.
You are dressed as a full T-Rex, and your sign that says No Tyrannosaurus Trump. Can you explain why you wanted to go with the full kit and caboodle here?
You know, I actually had some Uncle Sam accoutrement hat, and I had so many components of this that I couldn't quite pull it all together. This is bow tie is part of that. Well, I mean, this is...
I'm a little disappointed we didn't get to see the hat. Like, we have his name. We could reach out to him. Tom McClurg. Thanks to Status Coup News over here. Brian, whatever this guy's name is. I'm always forgetting this fucking guy's name. Oh, yeah. We could reach out to him. I would like to see the full outfit. It's just me personally. But if he had a whole Uncle Sam get up to add to... Oh, we missed out. We really missed out. That's a little disappointing. Either way, it's a great outfit, but I mean, can you imagine it with more? I'm struggling to even conceive of
Kings,
more
I mean,
greatness.
Trump is literally a tyrant. I mean, king is what people can relate to, but without a doubt, he's behaving as a madman and a tyrant who's, you know, trying and unfortunately somewhat successfully to take over the entire government. And Tyrannosaurus Rex symbolizes that. You know, it's a tyrannical dinosaur, right? That destroys everything in its path. And that's what Trump is about, destruction and violence. And it's a perfect symbol for, you know, what Trump is doing right now and what we're all against.
Is that what you feel his ultimate goal is here? I mean, we don't have, of course, in America, we don't have, you know, kings in name, at least, but do you feel like that's the level of power that he is seeking, is just completely unchecked by any branch of government?
I think he's fundamentally a thief. I think he's fundamentally a criminal. He came up in New York, you know, trained by mobsters. Yeah, he's stealing the country blind. And I also think he's psychotic. I mean, he's got this violent impulse. He uses violence against, and he's an extortionist, you know, in true mob fashion. And yeah, he's going to, what we all see is him using all those tendencies, and it's getting worse. I think from what we all see, I think we're going to have 10 million people out on the streets today, and trying to get to that 3% where, you know, the objective here realistically is to flip the House and the Senate Democratic in the fall, and then try to impeach him. Try to impeach him. By that time, there's going to be a lot more damage done in this country, where there's going to be a lot more support and pressure on even Republicans to impeach him and get him out of office, because I don't think the country can handle another 2.5 years.
Do you trust Democratic leadership in this country to be able to hold him accountable?
Not all of it, probably a minority of it, but no, I think for the most part, you see the Senate voting.
I hate to break it to Commander T-Rex over here, but it's much closer to 3 years than it is 2.5 years, I'm afraid. We're really so much closer to 3 years than I wish it was 2.5. I wish. My God. Okay. Well, we've gotten a lot of different sorts of people we've heard from here at these protests. We heard from a chicken. We heard from a penguin. We heard from a man riding a T-Rex in a bow tie. Why not hear from a taco? Is this a taco or a pizza? I can't quite tell. Let's decide together.
Oh my God, it's just an amazing.
Oh, thank you. What's your name?
Hi, Kelly. You interviewed me at the detention center once.
Oh, I did.
And I just have been following you guys and loving everything you're doing. One thing. One thing to say, can I?
Yeah.
The removal correlation is ran by Jessica Denson, and what she's trying to do is put 50-51 and indivisible together so that we can unite with one message, which is impeach and remove. I believe united we stand, divided we fall, and wouldn't it be wonderful if we all came out with the same message, impeach.
I think she's a taco. I've decided she's a taco. I like her hat. I like her hat. For a second, it throws you off. You're like, wait, what? And then it just says, make America better. I think we can all agree on that. That's not at all controversial. We should make America better.
Immediately, if not sooner.
That's all I wanted to say. Peace out, you guys. Thank you so much.
Kelly, since I gave you that freebie, you gotta take one question from me, and that is just to describe what you're wearing and the message you came to deliver today.
Oh, well, we all know what taco means. But my main message was this. You guys keep losing everything. Sense. The Epstein files, apparently your spines, your empathy, your kindness, and your compassion. I don't agree with war. Do not take our children. This needs to stop now. Impeach, remove, convict.
I just realized that her hat has its own taco. She is a taco, and she's also wearing a taco on her head. All right. People are really stepping it up with the costumes today. We even saw a hippo at one point, I think. There was, of course, Robbie Roadsteamer, Man Giraffe. He was there. A lot of people turning out to these protests.
And hold the mic out. I just ask that you warn me if I'm about to crash. So if I could, the first question is the easiest. Just how do you want to be identified, and can you spell it for me, please?
Julie, Julie.
Tessa, Tessa.
All right, and what's the relation between the two of you? Daughter?
Yeah.
Daughter. Okay. So mother-daughter bonding. This is the second parent-child grouping here. I heard that it's spring break. Is it spring break for you, Tessa? All right. So why do you want to spend your spring break out at a demonstration, Julie? Why'd you feel you wanted to bring her?
Oh, what could be a better way to spend spring break? It's so important to be here right now to show up and help everyone feel like we're in this together in such a moment of crisis and sadness and emergency.
And Tessa, what do you feel like you're getting out of it?
I like gathering with other people who I agree with, and I disagree with so many things right now, and I know that people are getting hurt, and I want to help them as much as I can.
How does it, when you say that so many people are getting hurt right now, how does that make you feel? Clearly it's enough to be holding a sign and taking to the streets like this, something that I would not have done when I was your age. I don't know how old you are, but certainly not something I would have done when I was your age. So what are the feelings that come up inside of you when you see those people getting hurt?
Well, I just get really angry because I know that they don't no one should be hurt like anyone. No matter what they did, they should be held accountable, but they shouldn't be hurt by anyone, by anything.
By anyone, by anything. A message so simple. Children get it, but apparently the adults who are in charge of this country do not understand. Julie, when you see that, these are concepts that your daughter understands, but your leaders don't. What's the feelings inside of you?
When I hear her and her friends talk about these issues, I feel hopeful because they do understand what's at stake. They understand what's right from wrong, and I'm really inspired by this generation.
Are you both hopeful for the future, pessimistic? How would you characterize your emotions about the years, decades ahead?
I think the only option is hopefulness. We believe in the future. That's why we're here.
You agree?
I agree, because I don't think that we can accept what it is right now, so I think the only option is to be hopeful for it.
Julie, I did.
Well, there we go. Message of hope from a mother-daughter duo over here. Status Quo doing the hard work, pounding the pavement, walking with the people, helping to amplify their voices. I'm just going to keep checking out the interviews. How's that sound? Is that good for everybody? A lot of the people doing this is all very impromptu for me, sort of Just going with the wind of it all. We still have a bunch of clips left. I wonder if the Choose Your Fighter rally is still going on. We're going to watch that at some point. I'm trying to go in, like, semi-chronological order. Ish. Okay. Are you feeling the freedom yet, people?
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Meet you. Liz, I'm going to walk in front of you. You just warn me if I'm going to walk into anybody. Okay. All right. So I am here with Liz. Liz, if I could have you start just by reading off or summarizing your...
Her sign has interactive hair. Watch the hair on the sign. It moves.
For me, I was just reading it off for our audience, but in your own words.
Well, it says stop the dictatorship, and then on the side it says lies, greed, more lies, and of course no kings. And then at the bottom it says that the cat hair that I used to make Donald Trump's hair was generously donated by my long-haired orange tabby cat Roscoe.
Why did you...
Oh, no. Made out of cat hair. Oh, it's hilarious. Oh, God, it's incredible. Wow. Really, really, this is innovation. This is sign innovation we've never seen before. Everybody's saying it. This is great sign innovation. This lady's going to take over Silicon Valley.
Feel the need to go the extra mile on the realism to include the real hair on Donald Trump.
Well, Roscoe is about as outraged as I am, and he wanted to participate, and it's the right color, and we had some extra when I was cutting the mats off him, and it just sounded like a really fitting idea.
Wonderful. You say Roscoe is as outraged as you are. What are Roscoe's opinions on the war in Iran and the impacts that it's having economically here at home?
Well, he knows his cat food's getting more expensive, as is everything else. Gasoline's getting more expensive. Just the cost of living is getting more expensive, and all for what was not even close to an imminent threat. It's an illegal war, and we're all outraged.
Outraged. I mean, is that the only emotion you're feeling out here today? Maybe for folks who could not be a part of these demonstrations, characterize what you're feeling here that drove you to be out here today, and what you're feeling actually being here in this crowd.
I'm sad. I'm embarrassed. I'm outraged. But I come to events like this, and I have hope. You know, we can vote better people into office, we can do better as a nation, and we can be a better steward of our planet.
Do you feel like elected Democrats are meeting this moment right now?
Are they meeting right now?
Are they meeting the moment? Are they doing enough to resist the Trump administration?
You can never do enough, but we're doing all that we can.
Yeah, and I mean, it's enough that you're actually out here, and it looks like hiking boots, as am I. You came prepared, just like me. I mean, so you were ready for this, and you did this whole extra sign here with the real hair and the RFK on the backside. Yeah.
Cat hair on this side as
well. Oh no! Oh no! There's a second half to the sign. Oh, this lady is. She is taking sign making to another level. Vaccines cause autism, video game addiction, and inability to make left turns. Drinking public water causes gender dysphoria, thalassophobia, whatever the hell that means. I can't think of what that's like. I think that's like a Greek base word. I have no idea what that means. And skipping in place. Jesus Christ. 5G networks harvest your data, control your behavior.
Every single person on this planet is gay. Yeah.
Hey, on the backside. Yeah.
Cat hair on this side as well. So this is a lot of the ridiculous things that RFK Jr. says. I think he's, really jeopardizing our health in this country. We need people who are actual scientists and actual doctors making policy, and not these whack jobs.
Not these whack jobs, indeed. Are you how many times have you? Are you a familiar sight at protests like this, or do you only get out rarely? Characterize how often you're in the streets for me.
Oh, I come to as many as I can. I first took this protest on vacation with me, and we went to a small town in Virginia and protested.
Wow, you take your protesting on the road. Okay. So I'm hearing from people who are saying this is their first time. You go and travel for it on occasion, or maybe you just build it into your already existing travel plans. But I mean, you don't miss a chance. So we're getting the full spectrum here.
Quite a sign from this lady. Holy cow. Double-sided with cat hair. Let's see who else Status Coup found.
Bearing on the perspective that you're bringing to protesting here today?
Yeah, absolutely. My background is in sociology and criminology. I actually moved here from Canada, hoping to continue.
I'm glad everybody in chat also agrees that was a W sign. That was a top tier sign. That's S tier. That's S tier sign. We're keeping track of the signs today. That's S tier signage. Trying to think back to some of the other S tier signage we've seen. It's hard. We need to somehow we need to create like a database. A database of the best signs. Create like a tier list. Figure out who's won at signs on any given protest day.
Research for, a more fair justice system. I don't know what that's going to look like in this country right now.
You moved here from Canada at a time when a lot of Americans, I suspect, are looking to head the other way. Any regrets?
Well, I don't think so, but, I kind of have to work for that. Coming to protests like this makes me feel like I don't have regrets, but it does feel kind of ironic that I, upended my life to come here, and now the message I keep getting is that I should leave, and I'm not really sure why that is. I thought this is a country that would want people to move here, especially, people who are hoping to do research and actually contribute something to the country.
Absolutely, and perhaps that's unfair of me to be suggesting that you might have regrets. I'm glad that you have called the United States home. Welcome. I don't know how long you've been here. Can you walk us through the sign that you're holding?
I mean, I feel like it's pretty self-evident. I think that Trump knows how unpopular he is, and the reason that he's trying to pass things like the SAVE Act and trying to deport people. The White House is so proud of how much they've limited immigration. They just posted a graphic a few days ago, is because they know the only way they can govern is through fear and through the repression of rights, because they don't have the will of the people on their side. And I think protests like this make evident that, we have the will of the people on our side. The people who are against him, who don't want to live with this, are the people who are really in the majority. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's about it.
What's the emotion that you get?
Okay. Well, thanks to Status Coup, we had all of that great on-the-ground coverage. We're going to keep going through it. From Status Coup to the Vanguard. Silly and Billy. Interviewing protesters on the ground in Kansas City. See what these two chuckleheads are up to.
up, everybody? We're at the third No Kings rally, and by the looks of it, it's the biggest one of them all.
Yeah, well, it's just getting started here. It started like, what, 15 minutes ago or so, but I think that in 30 or 45 minutes, the crowd is going to be completely overwhelming. The Country Club Plaza, as Zach mentioned, this is the third No Kings protest. And it kind of has perfect timing, in my opinion, because this war with Iran just popped off, super unpopular. So a ton of people out here, not only to protest Donald Trump and his king-like behavior, but also his recent warmongering and all of the innocent people that have been killed already as a result.
Yeah, I think it's extra exciting because we're right in the middle of flyover country, guys. This is the heart of America. This is Kansas City, Missouri, and people are here with all kinds of different signs, things that they're airing their grievances about, none the least no war with Iran, but I'm also seeing a lot of ICE out protest signs. This is the sentiment of most people in this country, right? There's this idea that in a state like Missouri, you're not going to find people that we have a lot of common ground with, but here today, the people are showing up and they're saying, fuck Donald Trump.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day as well. Beautiful. Last time we were here, it was like hot as shit.
Yeah.
I was sweating my balls off drinking a piping hot coffee for some reason, but today the weather's beautiful. It's sunny, blue skies, a nice little bit of wind that might blow the camera over here in a second if we're not careful.
My powers to hold it into place.
But yeah, it'll be fun to talk to some Kansas Cityans today. Hopefully get some good interviews potentially with some folks. Already seen some really cool costumes, so we'll keep you guys updated.
Yep. Cool, hell yeah.
Crowd's intensifying here. Kansas City No Kings protest. Let's fucking go. Apparently Zach's dad has arrived, so might say hi to Mr. Polston. Might get a little bit of a cameo from the OG Mr. Polston. Let's see what's going on.
Vanguard family reunion. I ran into my little brother over here. You've got a sign. What's going on?
We're just out here to say fuck Trump, you know, stand up with the people and make our voices heard.
How old are you, Brad?
I'm 21. Excited to be here.
I interviewed my little brother before, but I really appreciate you coming out, dude. It's good to see you. And you've got Katie with you, too. I don't know if she's a little camera shy. What's up, Katie? Appreciate you coming out. Cool. And then we've got the old man back there, too. We'll feature him for a second. So you guys are getting the real family reunion over here. All right, Dad, you were in the Navy, obviously. You sailed over, including in the region where there's a little bit of conflict now, as far as I understand it. What are your thoughts on the war?
You know, I feel like the war we got no indication as to why we're doing this. It makes no sense to me. And, you know, send those guys over there, they spend months and months and months over there. And, you know, people are getting killed. And I mean, I just hate servicemen getting killed. I don't ever have any explanation or understanding of why we're doing this war. And I don't ever like to see young men put into harm's way for no reason that I can see or justify.
Hell yeah. And you're a lifelong Republican voter.
I am, and I just do not support any effort for a war like this.
I know you guys.
What up?
How's it going?
How's it going?
You guys convinced me to like support Palestine and all that stuff. Yeah. Actually, no, Kyle Kalinske.
Oh,
but you guys are like Kyle Kalinske Jr.
Hello.
You got Kyle Kalinske Jr. and Kyle Kalinske Jr. right there.
Hell yeah, bro.
All I watch is Kyle. Like I watch Kyle all the time. I love him. He's great.
Same.
Really appreciate you coming out, man, and hell yeah, I appreciate you repping Palestine.
Of course, yeah. I mean, I don't really know what else to say to you guys. Just probably I watch you guys on YouTube. So,
hell yeah, bro.
Thanks for watching, man.
I love how he rushes over. He's like, he's like super stoked. He's like, wait, I forget what your names are. So he starts talking about Kyle Kalinske.
Hell yeah. Keep it up.
Good to see you, man.
Keep it up.
What's your name?
Palestine. My name is Sam.
Hell yeah, Sam. Thanks for tuning in.
Keep it up.
You guys are famous.
Taco Trump.
You can tell. You can see him as he's walking away. Like he puts his hand on his. I feel like he's absolutely like trying to think to himself, who are those guys right now? I can't remember their names. He's like, I just approached two dudes who I definitely don't know their names, and now I look like an idiot on the internet. It's okay, pal. We've all been there, or at least some of us. Many of the time.
Taco Trump. Oh, yeah.
The cars are
I
zooming through.
can
They're not
see.
paying any attention.
I can see. Crowd's definitely intensifying here.
You okay, Gavin?
On the plaza. Kindly volunteer just told me to get the fuck out of the road, though, because she was like worried about me getting hit by one of these cars, understandably. But yeah, luckily, really great, peaceful crowd, as you can see behind me, and no sight of any counter protesters or anything like that either. Just 100% peaceful here. So that's great to see. Looks like I might get. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, man. I'm being careful. Once again, a kindly volunteer trying to get me the fuck out of the road. So maybe I should do that. But this is where the good footage is to be filmed. You know what I'm saying? And this is absolutely inspiring to see.
Chicken. Chicken comes out of nowhere. That's the second chicken we've seen today. I'm counting chickens at this point. Hide your kids, hide your wives, hide your
Are you
husbands.
still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Wait, what?
Honest
Repeat that one more time?
His hair is terrible. I'm sorry.
Comrade right here is talking mad shit.
No. What the fuck is that shit?
Dude.
Seriously. Zach, what the fuck?
Either way, Walter, what are you doing here?
Well, I'm with the DSA. Right now I'm tabling. We got the red tent right over here. Right over there. It's the red tent.
Okay.
DSA? Yeah. I just handed out a whole bunch of scenes.
Damn, dude. And you guys thought I was coming hard for the guy who couldn't remember Zach and Gavin's names. This guy over here, he is roasting the shit out of Zach right now. Good God.
That had like how to report ice and information on the whistle system. And then I also did a little Trojan horse where I put these in the scene so like everybody would know.
Out all over town, even regardless of this project.
I'm dropping everything now, but like, you know, this information about, you know, how like, you know, they're cutting the fucking bus system for the fucking World Cup. You know,
either way, what's your message to Trump on No King's Day?
Kill yourself.
First IRL report of Amazon haircut, not well received.
Yeah, it seemed like the comment section on YouTube was mostly in favor of it, but that was the first dissenting opinion.
Honestly, it was good that we captured it on camera. I was happy about that.
Me too. No filter on Walter.
There you go. On the ground reporting from Zach and Gav over at the Vanguard pod. In Kansas City. All right, now let's go south. South from Kansas down to Dallas, Fort Worth.
And at the same time, we are seeing a rise in hate crimes and division. When leadership leans into fear-based rhetoric, it doesn't just stay in speeches. It shows up in communities. People are targeted for who they are, where they come from, and what they believe. And this is not who we are, and this is not who we are supposed to be. Fear and intimidation are being used as tools of governance. When mass agents enter neighborhoods, they install fear. It makes every community less safe, and a system built on fear and force is fundamentally at odds with American democracy.
100%. 100%. Freedom! All right, I'm just going to go. This is a 6-hour live stream out of... What is this? Fox 4, Dallas, Fort Worth. Which half of the stream is CPAC. Yo, wild choice. I mean, not shocking from Fox 4 Dallas, but seriously. I'm like going through. Look at this. Hold on. Let me just go back. Look at this. Half the stream is CPAC. Wild. This is ridiculous. Protest not important. 10 million people protesting, which is, I'm guessing, around the number that we had out there today. Like 10 million people protesting, not important. 500 people at CPAC. Better cover that simultaneously, says Fox 4 Dallas, Fort Worth. Wow. Wow.
Hello, Dallas.
I'll be right back.
My name is Jenny Sanchez, and I'm the Dallas-Fort Worth organizer for the Texas Civil Rights Project, where we fight for the rights of all Texans, both in and out of the courts. If you turn on the news at any time, scroll through social media, what you see is horrifying. Children being separated from their parents, laws being violated by our nation's elected leaders, freedoms and civil rights being eroded, and the forced repetition of failed policies implemented again and again. So let me be clear. We are in a critical moment in our nation's history, a moment where we, the people, need to decide where we stand. Right now, we're seeing our state leaders bend to the will of the federal government without question and without challenge, allowing the rogue and corrupt ICE and CBP destroy our communities and sow fear. And here in Texas, the situation's even more alarming. Our state has become a testing ground, a place where the harshest immigration policies are implemented first, knowing that if they succeed here, they can be replicated across the country. We are seeing people transferred here from across the nation because Texas has one of the harshest immigration court systems, where loopholes are easier to exploit and justice is harder to access. We are seeing horrendous conditions in for-profit detention centers where human dignity is treated as expendable. We're seeing U.S. citizen children separated from their parents, traumatized not by accident, but by design. We have to name the truth. Cruelty is not a byproduct of this system. Cruelty is the point. At the Texas Civil Rights Project, we're fighting day in and day out for the rights of immigrants in Texas and beyond. Just last week, our client, LaCaw Cordia, who had been held for over a year in detention in Prairie Land, just 45 minutes from Dallas, was finally released. LaCaw was wrongfully detained for using her voice to speak up for her Palestinian community and against the genocide in Gaza. For that, the Trump administration took away her freedom. Twice, immigration judges ordered her release on bond, and twice the Department of Homeland Security denied her release by using sneaky loopholes, demeaning the decisions of the very judges that are meant to enforce our laws. The third time, she was finally that are meant to enforce our laws. The third time, she was finally released on a $100,000 bond. That is the cost of freedom when the government decides to make you their target. But even in this moment, we have to remember something powerful. We have collective power. So today I'm asking you not just to listen, but to act. Come to TCRP's table in the back, scan the QR code, become a poll monitor, volunteer. We've already seen attempts.
There are no consequences. They don't care.
Those groups helped by making phone calls to the owner of the property in Hutchins, by attending town hall meetings, posting videos on social media. Here's where what it boils down to. I talked to a representative of the owner of the building in Hutchins, and she said, Paul, you would not believe how many calls we got from Dallas to stop the prison. So when asked, what good does it do to come to one of these rallies? We stopped a prison, and we're going to stop ICE.
We're going to stop them in multiple ways, but I also have the honor, and please give a round of applause to this brave young man, and he is going to speak out for those that are still the children in Dilley that are being detained there. So I want you to give a round of applause to Liam right here.
Hello. Hi, my name is Liam. I'm 12 years old. And I'm here to share an important letter from a girl in the Dilley Detention Center. So, okay. My name is Ariana. I'm 14 years old. I'm from Honduras. I've been detained for 45 days. and I have never felt so much fear to go to a place as I feel here every time. Every time I remind myself that once I go back to Honduras, a lot of dangerous things could happen to my mom. My younger siblings haven't been able to see their mom in more than a month. They are very young and need both of your parents when you're growing up. Since I got to the center, all you feel is sadness and mostly depression. When people have their courts, the longest they'll last is 15 minutes. Our rights are not being provided. Arrests are happening when people don't even have any type of order. Arrests are happening illegally. It's sad to hear that people cases are being denied and are getting sent back to their country. Places where they are escaping from and are looking for protection and want to feel safe. Not a lot of people know what is happening in the centers where immigrants are placed at. I haven't been getting any school time. Every single person here had their jobs, they had their lives. They aren't any danger to this country. I've been in this country for 7 years, and those 7 years, my mom and I found a home and made a bigger family. I have never been separated from my siblings, and it's honestly sad because they are little and they need their mom and sister. Yeah, they're with their dad, but it's still different for them. And my mom and me. Since the day my mom and I got detained in Manhattan, New York, my life was instantly paused. From my knowledge, you can't be under custody for more than 15 or 20 days. Well, here in Dilley Immigration Processing Center, people have been in this place for 7 months, 5 months, and 4 months, and 2 months. It's not fair that the ICE officers are not following the laws. All kids are being damaged mentally. They witness how they are being treated. They don't have schools or doctors. All they have are nurses if you need medical attention. The longest you have to wait is 3 hours, but to only get medicine, pills. Anything you need takes a while. There are various viruses. People are always sick. Serious situation happens and the officers don't take them serious enough. There are no consequences. They don't care.
Pause for Liam again.
Here in the Fox 4 News digital studios on this Saturday afternoon, where we are covering the North Texas No Kings protests and the No Kings demonstrations. You are looking at a live picture from Sky 4 right now of what appears to be thousands of supporters that have turned out to this event in Fort Worth. We have been covering these all day long here on Fox Local. We've had events in Frisco, in Denton, Carrollton, Garland, South Lake, Plano. Dallas had a big event this afternoon that we were on the air with you for. And then Fort Worth is sort of the last marquee event in North Texas. In fact, we have about 25 No Kings rallies that are taking place across the Metroplex today, Dallas and Fort Worth being the two anchor events, if you will, the largest, drawing the biggest number.
Wow, they even got the handmaids out here. Yes, no, I know I muted myself accidentally.
Supporters. There you see people that dressed appear to be in the Handmaid's Tale, those people in those red robes marching there in the streets. We've had a number of supporters that have taken to the podium and have been speaking and energizing the crowd. And now we understand that that large group is going to march through the streets, not terribly far from where they've originated in General Square, right there on Main Street in downtown Fort Worth. But as the helicopter pans out there and we widen out the shot, you can see a bird's eye view of just how many people are gathered. It's a little deceptive when we do a compare and contrast to the pictures and the images we saw from Dallas, because downtown Dallas seems to be more open, and you could really get a sense of how large the crowds were as they made their way and snaked their way through the streets. But that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is a very sizable crowd that has turned out to Cowtown today to protest the No Kings movement. Again, I kind of use this talking.
They're not protesting they're not protesting the movement, stupid. That's the name of the movement. They're what?
What you talking about?
A lot of people out here protesting the No Kings movement.
A what now?
Anyway. Like he was trying to say, massive amounts of people in Dallas, Fort Worth, protesting the Trump administration. Now let's go here to DRM News. Austin and Dallas also. There are protests all over every state. Suffice to say. Wow. A lot of people here. I think this is Austin. They're playing a bunch of very copyrighted music right now, and that is not helpful. Every single one of these. There we go. Thank you, Amanda. Okay. Now let's go to Houston. KU11.
Good Saturday morning, and thank you so much for joining us here on K2U11+. I'm Devon Rahman, and today, millions of people across the world are expected to take part in protests against President Trump as part of what's being called No Kings demonstrations. That's where more than 3,000 different protests are scheduled. Now, here in the Houston area, No Kings events will take place today in the Woodlands, Cypress, Conroe, Katy, Pasadena, Pearland, Sugarland, Kingwood, LaPorte, even Huntsville, Clear Lake, and Galveston. But we're going to begin things this morning with our Michelle Choi, who's at one of the events downtown near City Hall. And Michelle, good morning again. How are things looking out there right now?
Excuse me. Hey there, Devon. I think I'm having some technical issues because I don't hear what you're saying to me, but just to set the scene, guys, we are here outside of City Hall. In about 30 minutes, the latest round of No Kings protests is set to begin here in downtown Houston. In fact, we still have about 30 minutes to go, as I mentioned, but there are several dozens of people who are here already. Hannah, if you kind of pan around and let's give folks we're seeing out here. So you can see a lot of people, demonstrators with their signs. We see a lot of community booths set up as well. The front part of City Hall is where a lot of the speakers and organizers of this movement today will be giving their speeches starting at noon. Organizers tell us this is expected to be a coalition of community groups, activists, and organizers coming together as part of a larger nationwide day of demonstrations. Now, according to those organizers, today's event is expected to focus on, community activism, accountability, and concerns surrounding federal policy, including immigration enforcement. They also tell us community members are expected to speak throughout the event. This, of course, is part of the latest round of reoccurring No Kings demonstrations that have previously taken place here in Houston, including events held last June and again in October, both of which I have personally covered myself. And let me tell you, every time these demonstrations happen, the big concern, of course, is the large mass amounts of people that have shown up. But Houston's been really good when it comes to safety, and these demonstrations have been very peaceful. I will tell you, there are police.
Very peaceful, she says. That's good. That's exactly what we expected out of all of these protests today.
What's your
basis, but at the end of the day, the only thing that we can do is fight and stick together and be there for each other.
Being that, Mike, you've taken part in all the demonstrations that have taken place, the No Kings protests here in Houston, do you sense today's is a little different? Do you expect a bigger turnout? What do you...
Okay, that's quite a drawing right there. It's Donald Trump as the monster from Stranger Things. I can't remember what it's called. The Gorgon? The Trumpin', I guess?
Think of it so far.
Yeah, because coming from the very first one to now, you just see the numbers grow and continue to grow, and a lot of more people are coming together and just realizing the things that are happening around us. We're tired of it. Enough is enough. Let's fight the fight, and let's continue and make this whole entire fight good, and we can do this. In other words, we got this.
Thank you, Mike. And of course, the last thing I wanted to address with Mike is, oftentimes when people hear a
I think this sign also should probably go in the list of top tier signage from these protests today.
and demonstrations, they think automatically, oh, is it going to get rowdy? Is it going to get, violent? But all the protests we've had so far here in Houston have been very peaceful. Are you surprised by that? Or does that really kind of signify what Houston stands for?
No, I'm not really surprised. This is H-Town. I mean, come on, we're strong together. And we know we're all adults. We know how to act like adults. So that's my favorite thing, is that we know how to keep things professional and peaceful.
Do you expect it to be the same today?
Oh yeah, of course.
What's your message before I let you go?
I guess together as a community we can do anything.
Together as a community, we can do anything. You hear that, Space Fams? Beautiful message from a great patriot out there protesting. And also a great artist. I mean, look at that sign. I mean, come on. Who is Cat Hair Lady? I assume if people in chat are talking about Cat Hair Lady is the lady who affixed her own cat's hair to a sign to give Donald Trump's hair a little bit of sort of interactive play, I guess you'd call it. It was innovation in sign making. It's never been seen before. All right, more Houstonians.
You two both attended. You said that you've been to all three here in Houston, correct?
Correct. That's right.
Tell me why it's so important for you to take part in these demonstrations.
Well, as an American, we have the right to free speech, the freedom to assemble. And when times are like they are now, I feel like it's my duty. I'm a military veteran. I've served this country as my father had and his father. And we are not here because we like kings. We are here because the people that are in power right now are acting like kings and trying to take away our rights. And I feel like one of the things I can do is to protest peacefully. And there's so many things that have happened. The Abrego Garcia incident, where they are shipping people away without the opportunity, habeas corpus, without the ability to have a hearing. And just because of the color of their skin, they are assuming that they're not here legally. And then the killings of peaceful protesters in Minnesota is just ridiculous that anybody could sit around and not respond to that. And so I'm here to show my support for everybody that believes in our freedoms that we've fought for so many years. And we've been here as an American since 1776, and we don't have kings, and we don't want any more kings. And that's why the current president is trying to act like one. So we're protesting.
Obviously, a lot of frustrations being felt. What's your take on the turnout today? Do you feel like...
It's good. It's good. I've been to all three of them. This is the third. And when the march starts, you'll be able to see the magnitude. And there's a lot of people in Houston, despite Texas not being so much, it's kind of a red state. And we're showing our presence here, and people should be aware of it, that we're against what's happening.
Appreciate you talking and sharing that with us, Mr. Bob. And Chuck, you too are taking part. Is this your third demonstration here in Houston?
Right.
Tell us why it was important for you to come out.
I think it's important to show up. Charles Manson has moved into the White House, and 30 or 40 million people.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
People have turned into Manson girls, including half the Congress. I'll leave it at that. And I think it's important to get out and fight for this country, show up.
A lot of folks have told me this is about saving democracy, and it's also showing up and fighting together as a community. The big thing, of course, is staying peaceful. That's a big part of this movement. Do you agree that, that's kind of what's been happening? And are you proud that even though these demonstrations are taking place, they remain peaceful?
Oh, absolutely. It's important. I had a good one. I forgot what it was.
What's your message you'd like to share?
Just get out and show up to these things.
There you go. A couple of elderly gentlemen hanging out at the No Kings protest in Houston.
In the race.
Staying in the race. Making their discontent heard. All right, moving it along from Texas now to Utah. KSL News Utah, live streamed from downtown Salt Lake City. Oh my God. That's a lot of people. Holy shit. Salt Lake City isn't even that big a city. I mean, it's the biggest city in Utah. It's like, I think it's like a few 100,000 people or something like that. Look how many people showed up. This is wild. Holy cow. No sound, though, unfortunately. Huge crowd, no sound. Thanks, KSL News. Holy shit. Look at how many people are here. It's incredible. Oh, my God. Let's just take it all in, I guess.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
I did everything right and they indicted me. China!
It just keeps going and 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 going. Oh my God. Look, it just keeps going. 7 minutes, 8 minutes. Oh my God. It's a stationary camera. This is a stationary camera. It's a river of people. It's like all of Salt Lake City showed up for this protest. Look at it. It's insane. Oh my God, the Mormons have risen. Oh wow, that's a lot of people. Holy shit, dude. This is a stationary camera. Finally, after 30 minutes, the crowd starts getting sparse. Wow. How many people you figure that is? 10,000, 50, 15,000? It has to be some huge, ridiculous number. Just some stupid big number. Holy fuck. Well, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. Okay, Utah, we see you turning out. Unfortunately, we do not hear you, since KSL News can't be bothered to buy a microphone, I guess. Okay. What's next? I keep adding videos to the list as I go through this, trying to make sure we hit as many places as I can without just going too crazy. Jesus, we're at 8.5 hours now. Good Lord. We could take a break. But at this point, what? Why? Why do it? Yes. All right, let's go to the northwest. Make our way down the coast. King 5 Seattle, start us off here.
Jumbo.
He's a sleaze.
Wow, such powerful music. What just happened? The music over here at King 5 Seattle popping. There we go. All right, I'll be right back. Oh shit, it's music first. I feel like we get hit copyright for that.
The Seattle freeze is hard to break through, but we're gonna try super hard at this, No Kings. Look at someone next to you, and the person on the left, I want you to say, "We're all we got." The person on the right, I want you to say, "We're all we need." We're all we got. We're all we need. We're all we got. We're all we need. That's what I'm talking about. So we're going to listen to some people today, and then we're going to march together. You're going to meet people to your right and your left. And when you get down to Seattle Center, y'all, we're going to break out in the neighborhoods. Neighborhoods are going to meet neighborhoods down in Seattle Center. So we're going to get to work. Because right now, as we're celebrating, and I understand some people came here just for the speeches and the signs and the marching, but there are people today, right this second, at a federal building south of Seattle, fighting ICE on the front lines. And so my job is to get you past the cheering and the marching and to get you to work. There are organizations, there are over 40 organizations and neighborhood groups down in Seattle Center waiting for you to join. So raise your hand if you volunteer regularly. Okay, all right, okay, good.
I love how everybody's embracing the rebel, the rebel insignia from Star Wars these days. You know, as a galactic individual, that really sort of, it's right up my alley.
In the cause of a peaceful world for decades. He's the executive director of Veterans for Peace, and his voice now.
This guy has a modded Burger King crown. Yeah, Yeah, he does have a modded Burger King crown. Oh, son of a bitch. It's back to fucking up again. Come on. Work with me, you bastard. Ah, dude, my mic is on the fritz. Probably shouldn't have kicked it over. Probably bad.
We didn't expect at the beginning of 2026. His voice now means so much to what's going on in the world. Mr. Michael McPherson.
No kings, no emperors, no pharaohs. No kings, no emperors, no pharaohs. No kings, no emperors, no pharaohs. I am an Army veteran of the U.S. Forever Wars. 35 years ago today, I had just returned from the Gulf War. I'm from Fayetteville, North Carolina, where soldiers from the 82nd Airborne are deploying to the Persian Gulf right now. Boo, that's right. As a child during the Vietnam War to now, I've seen the destruction and killing of innocent people, including children, wars caused, both at home and abroad.
Perp with a sweet super chat on YouTube. Those indigenous vocals from earlier were fantastic while I was delivering the mail. Thank you for sharing. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Oh my god. How bad does it sound on everybody else's end? Because for me, it sounds real bad. And it's really bugging. It's really bugging the hell out of me right now. God. I think I need to like take it apart and look at it, which is going to be a real hassle. That would really suck. Not even sure I have the tools to do it. Probably in my storage unit. Whatever.
I'm tired. I'm tired of war. I'm weary of war. We demand accountability and restitution for war crimes in the Caribbean, Gaza, and Iran. Donald Trump and Congress end these wars now. Yeah, and since I said his name, let me be clear. Donald Trump, you are a domestic enemy to we the people and the Constitution of the United States. That's right. Veterans here in Seattle and across the country, because we swore to defend the Constitution from enemies foreign and domestic, we have a duty to oppose the would-be king and his court. We join in solidarity with all people at home and around the world to defend each other and our communities. And there are people on active duty right now resisting as well. That's right. The cowards in Congress are why we can't depend on elections and politicians to save us. We must rely on each other. Frederick Douglass taught us, power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did and it never will. We must be united with one voice in our demands, and the politicians will follow us. We don't follow them. They follow us. That's right. Now, I emphasize unity because the fascists are united and gaining more power. We must work together to oppose those who seek to harm us. Okay? We must work together. Who should you unite with, you might ask? If you want a just world where everyone's dignity is respected and basic needs are met, then we ride or die together. But if you try to impose one way of life on others and prefer to cause harm rather than solutions, you are dangerous and must be stopped. That's right. Now, I know unity is difficult, but we must, I keep saying this, we must confront the united fascist movement together. Now finally, when times feel hopeless, because I know sometimes it feels dark and this is the worst thing that ever happened in our lives and all that stuff, right? But my ancestors remind me, and yours will too if you look to them, that we have everything we need. They faced much darker times than these. They had fewer tools at their disposal, fewer examples to follow, and a smaller coalition. We have global wisdom, our ancestors' examples to guide us, and the largest and most diverse multicultural coalition in history. Understand that if humanity is to survive, look around. We represent the inevitable future. Now, if you take nothing else away from today, please remember this. Build unity and community to prepare for what lies ahead. To quote Assata Shakur, it is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. We must love each other and support each other. I'm going to say that again. We must love each other and support each other. Can you say that? We must love each other and support each other. Ending in my words, we are here today because we know we have no choice but to unite, to fight, and to win.
Oh, that's a great sign. That's a great sign. Look at that. Donald Trump is a baby playing with little army little green army men. That's literally what's happening right now.
No kings, no emperors, no pharaohs. No kings, no emperors, no pharaohs. Thank you.
Is wrong. My mic keeps screwing up so bad right now. It's so annoying to me. Hell of a lot of people out here.
Way to go.
Hell of a lot of people out here in Cal Anderson Park in Seattle. All right, let's go a little further south from Washington down to Oregon. KATU in Portland. You get points docked for AI signs. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I'm with you on that part of it. It's still hilarious to me. And also somewhat on point. It's on point, but you're right. We could do better. We can do better than that. Let's not use the tools of our oppressors. Well, actually, I mean, if we use them against them, I'm torn. I'm torn on this. Honestly, though, we do need to stop using AI. Yeah, like as much as possible. Looks warm in Portland. Everybody's out in t-shirts and jeans. Jeans are back in this year, aren't they? Everybody's wearing them. Or is that like a Portland thing? Hell of a lot of people out here. Look at this guy's shoes. Look at these pink Crocs. crip walking in pink Crocs over here, this guy. This old guy looks like he's going on a hike somewhere. So many people out here in Portland. Looks like a goddamn festival. Must be 10,000 people out here. That's a bike. Why are we getting a shot of a bike, sir? Oh, that was so cute. I missed it. Oh, I have no idea what that was. Oh, we just got photobombed by that cute ass little girl in a cart. I'm so jealous. I wish I was small enough to get pulled around in a cart. A wagon. I'm not wagon sized anymore, unfortunately. It's very sad. There's a shitload of people. There were a shitload of people out this Saturday protesting. Pretty incredible to witness this show of solidarity. All right, gonna keep going down the coast from Portland to LA. NBC LA's live stream from 3 hours ago. 3 or 4. Are those...
Copy that. We'll stay here.
Did I just... Oh my God. Look at the dresses. Look at the giant hoop dresses. Where did they find those? This is wild.
This is ridiculous!
Can everybody see them? Maybe I should make it bigger. Can I go full? Look at those hoop dresses. Look at these things.
Copy that. We'll stay here.
Pretty great to see all these people out here. How many people you figure, chat? Throw some guesses. I mean, eventually we'll hear estimates, probably later today, on Sunday. Come out with numbers on how big these protests were. What do you think? I'm at like 10 million. That's what I think. Which is a huge number when you think about it. It's like 3% of the population. Streets of Los Angeles filled with protesters. I think this is the ICE facility. Not gonna lie, it looks gorgeous in California right now. I'm a little jealous of the weather. Of course, when isn't it beautiful in California? What am I talking about? This chat borderline got me feeling like you're... Wait, what? Why is chat doing such a thing to you? Why is chat doing this to you, Sassy? I don't understand. That sounds terrible. All right, let's keep going south to Phoenix. We've almost gotten through almost all my vids. We're 9 hours into this puppy. Fox 10 Phoenix. Next up. No sound from Fox 10 Phoenix either. Great. Good job, Fox 10. Why? There we go. Now we got
to 3-0.
We need to do that all over the country. So on May 1st, on May Day,
Good afternoon, Minnesota.
Okay, this is not Arizona. We were in Arizona for a second, and then we switched to Minnesota for some random reason. I don't know why. I wanted to know what was going on in Arizona. That's why I added the Fox 10 Arizona live stream. I'm kind of sad. I'm kind of sad. Why have you done this to me? Why have you forsaken me, Fox 10 Arizona? Why do you hate me so much? Well, sorry, Arizonans.
Aww.
I thought I had a good source. The count for Portland was 30,000. Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot of people. Well, 2 real videos left. Great job. France 24 English. And then the Choose Your Fighters rally. With a bunch of our faves.
Yeah, well, we still haven't perfected the concept of showing broadcasting in 360 degrees, so you can see exactly what's happening behind me. Thousands of people gathering in front of the Los Angeles City Hall in downtown LA, but what I can see in front of me is still hundreds of people streaming into this large plaza, many of them carrying signs saying things like "mad as hell," "disaster dawn is destroying America." I saw other signs earlier saying "send ICE to Iran," "fund healthcare, not warfare," "war crimes don't hide sex crimes," and you still got many people also flying flags of the United States, but also Mexico, Venezuela, Guatemala, Honduras, other Central American flags, Palestine as well. So all these people congregating here at this plaza in front of downtown Los Angeles, many of them very upset, very angry at the state of this country. I can see in the distance what has become sort of one of the symbols of these protests is the sort of toddler version of Trump, the inflatable toddler version of Trump that they are bringing down that will make shortly its way down these steps, down to this central area. And in a sign of how divided this country is, just around a few minutes ago, we saw a plane flying a banner. Of course, as you know, these protests have been called the No Kings protest because people don't want Donald Trump to reign like a king. That banner attached to the plane said, "Not a king, he's your daddy," in an attempt to sort of taunt this crowd gathering here in Los Angeles.
So there has been some kind of a backlash, and this also comes, though, as at least according to the latest Reuters polls and Ipsos, Trump's approval rating is sitting at some 36%. That's the lowest that it's been in his entire presidency and since his return to the White House. What kind of other messages are coming through?
Well, so unlike the past two editions in March of last year, I believe in October of 2025, you know, much of the emphasis was on the fact that critics believe that Donald Trump was reigning like a king, very authoritarian, sending the National Guard across dozens of cities across the country, sending ICE, carrying out these raids. That was the overarching message at the time. This is still part of the message, but this time they've added the no war tag to this protest, so to this edition of the No Kings protest. So this really, the motto for this edition is no kings, no ICE, no war, in an attempt, of course, to express protests against the war in Iran, this unilateral decision to bomb Iran, to join Israel in its campaign to initiate the collapse of the Iranian regime without any congressional approval. And of course, a lot of people, although of course they are very angry at ICE raids, they are very angry at the killing of 2 U.S. citizens in Minneapolis in January, Renee Good and Alex Preddy. Now, of course, the concept, the component of the war, which has angered a lot of people here, even within Republican ranks, but angered Americans across the country in the form of rising gas prices. That is really sort of the main difference in terms of what the past edition was back in October, just to give you a point of indication of how bad things are in terms of the effects of that war in Iran on gas prices in the United States. Here in California, gas prices have increased by 26% in the last month, February 28th.
Yes, they certainly have. All right, here's a bonus vid suggested by somebody in the Discord. Whoopsies. Hassan.
The most recent sort of conversation, debate about you.
Hi. Who are you? You're so racist!
Who are you?
Just a random guy. I'm just a random guy. I'm a political commentator. And how do you put that shit? On Twitch is a website. You're on it now too.
Oh, okay. And you're also at CNN.
And you're also on CNN. Love you too. Thank you for being here.
Why did you show up today? Why did you come here today?
Because I think he's a prick.
Okay. Do you think are the Democratic Party meeting the moment?
No. I was about to ask the same question. You don't think so? The Democratic Party is meeting the moment? Yeah. No. How do you like Zohran Mamdani? I love him. That's awesome. Hell yeah. Nice to meet you. Okay. I'll have to look out for you. Okay. Okay. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Oh, never mind.
I did want to.
Can I take a picture of my mom with you? Sure. She's a huge fan. All right.
Can I take a picture with my mom of you? She's a huge fan. Oh my God. Everybody's mom and grandma wants to talk to Hassan. Hey. Stupid, sexy Hassan. Now that I know that Hassan was at the New York protest, of course he was, because he was on the Majority Report earlier this week. I really want to watch Hassan in New York. That might be a bonus. You might get an extra bonus vid, Space Fams. You might get yourselves a bonus vid. A real bonus vid. Let's go to breaking points first, though. Who just ended their live stream 51 minutes ago. Talking about the Choose Your Fighter podcast stream, whatever you want to call this rally thing. Opening remarks by Crystal Ball and Emma Bigland. Two of the most overpowered leftist lady comment haters on the interwebs.
This is ridiculous!
Against at this.
This music's got me ready to go.
Illegal.
All right, welcome everybody to the Choose Your Fighters anti-war rally. Emma, great to see you.
Oh, great to see you too, Crystal. Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be a part of such an auspicious event. I want to fundraise for some candidates that are against this criminal, illegal war in Iran.
Yeah, so the idea here, guys, and first of all, shout out to Oliver Larkin, Hartzell Gray. They're two fantastic candidates, but also, really they came up with this concept, and then they partnered with Progressive Victory to put all of this together. Shout out to the whole organizing crew, Hanya, Benjamin, Jay, Zach. You guys did an amazing job setting this up, and there's such an unbelievable cast of characters that are going to be joining throughout the night that, I'm not even going to go through the whole thing of listing them all, but among them is a whole bunch of candidates. And so the idea was, look, not everybody's going to be exactly identically the same in terms of their issues, but everybody here is vehemently opposed to the war in Iran and is incredibly committed to having policy based on human rights. And I think we've all seen, Emma, how important it is not just to have any old Democrat, but to have Democrats who are actually going to stand up and fight. This is something that a lot of people are telling me at No Kings today. I think this is like a very prominent sentiment with the Democratic base that really matters.
Everybody's
that in these
saying
primary fights, we get new, more aggressive, more principled sorts of elected officials so that, Democrats really can stand up for the people and push back against these forever wars.
Yeah, and the pushing back on the forever wars element is like only just one piece of getting candidates who are brave on this issue. Just like if you're a candidate that's brave on the issue of the genocide in Gaza, it's a litmus test and means that you're probably going to be a fighter for regular people in other areas. But it's also just a fight for the future of the Democratic Party, and these are some of the kind of branches off of that tree, where it's really important now, I think, that the party, because the National Party is so reticent to identify itself with any kind of brand policy-wise. They'll say affordability, but they're not specific about what they mean about that. It means that we're going to have to create a party brand from whole cloth, and that means just starting with the members and what people stand for. And so it's not about just getting any elected Democrat in office. We saw this with Joe Manchin, for example. I was once asked on an MSNBC panel, would you prefer a Republican in that seat where Joe Manchin was in power in West Virginia? And the answer is, I don't know, maybe, because Joe Manchin ended up killing the child tax credit, and that is a big part of why the Democrats got swamped on the issue of the economy and affordability, because creating a healthier opposition party, as opposed to just like winning every election and then seeing what happens, is I think the overall agenda here. We have to actually create a robust.
I absolutely agree with Emma on this one. And the fact is that, like, you can have a broad tent, but your tent can't be so fucking big that you got people in the tent who are actively working against everything everyone else in the tent is working for, right? And that's what fucking Joe Manchin represented. I absolutely would have taken a Republican over that. At least you don't feel like you've been betrayed, and ugh.
And then seeing what happens is, I think, the overall agenda here. We have to actually create a robust opposition party as a bulwark for fascism.
Yeah, and it feels at this moment in particular extremely existential. I mean, obviously you have a war that is rapidly escalating with no end in sight in Iran. It's one of a number of wars actually that are going on around the world that we are directly involved with. I think we're courting an absolute financial catastrophe. We've, ushered in a fascist to the White House that has been doing authoritarian crackdowns. I don't think anyone feels confident about the midterm elections being free and fair. So the best thing that we can do in a moment like this, rather than just counting all of the woes, which I do spend a lot of time doing and spend a lot of time covering, etc. But when we come together and have, a coalition that is broad-based, and we push forward candidates and organizations that are truly doing the work, that's a way that we can have a sort of positive impact. So a couple things before we get to some of the content that we have, because we truly have like a jam-packed timeline in here today. If you guys are able, go to progress.win/rally. That is the link, progress.win/rally, and there's also should be a QR code on your screen. That is a link where you can give money that goes to all of the candidates who are participating in the event tonight. They're all good progressives. They are all anti-war. They're all pro-Palestine. They're all the types of candidates that we really need to have in office and that we need to back. So progress.win/rally, if you're able to contribute there, I know it would make a difference. Some of these candidates are super high profile. Some of them are lesser known. They all need your support. And then the other thing that I would suggest is, if you don't have the funds, no problem. You can sign up with DSA, you can sign up with Working Families Party, you can sign up with Progressive Victory to volunteer and also help out there, because they're doing organizing efforts for candidates around the country as well.
Yeah, it's I think a really kind of rare thing to be able to get all of these candidates in one place towards like a shared ideological goal, and that's so missing, that level of vision right now with the opposition to Donald Trump, especially because like look what happens when you don't have that vision. This guy gets to be anti-war by default, despite everything we know about him and despite what we're seeing right now. It's really important that we push this agenda forward.
All right. Well, with that being said, I did not personally plan the run of show, so it is not my favoritism that has made my husband Kyle be the first person that we're going to throw to here. But young up.
Yeah. Okay.
Comer that we're hearing about more and more. Kyle Kulinski, host of Secular Talk and also co-host of Crystal Kyle
that young up and comer.
He put together a video that lays out the reasons why he thinks we're at war with Iran and
Discord?
what the stakes are. So let's go ahead and take a look at what Kyle had to say.
What's up, everybody? Kyle Kulinski here from Secular Talk. Before I start, I want to give a massive thank you to everybody who partook in organizing this anti-war rally that we're doing here. So much love to Progressive Victory. Much love to all the candidates that are participating in this. It's one thing for myself and Crystal and Hassan to come out here and give our anti-war talking points. It's a whole other thing for candidates who are running all around the country to come out here and lead the way also as activists, not just as politicians who are trying to ladder climb, who are trying to make a name for themselves. And it speaks amazingly of the character of the candidates that are joining us here, that they notice that this is like a historic moment where we need resistance, we need defiance, we need to stand up, we need to push back, and we can't afford silence in this moment. So much love to Oliver Larkin and Abdul El Sayed and Graham Plattner and Hartzell Gray and Shoykat Chakrabarti and, Cory Bush, Claire Valdez, everybody who's, every candidate that's partaking in this, massive, massive shout out to you. So what I wanted to talk to you guys about is just taking a look at what the numbers were like, the popularity was like going into Afghanistan, Iraq, and this war, and what that tells us about where we're at, okay? So the Afghanistan approval, when that war started, ready for this? It was 92%. 92. And that's largely because we were just attacked on 9/11, so people felt like, I want to defend my country, like, of course, and we were told this is the way to do it. The Taliban's protecting Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda attacked us. We got to go over here, okay? 92%. Then we had the war in Iraq 2 years later, and they did a massive brainwashing campaign and propaganda campaign, lying to us and saying that Saddam Hussein was also responsible for 9/11, and that's why we have to go into Iraq. And they were able to successfully pull.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
By the way, sorry about the music in the background. I was getting the Hassan stream ready for later. Boy, oh boy, how long am I going to do a stream? Actually, I just realized I can only do 3 hours more of. I can only do 3 more hours of stream. That's very sad. I would have gone longer, but we max out at 12 hours. It's one of the downfalls of YouTube.
That campaign as well, but the support at the beginning was 72% for the war in Iraq. Would you like to take a guess what the support was for at the beginning of this war? The answer is between 35 and 40%. I've even seen polls as low as like 25%, 27%, polls as high as like 42%, but the average is between 35 and 40%. Ladies and gentlemen, absolutely nobody thinks this war needs to be done. There is nobody who is truly convinced in their heart of hearts that, like, this is the right thing to do. We need to go in and start bombing little girls' schools in Iran and bombing oil depots and giving a city of 10 million people all sorts of illnesses like Gulf War syndrome and cancer. They're not fooling anybody. And so where we're at now in this country is they don't even bother to propagandize you anymore. They don't even bother to lie to you anymore. The empire just commits disgusting, vicious crimes right in front of your face with your tax money in your name, and they expect you to sit there and take it and not speak up. Not speak up on behalf of the little girls who were bombed in Tehran. Not speak up on behalf of the double-digit hospitals that were bombed there, and now we're also being attacked in Lebanon. It's actually triple-digit in Lebanon. Israel has already attacked 100 hospitals in Lebanon, and they're stealing all of South Lebanon, okay? So just realize what this means in the grand scheme of things. It means we are governed not by politicians, not by serious people. We're governed by dead-eyed psychopaths and sociopaths and bloodthirsty imperialists, okay? That's what all the evidence...
I know we haven't made it that far into this video yet, but I'm already super stoked that they decided to do this. I think this is a great idea. I don't know who came up with it. It sounds almost like it was Crystal's plan, perhaps. But I don't know who. It was a collaboration. It was this was getting live streamed on at least 3 channels that I follow: Breaking Point, Secular Talk, and I think the Vanguard as well. It's good to see some of my favorite content creators collaborating together. Oh, beautiful.
Points to. So the bottom line is, with this war, there was zero threat. Everybody knows there was zero threat. They weren't going to attack us. There wasn't even a theoretical argument about how they're going to attack us. In fact, a couple hours before this happened, a couple hours before the attack was launched, did you know that according to Oman's foreign minister, Iran had agreed to the strictest terms on their nuclear enrichment?
Yes, we've talked about that. We talked and talked and talked about it. At this point, we've stopped talking about it. Nice to have Kyle remind us of it, though. Because, yeah, that's actually something we brought up and I felt like it's, you know, of great importance, considering everything. I mean, we were claiming that like Donald Trump literally said that we're taking out their nuclear weapons at one point in the last few weeks. They had none, and they were agreeing to further restrictions than they had ever agreed to before in any previous negotiations, including the JCPOA Obama nuclear deal that Donald Trump ripped up. Even more stringent than that. The one that included IAEA inspections.
All right, y'all. Emma, he doesn't hold back.
I love Axis of Epstein so much. I've been using it so much in my daily life these days. So got to give Kyle credit for
That was like a middle of the night, like, epiphany. Like, I mean, babe, wake up. Like going to Axis of Epstein.
He is on the front lines of dark woke, and he's honestly leading the charge. So I'm just love what Kyle's doing. And you know, when I first started getting interested in politics, his channel was a big deal on that front, opposing the Iraq War, and so he's remained very consistent. And here we are today.
That's awesome. All right. Well, it's kind of a perfect setup. We've obviously got a bunch of amazing friends who are up here with us now, who are all icons in their own right. Because Kyle was setting up there some of the reasons he thinks that we ended up in this horrific war, even though the American people are overwhelmingly opposed. And I would say also one of the really head-scratching things as we talk about, you know, a democracy crisis is on the Democratic Party side, there is basically no one who supports this war in the base. But among the elected officials, it's a little bit of a different story. And we've seen, not just with this war, but with others, how there oftentimes is a bipartisan pro-war consensus. So what is going on with that? Well, there are a number of things, but one of them is certainly the influence of big money in politics. And in particular, you know, the influence of AIPAC, which has come under incredible scrutiny, and a lot of people have gotten an education in how, you know, how important and significant this one source of funding has been, thanks to the work of Casey Kennedy, who joins us, who's one of the co-founders of Track AIPAC. We also have with us Lily Greenberg Call. She is an organizer. She's an activist. She's a spokesperson. She became the first Jewish political appointee to resign in protest from the Biden administration over their support for genocide in Gaza. Incredibly courageous person. So grateful to you, Lily, for standing up and also for being here. We have Nida Alam, who just ran an incredible race down in North Carolina. And her perspective, she can speak to what it's like to have this flood of cash, not only from APAC-aligned sources, but other big money, for example, AI-aligned sources as well coming into her race. And then, of course, my dear friend, Joy Reid, both fellow MSNBC refugees, and of course, Joy now has an extraordinary channel herself where she tracks all of the news of the day, but certainly has a particular focus on money in politics. So with that, Joy, I'll give you the first word here about, the impact of APAC and big money overall.
Absolutely. Well, this is my first time on Discord, so I'm going to welcome myself to the platform as the auntie in the room here. I'm excited.
I feel the same way. I'm sorry
I
for any boomer
I still
moments that
can't
I
figure
have.
it out.
I mean, we got all.
What is? How old is Crystal? Isn't Crystal in her 30s? What is Crystal talking about?
Thanks to my husband. And I also want to say I always love being anywhere where Crystal is. This is my homie from the old school back in the old days of the artist formerly known as MSNBC. And we're gonna have to work on Kyle coming out of his shell. We're gonna have to get him to tell us how he really feels and stop being so shy and retiring in talking about the things he believes.
Very
But I think
diplomatic in the
he's
way he
very
communicates.
diplomatic. But I mean, I like that he laid out.
Oh, wow. I just realized that Crystal's older than Kyle. She's actually... Wow. Huh. I did not realize that.
The causes for the war in the way that he did, because I think it really gets to something that I believe, and it's not just my opinion, because as journalists we're here to give analysis and context, not our just sort of unschooled opinion. You don't want to hear my opinions about Donald Trump. It would be full of curse words, and you would probably not be able to let your aunties and grannies hear this Discord.
How rude.
But my analysis is very similar to Kyle's, in that as I've observed Donald Trump, and I've observed a lot of presidents, Donald Trump is not so much a president as he is a means to an end. And if you just observe the right over the past 150 years, really from the end of the Civil War on, the conservative movement, whether it's called itself the Democratic Party, the Dixiecrats, or the Republican Party, wherever that conservative wealth core has existed, it's always really had like one or two specific purposes. Their main purpose is to get back to a status quo ante sort of pristine capitalism, which is what the country started out as. If you think about enslavement, it's pristine capitalism, very low cost of labor, almost zero cost of labor. No unions, no pushback, and even white people who were not.
Hey, I'll be right back, everybody. I grab myself some
drinks. There was barely any middle class. There was really
here.
nothing other than the elite, the wealthy white Christian men, and everybody else.
Follow
Everybody
the
else
replay,
was
man.
chattel or a little better than chattel. That system, which we think of as a horrible era in American history, for a certain type of person was the best of times. It was when America was great. The Gilded Age, similarly to them, a time when you really didn't have any thought that labor would ever stand up to you, when you could do to your workers whatever you wanted. It's better than slavery, but by degree, right? Trying to get back to that is hard because the things that you would have to propose to get back to that kind of pristine capitalism would be deeply unpopular with everybody who's gained, particularly since the 20th century. Well, who gained? Women, minorities, unions, children who were no longer used as child labor, women who were able to get, health care, abortion care, access to birth control. All the people who gained in the 20th century are a threat to you if you're trying to get back to that status quo ante. Well, what do you need to try to force a public that doesn't want to go back to the horrible times when most people were in economic misery? You have to give them a trinket. And Donald Trump is more a trinket than a president. Donald Trump is sort of this avatar for every elite, economic and financial elite person that wants something. He's the perfect way to get it because he bedazzles about 30% of the adults in this country, mainly white, but even increasingly some people of color. He bedazzles them. He dazzles them so much that he, in his presence alone, as the leader of a religious cult, can let you get almost anything. So if you are one of the big Northrop Grumman or one of these big military companies that wants forever war because it's so profitable, he's your guy. He's going to do forever war for you. If you are a big AI company that wants to despoil the air and water in poor communities and build your AI infrastructure in their neighborhoods, he's your guy. If you're at the prison industrial complex, he's going to create for you not mass deportation, but mass detention. It's even better. You can build concentration camps, private prisons. He's perfect for you. If you're on Wall Street, perfect for you. He's going to make you rich, even as he makes your employees poor. You name it. Every economic elite loves Donald Trump. And you ask yourself sometimes why so many people, who you and I both know, Crystal, behind the scenes will tell you how much they hate Donald Trump. Republicans who despise him will stick with him to the bitter end because he's a means to an end. The Supreme Court that are monarchists, about 5 of them who believe we should have what amounts to a king. Well, Donald Trump is perfect. He's the vehicle through which you can create the unitary executive theory. Even George W. Bush, who's not a bright man, stood in the way of a full unitary executive. We got a certain degree of surveillance and et cetera, but they didn't get to go all the way. Palantir, which came after 9/11, which has taken full advantage of the terror of 9/11 to build this massive surveillance state, they can go all the way with Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a means to the end of everything horrible and rotten. If you're a religious fundamentalist Christian nationalist and you want to create a white Christian nationalist hellhole that's something like Gilead, he's going to let you do that too. Project 2025 never would have passed other than the beguiling sort of presence of Donald Trump. So I think Kyle has it right. And I think what the media is failing to do is making the linkages. They're treating each of these horrors as a separate story. For Israel, I'll close by saying this. For Israel, Donald Trump is the perfect president because Bibi Netanyahu has been trying to get an American president to use our blood and treasure to fight a war for him on 7 fronts in the Middle East so that he can at least promise his insane far-right base that keeps him in power, Eretz Israel. And Eretz Israel would require Israel to expand, quintuple its size by eating up half of Lebanon, parts of Iraq, parts of Egypt, most of Jordan, parts of Iran. They want to expand all the way from the Tigris and the Euphrates all the way to the Nile. And they can't do that without a failed state in Iran. And they can't be the hegemon in the region, a sort of European outpost hegemon in the region without a failed Iran. Same with Saudi Arabia. Works for them. If Iran fails and the whole region is destabilized, that's good for them too. So I think every bad guy on earth, and particularly as you said, the Epstein class, what did you call them? The Epstein cadre or whatever they are.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Donald Trump, if you are a serial pedo that's in the Epstein files, you can guarantee that as long as Donald Trump is the president of the United States and Pamela Joe Bondi is running the Justice Department, you will never go to prison. So he serves every nefarious, wicked purpose on earth, just as one single president. It's why they will never let him go. And if he says he wants to stay in office until he dies, the Republican infrastructure, and unfortunately, some Democrats won't really stand in the way of letting him stay there forever.
Yeah, well, that's part of what we gotta do tonight is to lift up some Democrats who will stand in the way of those things. Casey, I wonder if you could jump in because you and Corey did something that turned out to be very controversial, which was just to put out publicly available information in a digestible format about one of the more significant sources of funding in politics, which is APAC. And I'll tell you, I was at the little local King George County No Kings protest today, and there were people there with anti-APAC signs, which I never in my life would have thought would be possible. And it's not all you, but you guys had a lot to do with that. Just talk a little bit about why you thought this was important to shine a light on.
Yeah, so this was something I started learning about several years ago, but once it came really more into the public consciousness following October 7th and then the unfolding live stream genocide that we could all see, it was something, the lobby is something that I knew about, had some background information on that I had just been doing in my own independent research, but a lot of people I knew didn't. And if I ever brought it up with anybody, they kind of looked at me like crazy-eyed, like, what are you talking about? There's no way there's this huge entity that has that much control. And the more you try to explain it and explain how deep-rooted it is and how widespread it is, it's just a lot for people to like digest all at once. So that was really the root of me trying to figure out what is the best way for me to highlight what's going on in a way that's really tangible for people. So obviously everybody knows how corrupt our government is. Money in politics is a huge issue that is like really at the forefront of why our elected officials are acting the way they are, and an array of sort of things. So like all the different issues, not just on.
We can't watch this whole 6-hour long live stream, unfortunately. We don't, I don't think we quite have the time for that. Skip ahead a little bit here. Hassan Parker in the building.
Problems that are taking place from the domestic issues, the issues around the economy, but certainly the endless wars that we are waging for no discernible reason. But yeah, what's always interesting to me is the demographics. It's always like older, somewhat well-to-do white liberals that are primarily attending these sorts of movements. It's very diverse. It's much more diverse this time around, and there were a lot of people.
I noticed that too.
But I do see it as somewhat of a pressure valve, where like clearly people are frustrated and they just don't really know what to do, and that is born out of the fact that the options, the more productive, historically, the more productive forces of pressure have been totally eradicated in this country. And I'm of course talking about like labor militancy.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why there's no political education to be able to properly express these desires, and there's no real like pressure point that they can lean into that revolves around organizing. So we just kind of walk around the street a little bit, bang some drums, and feel a little bit better about ourselves. Now, to say all of that doesn't mean that this is utterly unproductive. I'm not criticizing it at all. I think it's always great when people go outside and show that they have the numbers, and show this administration that is somewhat responsive to big crowd sizes, as we know, that there are a lot of people who hate them. So it was good.
I think it's also just like gives people some courage to see the numbers out in the streets too. And hello also to Oliver and Hartzell here, two fantastic candidates who've stepped up to run. And Hassan, I don't know if you know Lily Greenberg Call. You probably remember she resigned from the Biden administration over their policy of pursuing genocide. And so Lily, maybe you can speak to some of what it looks like from the inside and some of the, the reasons why, the Democratic Party did fund a genocide and didn't, refuse to put Palestinian American on the stage at the DNC, and why the leaders have been very tepid in particular. And, they'll say, oh, well, Trump isn't consulting with us about the war, or isn't planning the war properly. But to get just a full-throated condemnation seems to be pulling teeth.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I think folks at this point are really like everything that Joy said, everything that Kyle said. I think the public is really aware of the reasons why Democrats are unable to truly condemn the war, and also, truly condemn and then use their power and leverage as representatives of the U.S. Congress, or folks in the administration, leadership, American government officials, to actually try and change anything on the ground in Palestine. I mean, one of the reasons why I think my story made the splash that it did was, unfortunately, that I was the only Jewish official to publicly leave. There were some folks who left privately, and I wish that they had shared why they left, and used, what felt like an important role that Jewish Americans have to play, and especially Jewish Americans in government. But also because that I grew up very pro-Israel, and I used to be involved with APAC when I was young, because that was just what my community did. If you cared about politics, which I did, because I was a nerd, and if you cared about Jews, in particular, you were pro-Israel. It was whether you were a Democrat or Republican, it didn't matter. And for me, also I grew up in San Diego in a more conservative community with a lot of Republicans. Israel was kind of the one thing that we could agree on. And so I spent a lot of time in that space and started to change my mind as I got to college and got to actually meet Palestinians and, you know, be confronted with the reality of the history of the state of Israel that I was only told, you know, very propagandized, very whitewashed history of. But also as Trump was elected and it became very clear to me, you know, like I was suddenly, I was like, why am I sharing space with white nationalists and with Christian evangelical right wingers who, you know, and why do these people feel empowered to tell me what to do, right? To tell me not to walk out of an APAC conference where Trump is speaking, which is something that really happened. This guy with a giant wooden cross looked at me and said, "This is really not polite of y'all." And I was like, hold on, you know, I thought people here were here because they cared about Jews and American Jews. And again, I was like 20 or 18, you know, but all of that, that kind of like ugliness rising to the surface is what helped to break a lot of the cracks for me. And then working in the administration, like even when I went in, you know, was already moving to the left in a lot of ways and was very clear-eyed about the role of APAC and the role that corporate interests play. But it was another thing then to see the genocide unfold and to see that, you know, I was organizing like massive dissent throughout the government, Capitol Hill staffers, administration, you know, people across ages, rank, you know, folks at the State Department, folks where I worked at Interior, like it didn't matter. It felt like pretty much everyone around me, for varying reasons, thought that we weren't doing enough and thought that our policy of unconditional support for war crimes that was in violation of our own laws and was also going against, you know, both the expertise of people in government and the majority opinion of American voters. We were all on the same page, but our bosses wouldn't listen, you know, and people just were incredibly boxed out. And I've had Palestinian friends of mine get told to their face by members of Congress, you know, we sympathize with you. You have the moral argument, but until you bring us money or votes, nothing is going to change. And I think that it's clear to, yeah, incredibly. I mean,
what the fuck? Until you bring us money or votes, first off, fuck you. Second off, the Biden administration ignored the votes. So did the Kamala campaign. Right? Like, the numbers were in. Democratic voters were against the genocide. And they ignored them. So, like, honestly, what a fucking stupid thing to say.
That's how, you know, if you want people to care about government or care about democracy, like that's a really good way to do it. But I think it's very clear to everyone now that APAC, you know, functions as like a right-wing organization and that it's a combination of industries, as y'all were saying. Like it's tech, it's AI, it's defense contractors, but it's also just the corporate powers that be. And it has, you know, nothing to do with protecting Jewish safety, of course, and nothing to do with protecting the interests of the American people. And it's not even just about foreign policy, because all of these things are connected. Our war economy lines the pockets of billionaires here. Tech makes a lot of money, you know, in the ICE and deportation and incarceration system. Like all these industries profit from forever war and incarceration and deportation. And those are the people who give the most money to our representatives. And because of the way our political system is set up, which needs to be fundamentally changed, the people who give that kind of money are the ones that people in power listen to. And yeah, I mean, that is unfortunately the reality. I think that there is a shift in terms of being able to buy. It is harder now, and it will continue to get harder to buy people's votes because we have access to internet and, you know, social media and the kind of platforms like the one we're on right now that help people break through some of the mainstream media and just like lack of education and lack of political education in this country. But that's also why these like mass mergers of all these media companies are going through, and why someone like Jeff Bezos even wants a newspaper in the first place, because they want to control the flow of information that reaches voters. And, you know, that's one of the reasons why I don't know how familiar people are on this call with the organization called A New Policy that was founded by two of the other folks who resigned from the administration. But I'm, doing some work with them and supporting them because I do think it's going to take a combination of outside pressure and people who know how to play the inside game and to like really change the politics around Israel, Palestine, and create those new incentive structures within Washington.
Well, we really admire you for the journey that you took and also the courage that you showed to come forward. It was incredibly important, and for the work that you're doing. And Lily, Casey, Joy, Nita, thank you guys so much. I could talk to any one of you guys for like the whole night, but we have a million guests in the lineup. So thank you all so much. Love you guys. Great to see you.
Thank you so
And
much. Happy to be
Hassan, I
here.
think one of the strategies, in terms of you have these mainstream politicians who realize now that they are wildly at odds with the base of the party is now, I mean, I think this is part of what's happening with the whole decision to like demonize you.
Power panel. My God. So many big names coming through here. Does anybody know who came up with this plan? Anybody?
Cuomo tried this and it didn't work too well in the mayor's race. They
Yeah.
also don't want to have to talk to you because they know they're going to have to answer questions that are going to make them look really bad. So I think that's part of what's going on here too. Like Alyssa Slotkin, I think, was one who was like, "That's out of bounds," Well, she doesn't want to have to answer
screw
the
Alyssa
questions that you would
Slotkin.
put to her.
Yeah, I find it really funny because like I never invited them onto my show. They're just like saying that they refuse to talk to me
Preemptively.
ahead of time, and it's very funny because like there are some establishment liberals that have wanted to come on the show, and I've kept it private in the past, but one of them actually happened. My refusal happened in front of a New Yorker journalist, and I didn't realize that wasn't off the record. So that's. If you want to find a name, I'm not going to say it, but it's on a New Yorker magazine article. Now, what's interesting is, you nailed it. These guys don't want to have that conversation at all, and I think what they are trying to do, what they think is they're operating with an old guard mentality, where they think like, oh, it's very prestigious for a random Twitch streamer to appear alongside a politician. It's giving them credibility. It's very prestigious for a random Twitch streamer to get favorable media coverage from legacy publishers, like the New York Times. We went to the Vanity Fair's Oscar party. Like, we have to do something about this. And what they don't understand is that in the new media environment that we exist in, I get a lot more real, broad awareness out there when I appear on Theo Von's show. That's just the reality. The eyeballs and the attention are, maybe fortunately or maybe unfortunately, in the hands of people who are in new media, which don't have these similar attitudes, don't have this kind of like a gatekeeping perspective. And it's not necessarily good for me when a politician comes on my show. As a matter of fact, I get inundated with smears. It's good for them. I do it because there are politicians that I want to hype up.
Seriously.
Oliver's, in here right now. He was one of the
Hassan-
people that we both fundraised for and also had on.
Hassan gets hammered by his audience for like every time he gets
Oliver's,
like, oh my God.
Oliver's running against Jared Moskowitz in Florida in a Democratic primary, and very.
Every time Hassan has a candidate on, like, if they don't have the perfect fucking like policy platform, they're like, oh, Hassan's libbed up. Hassan's libbed up. He's it's kind of, honestly, it's got to be so annoying. It's got to be so annoying to him because like nobody has a perfect policy platform. But people are like constantly purity testing Hassan. Like if he's not perfectly towing like the communist Socialist Workers Party platform line, like, and like if he talks to anybody who doesn't, like, it's like immediate Oh God.
Race there.
Let's be real. Hassan gets it. Hassan gets it from literally every fucking direction. Right? Right wingers hate Hassan. Liberals hate Hassan. And
yeah. And
yeah.
The thing is, like, most people understand that, and that's precisely the reason why they are hearing, you know, Third Way make a big fuss about this issue, and demanding that Democrats draw a line in the sand, and maybe even getting a little bit of help from some of the other advocacy groups and lobbying arms that we have heard from earlier. I'm of course referencing Israel. That politicians do these sorts of call-out posts. It is really remarkable that they've chosen a 90 to 10 issue in the Democratic Party's base to, like, draw a line in the sand over, because most
Brilliant.
people understand that this is not about perceived anti-Semitism or anything like that. It's absolutely about genocide. It's absolutely about apartheid. And it's absolutely about denying aid to Israel, like conditioning aid to all countries, but certainly denying aid to Israel for its crimes. It's illegal in our laws for us to give a
Illegal.
single dime to Israel, because very clearly they're very clearly using it to violate our laws and violate international human rights laws.
Yeah. I also want to welcome in Qasim Rashid. He is a human rights lawyer, author, former congressional district candidate out my way in Virginia, and very courageous person as well. And mentioned before Hartzell Gray, but just to give people the details there, he's a Democratic Socialist. He's a former NPR host. He's running for Congress in Missouri's 4th Congressional. Is that Kansas City, Hartzell?
Oh my God, I really want to hear this right now, but I also really need to keep this moving right now too. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna 9.5 hours into this fucking stream. Jesus Christ, we've been going a long time today. I'm just gonna max it out. Just gonna max it out to 12 hours, but still, we don't have enough time to do everything I want to do still, somehow. Alright, I'm gonna hear from this guy, because I'm working on my elections right now, my election stuff. I'm gonna put this guy down for Missouri.
Yep, KC, that's us.
Very nice.
It's a Super Bowl district. I don't know if you knew that.
Gotcha. Hartzell, what are you seeing in your race in terms of, how animated people are about the war right now?
Yeah, and if I can start real quick, just to kind of piggyback on the APAC conversation. So before we had even announced our race, so we were actually running in the 5th against a 20-year APAC incumbent, a Democrat. This is before the gerrymandering assaults, right? And so at the time, we hadn't gone public with our race at all. We had done some preliminary paperwork and things like that. But I'm on Insta. It's a Sunday night, and I get a random DM, and the person says that, "Hey, congrats on your race," and she has it all laid out for me. And she says, "I'm with one of the biggest lobbying firms in the country. Would love to reach out and have a conversation." Like, literally says lobby in the email. Like, it's crazy, right? So I sent that to my campaign manager, and like, no ifs, ands, or buts, like, mask all the way off. It literally said her name at apac.com. And so what we did immediately was go hit up our friends at Track APAC. So shout out Casey one more time. But it is just another example of trying to buy off another black face to shill and stump for a genocide and an apartheid and an ethno-national state. And so this
Ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Silvar with a sweet super chat. Thank you for going out and protesting, GSL. We love you. I love you too. And of course I went. I mean, I'm glad I got to make it out today with my weird sleep schedule. I usually sleep straight through normal protesting hours, but I managed to do that and do a stream. It can be difficult to juggle the two. I do want to feel like I'm also participating in real-world Earth action and not just space casting. Although I think this technically counts as action. I'm getting the word out. I'm getting the word out actively to the solar system. But it's a different. I don't know what to call it. Like it's just tangibly like I don't know how to explain that one. And Echios with a super chat as well. Thank you, Echios as well. Thanks for the long. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you. I'm pleased. It's my pleasure to do the long stream today on this beautiful day, No King's Day. It all come together. It felt like Space Fams. We needed this today, big time. A shot of much needed vigor, perhaps, or reinvigoration. After a long, difficult winter, and I'm not just talking about the weather, of course.
This is the kind of game, and to them this is a game, but it is a real life, it is our lived experience for us, but to them it is just a pawn, a chess piece. And at the time, by the way, Cleaver is an APAC candidate, the 20-year, 80-plus-year-old incumbent. So they are still going to hedge their bets for the young black dude as opposed to shilling for Israel with the old black dude, right? And so that is just right off the bat. I want to just say how much like this is an assault on democracy in the guise of human rights for a marginalized group, and I just think that that is disgusting, to be honest with you. So what I'm seeing on the ground, I am seeing people who have worn the Trump hat 3 times,
Disgusting
will
and
vote for
probably
him
illegal.
another 3 times, which I think is probably their plan, I think, at this point. And what they know about Trump, to quote some of the evangelical words, it's like they know Trump is an imperfect vessel, right? But it is the MAGA Republican congressman they have, who I'm going up against, Mark Alford, who is supposed to, soothe Trump's worst angels. So I can't get them to say that Trump sold them down the river to Israel. But what they are telling me when I knock those doors, they're saying, hey, Mark Alford sold us down the river to Israel. Because our folks understand that, private equity who are taking up our apartments in downtown Kansas City are also taking up the apartments in rural America, but also their farms, right? So why are we sending bombs to blow up babies in schools when we could be, I don't know, funding rural hospitals here, or just making sure we guarantee universal health care, housing, a guaranteed job? Like, our folks are feeling this. Missouri is the show me state, and these folks are showing their asses. And so what we are doing is we are coming after theirs. And that is a populist strain. Like, this is a red state that also voted to raise the minimum wage. This is a red state that voted to get rid of right to work. They gave paid time off. Now, the Republicans, they of course have fought us at every turn. We codified abortion. Now it's back on the ballot. Make that make sense. So again, like, this gerrymandering fight is happening now, but it's something that us working people, we have been under the thumb of the empire. We understand what this is. Our folks who are profiting off of our pain, right? Profiting off of genocide, what we should be doing when it comes to domestic security, or whatever we want to call it. Let's actually make sure that the global south is going to be around for a while. How about we make sure that we fund UNRWA? How about we make sure that we do peace through peace, because peace through strength doesn't make any sense.
Well, Hartzell, I mean, that's a great way for us to
Thank you.
Conversation to cast
Thank you.
here. Your human
Hell
rights-
yeah. That little spiel just got him in my notebook. I've created an entire system for the midterm primaries by state. Missouri primary is August 4th. And Hartzell is running for the 4th district in Missouri. And he's in my book now. Because that was a good ass. Good ass speech.
There's like this kind of I would say ignorant understanding within some Democratic Party consultants that nobody votes on foreign policy, and then if it doesn't affect their pocketbook immediately, that it's not going to be a motivating issue at the polls. What has your experience been in relation to that kind of theory?
Well, the short answer is that it's a crappy theory that's been disproven repeatedly. But before I even dive into that aspect of it, that theory could have some merit, some legitimate merit, if the Democratic Party had been a party that championed working people, if it worked on getting corporate money out of politics, if it worked on raising the living wage when they had the trifecta, and not letting the Jim Crow filibuster prevent them from doing something as basic as that. If Biden and Harris had fought to extend the child tax credit, which once it expired because they capitulated to Manchin and Sinema, childhood poverty raised by 33%, literally overnight, if they had canceled student debt, if they had passed universal health care. So they make this stupid argument, but then in the meantime, when you ask them about working families issues, they're abysmal. People forget that under Biden and Harris, forget the inflation part of it, that was tied to COVID, and the US did actually better than most of the developed world on the inflation side. But on just sheer wealth and income inequality, the United States continued to be the worst in wealth and income inequality in the developed world. 60% of Americans can't even make ends meet. So this argument that they vote with their paycheck, if the Democratic Party, if the establishment actually believed that, then pass some goddamn policies that reflect that. But beyond that, what we know from more than 30 surveys conducted during the 2024 election was that the number one issue, and IMEU did a poll right after the election as well, the number one issue was, why are we funding a genocide in Palestine right now? Why are we sending $38 billion to a regime that's being credibly accused of war crimes and genocide when my kid can't get enough to buy school lunch, or I can't afford basic daycare? And so I think this the disconnect of the domestic policy that isn't serving working people, and then not recognizing that people aren't stupid and they see that Israel has universal health care, we don't. They have free college tuition, we don't. They have abortion access, we don't. You're not inspiring people to come out and vote for you. You're simply pointing out your own hypocrisy and not realizing it. The last thing I'll point out is that, you know, Biden ran on Build Back Better. That was his shtick, right? That you elect me, I will save the soul of America, I will restore order, I will restore a sense of decency. And then the second they ran into a tiny bit of opposition from within their own party, they just dropped it completely. And we saw Harris do the same thing as well. Ran a strong campaign at the start, and the second her brother-in-law said, hey, maybe lay off on the attacks on the corporate executives, we saw that whole thing shift again. And I think until the Democratic Party establishment recognizes that we need more than just slogans, it can't be just, you know, that meme of the difference between Republicans and Democrats is Republicans will bomb a brown country and Democrats will put a pride flag on a plane and bomb a brown country. Like, the difference cannot just be that. It has to be substantive. And until that happens, we're going to keep losing elections.
So Hassan, you raised money for Oliver. You did some. You guys streamed together. So Oliver, was that,
we raised like
how did that go for you guys?
Materially changed the course of our campaign, and
that's awesome.
I think that was really just a flashpoint in what so many people across the country have been feeling, and honestly why Hartzell and I came together to help organize this event, which with such an incredible lineup, I can hardly believe how many people are participating. But it makes an awful lot of sense, because when Jared Moskowitz came out against the Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie War Powers Resolution, Jared Moskowitz went so far as to call it the Ayatollah Protection Act. That was just an insult. It was a slap in the face to his colleagues. And that was really the first moment. I've been running against Moskowitz since last year, and he's been awful on many different issues preceding this. But this was a flashpoint, because he was giving Donald Trump a blank check to take us into war, when my generation, Hartzell's generation, our communities have been completely divested from to spend.
This has given me a great opportunity to start working even more on my midterms plan. I am starting to realize just how big I need a spreadsheet. I'm starting to realize I do need a spreadsheet. I'm doing this in a planner. I don't think it's going to be possible to do all of it in a planner. Florida has 28 seats. So thankfully only Alaska and Florida are on the 18th. August 18th, everybody, if you're in Florida, is when your primary elections are happening. Oliver, 23rd District.
Billions and trillions of dollars overseas. And so it occurred to me that, yes, I need to elevate this fight against Jared Moskowitz, but there are candidates waging this fight all across the country against APAC Democrats, against APAC
Oh,
Republicans.
good.
We needed
More
to
computer
organize.
work.
That's my background is as an organizer, but going on Hassan's stream and, I find it really irritating, but also a little bit humorous because not to compare Hassan at all to Joe Rogan, but I do remember a discourse around a certain Democratic candidate for president, an independent from Vermont, going on Joe Rogan in 2019.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. Just so we can get all the vibes from this discussion. Holy shit. Look at this. Oh my god. They are not kidding about the number of guests they had. When Crystal said we got a lot of guests, I thought she was kind of kidding. Like, maybe they had like 10 or 15 guests or something. This is insane. There's 15 guests on this one screen. All right, 12. Close enough.
Yeah, one of my volunteers is our neighbor from across the street. And, he's been a supporter from day one. But he was tabling at one of the No Kings rallies with me. And he's like, Salam, I had no idea you were so active. So many people came by to say that I wanted to sign your petition because I heard you speak at this event, or I saw you on Reddit, or I saw you do this or do that. So when he shared that with me, I honestly got emotional because these are emotional times and I miss my wife and kids who are away for spring break. But this is like, people are inspired. People are fed up with what we have right now. They're ready for this progressive victory. And just stay out there, y'all. Just keep getting out there. Be annoyingly present every single day in every way you can, and you'll move mountains.
So I thought the direction you're going was. So I thought the direction you're going was someone's out there just petitions to collecting for you, and they didn't realize there's no kings. They thought everyone showed up just for you.
Salam is king.
Awesome. Like I didn't realize this campaign blew up. But
I thought that's what today was, right?
Yeah. This is just a campaign rally for all of us. But I mean, it's been amazing. I'm in San Francisco, and it's pretty amazing because it's the third one, and every single one just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It's like the thing that's exciting to me is this is creating the infrastructure for to turn this into a real political movement that gains political power. That's what I really hope this heads into, and also. I know it should be like the infrastructure for when we do a general strike or when we really use this power to like hold this administration back. It could be that, but yeah, it's been exciting to see on the ground. Sorry, Jeremy.
Yeah, and Shoika, right there. If you can hold a sign out at a protest, you can mobilize and knock doors and hold palm cards. And we need to translate all of that energy into translation into the ballot box come September, or for me, September 2026 midterms.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just saying. It looks like this guy's running too. I think all these, considering what Shaikat just said, I think it's possible all these people are running for Congress right now. But that's absolutely needed. We need Zoran Mamdani energy across the country in every possible race that we can get our hands into. Doesn't matter what state it is. I don't want to hear, oh, that state's unwinnable, that seat's unwinnable. Bullshit. It's 2026 and the world's burning. Nothing's impossible, space fams. Together, we can do anything. So write that down for later so you don't forget.
We went to 9 of these fucking things today. And we were at 25. We had 25 going throughout the district. We had people at each one of them collecting signatures, handing out palm cards, doing all of that. And that is the power of what we're seeing. Because the story that sticks out is guy comes up to me and he goes, thank you. I was speaking at one. He goes, that really moved me. He goes, this is the first one I've ever been to. And at the first one, I saw people out there and I drove by. And at the second one, I was like, that's interesting. And I thought about it, but I didn't. And on the third one, what we see going on in the world, he goes, I couldn't stay home anymore. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing average people who never thought they were politically, they were going to be political in any situation, coming up and getting together. And that's how we win this.
I want to give some credit to, the people with those signs, because I saw those signs, the brunch signs. I'd be at brunch right
And
now.
no shade to the brunch people.
No shade, but
It's
they
an
were.
important funnel. You're right. Yes.
It's an important funnel, but I will say I watched someone literally walking with that sign past a group of people that were actually having brunch on Saturday this morning. And so there are people that are coming in and this is their introduction. And I think the most important thing that I've seen from our experience with No Kings is that we're having conversations with folks to make sure that they understand that this is not just about Trump, right? Like Trump is not the cause, he's a symptom of this greater problem. And we have to be having a conversation about the billionaires and the corporations and the influence that they have in our government and giving them permission to actually kind of join some of these other movements that we have here on the left to realize that there are so many other things that we need to be focused on to get to the structural mess of this right now, so that we can get some real progress done.
Yeah, I just want to jump in because you never really forget your first rally. And then it ramps up from there, right? And we were at Highland Park today. We also have a bunch, and while we were out there, we got this really hard question, like, why challenge Frank Pallone? Like, why are you going after an experienced Democrat when you should be focusing on Trump? And like, I like what Milat said, because this is not just about Trump. But when I asked them, what does that experience really look like? What has he done for you? Can you tell me a couple of things that you can think on top of your head that he has done? We explained the influence of AIPAC and how it has led to our financial and military support of genocide and war. And when we told them that Frank Pallone was just named to the House AI committee, but he's never heard of Palantir, then they start thinking like, oh, okay, let's think about this guy a little more. Then they were willing to listen, and we continued the conversation from Gaza to universal healthcare and childcare, and progressive viewpoints are going very mainstream. And now they're more pumped to go to more rallies because they start realizing that this is very, very prominent. This is a thing, and this is not just a one day I show up, but it's an every day I show up for my community.
Yeah, I think for me, here in New York, sorry.
Yeah.
did
Okay. I think I'm just gonna keep this moving. Since it's, God damn, it's getting late. Well, not late, but late in the stream, 10 hours in. God damn it, my mic keeps failing. That's bad. What next? What next? Well, I guess we can keep going through the stream, seeing what else is going on in here. So many different guests. Oh, Silly and Billy are on there too. Crazy. Crazy. Okay. Let's do that. A little Silly Billy. The boys, if you will.
Yeah, I think we might have a quick hiccup
Zach
here
and
over
Gavin of the Vanguard podcast. Do you guys see them? Because I'm having a
you hear us?
failure on my
Yeah, we're
end.
getting a failure message over here, Emma. I'm gonna pop out and pop right back in.
Alright.
Sorry about that.
Figuring this out in real time. I guess while here we have, I'm sorry, back in. Do you mind introducing yourself, this other panelist here? Yeah, sure.
Hi, Nia Jodat. I just wanted to give a quick update that Representative Bush is going to be joining us soon as well. So
Okay, wonderful.
of course.
Wonderful. And now we're joined, there they are, by Zach and Gavin of the Vanguard podcast, a prominent political commentary and leftist drama channel within the left, well known for bringing light to progressive influences. Zach and Gavin, always good to see you guys. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having us. Really quickly, gonna throw this up on screen
I don't
and make
hear
sure
you
that.
guys, but maybe here. Hold on. Unmuted now. Go ahead.
Hey, can you hear us now? Are we good to go?
Yes. Oh, you guys could hear them?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm very
we could hear them.
confused by this, but I'm happy to have everybody. Zach and Gavin, introduce yourselves if you don't mind to the audience.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm Zach. I'm one of the co-hosts here at the Vanguard podcast. As Emma mentioned in the preamble that she did about us, we are a YouTube drama show. We kind of cover the local ins and outs of the progressive media sphere, if you will, kind of give a community hub to what's popping off. But we also try and root all of our coverage in anti-war progressive commentary, talking about the need for Medicare for all, things like a Green New Deal, and of course, no escalations with Iran.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? Thank you so much, Emma, for inviting us on. Thank you all so much for coming on the stream tonight. I'm super excited for the conversation. And yeah, as Zach said, we're Zach and Gavin of the Vanguard podcast, aka Silly and Billy.
Yes, well-known Silly and Billy. Senator Nina Turner, can you reflect a little bit on the past maybe 10 years of
I'll be right back. I gotta do something real quick.
the anti-war movement kind of being dissipated, really, I would say, or maybe not 8 years, 10 or so years. Like, I remember voting for Obama in 2008, or supporting Obama in 2008. I couldn't vote yet, because of his stance on the Iraq War. And it did feel like the Bernie Sanders movement was a big part of, co-opting that energy as well in 2016 and bringing young people into the fold. It feels like since the genocide in Gaza has begun and since the Democrats were so complicit in it, that a lot of the energy on the anti-war left has been, I guess, undercut. I wonder what you think about what that means electorally for the party going forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, I'm hoping that there will be an absolute rejection of any current elected official or anybody who is vying to be elected who does not declare in words and in deeds that they are pro-peace and anti-war. If they already have a record, then they need to be held accountable. If they're new to running, then we got to take them at their word and put them in. But it is just, it's immoral what is happening in this country and what is happening all across this world at the hands of countries like the United States of America, like the right-wing government of Israel. And it shouldn't take lower gas prices, or excuse me, higher gas prices or higher food prices or tariffs to get the American people to understand very clearly that what happens over there, whether over there is Iran, whether over there is Iraq, whether over there is the Gaza, the Sudan, the Congo, Haiti, Lebanon, wherever over there is, it is happening over here. And the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was very clear when he said that what happens to one directly happens to us all indirectly. And certainly those of us who are alive today and get the benefit of technology, we understand that the world is a lot smaller than it was 10 years ago, Emma, 20 years ago, 50 years ago, even 100 years ago, that you do not have to have a PhD in geography or understand the mechanics of geopolitics to understand that we are all intricately connected, whether it is our oil supply, our food supply, air, water. And so it is going to be incumbent on a multi-generation coalition to stand up and say, we're not going to take it anymore, just like those brave souls during the Vietnam War, just like the people who had the vision before it became cool to be against a war when we're talking about what happened in Iraq, excuse me. So we really do need people to wake up, and it doesn't have to be whether or not it's happening on the soil. All wars are wrong, and we have enough firepower. The superpowers have enough firepower to end the world as we know it. So what else do we need? War should always, always be the last resort. And unfortunately, we have an administration. First of all, Congress has abdicated its responsibility, present company excluded. They are weak as a group. They have abdicated their responsibility. They really don't exist. And then we have a president and a secretary of war who act as though they're playing a damn video game and not understand that they're sending somebody's son, somebody's daughter, somebody's wife, somebody's husband, somebody's loved one into harm's way. And they have such a cavalier attitude. I think it was Hegseth who said that we negotiate through bombs. I think that's what he said, Congressman. We negotiate through bombs. Who says that? Who does that in the 21st century?
Dangerous
knowing
moron.
How delicate things are in the world and how much more firepower that we have. That if any of these powers step hard, this could be WW3. Who wants that? And so we
yeah.
push against it hard.
Yes, Congressman Khan, could you respond to that? I mean, it must be a bit of a trip hearing some of your colleagues justify this war that has been known to be a absolute red line for almost every president prior to Donald Trump, because Iraq is 4 times smaller than Iran. Iran is infinitely more mountainous. Iran has a much more kind of ossified structure in the way that its government functions. So it must be a really fascinating, I guess, from the perspective of having to deal with your colleagues when you hear them try to justify this.
Well, Emma, you're absolutely right about the strategic blunder, the fact that Iran is 90 million people, the fact that Iran has the capacity to hit the Strait of Hormuz as they have and had oil spike, the fact that we have basically taken out Khamenei Sr. and replaced him with Khamenei Jr. Khamenei Sr. had a fatwa on not developing nuclear weapons. Khamenei Jr. doesn't have that same view. And by the way, if we took out the regime, we may replace him with the military, the IRGC, that's even more hardline and that was opposed to the JCPOA. But Emma, I want to talk also about the moral issue here. And I know you believe this because of all your excellent commentary. We can trace, in my view, Gaza, Cuba, and Iran to something very dangerous in American form.
Yeah, and I was just thinking to myself, this is unrelated to what Rose is talking about, because I'm just thinking election stuff right now. And I'm looking through all of your suggestions in the government channel. First off, really appreciate all of you already helping out on that effort. I have already realized that I need to make a full-on spreadsheet to really track all of this stuff properly. But if you're not on the Discord, please get in there. I will put a link in the YouTube channel, in the chat, and in the Twitch as well. We get in there, we're continuously growing over there. It's a good place for us to organize. And like I said, I'm getting myself ready for the midterms big time. Primaries are already underway. We got to start getting ourselves behind candidates, because we only have a month, 1 month, until the first primary in May. We have a break in April. We already had a few early ones, but we got a lot left to get through. And that's really, these are honestly, the primaries are the important races, because we have to get the right candidates to the general election. Like, honestly, like, if we get the wrong people, we're just going to have a bunch of Joe Manchins in there. That's not what we need. We don't need that.
Which is the dehumanization of how we see people in the non-Western world's human rights. The dehumanization of what happened with the genocide in Gaza, the dehumanization of the fuel blockade that is causing blackouts and hunger in Cuba, of the Cuban people, and the dehumanization of over 1,000 Iranian civilians killed, young girls killed at a school. And it's as if their lives don't have the same inherent dignity, human rights, as other lives. That is really the attitude, certainly pervasive in the administration, but more broadly problematic in the country. And we desperately need a new moral direction. It's not, these aren't isolated issues, would say we actually believe in the human rights and the dignity and equal inherent.
By the way, since I already see a few people, or at least one person showing up in the Discord since I mentioned that, anybody, if you go to the Discord, make sure to agree to the rules. We have a little, just brief, it's a small amount of reading, very quick, couple paragraphs. But if you don't agree to the rules, you won't get access to the whole server. I have a bot It's really not. I mean, it's just what do you call it? It's just a couple lines of code, really, that automatically grant you access to the server once you agree to the rules. Otherwise, you are left in a terrible purgatory in which all you can see is the rules, and that's not fun.
Human worth of every human being, whether they're in Cuba or in Gaza or in Iran.
It's incumbent upon the
Emma,
West.
before
Yes, go ahead.
I know you're going to jump to my other colleagues, but something
yeah.
that the congressman said that is going to be important for people to put together. The same spirit that does not care about bombing other people's people is the same spirit that denies us universal health care, that denies us clean air, clean water, clean food, that has said that they're going to allow companies to pollute the water a little more. It is the same spirit, the same energy, the same power that won't cancel student debt, or that would allow a ruling class to run roughshod over the United States of America, which has practically become, not just since President Donald J. Trump, but it's really up in our face, the corporate states of America. These are not separate powers. It is the same callous indifference that at the UN, the United States, Israel, and Argentina had the pure, unadulterated gall to vote against declaring slavery, the transatlantic slave trade, one of the most horrific, human, dehumanizing events of all times, of human history. And then you have 52 countries, most in the EU, who abstained, and abstaining just means I'm voting no with no backbone. I don't have any courage. I mean, people have to connect the dots. It is the same people, the same energy that is denying us domestic tranquility right here in the United States of America. And that's why these people must be defeated. At the ballot box, corporate responsibility, us withholding our dollars and
immediately, if not
our
sooner.
work until somebody, as my grandmother would say, get some get right.
Yeah, I mean, perfectly said. And yes, I like to call those three countries that that voted no: the U.S., Israel, and Argentina. That's the axis of Epstein, which Kyle Kalinske coined, but also the Nazi haven. They joined together in in perfect harmony to say the slave trade actually wasn't that bad. The Vanguard guys, I wanted to give you a chance to jump in here as my fellow mods. Any questions for our guests?
Off the top of my head, I really appreciate what Senator Nina Turner was talking about as far as the public's response to these wars. You know, we've seen it again, obviously, going back to Vietnam, mobilize this mass movement of Americans for peace. We saw a similar result a couple of years after the invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan when the 9/11 trauma started to wear off and the populace started to realize that we'd been lied into this war. And I guess my question would be is like, how can we make sure that people understand that this is the same bad deal before it's too late, you know, before thousands of Americans are coming home in caskets? Because it seems like that's when people really start to wake up, right? When their sons, when their fathers, when their husbands start, you know, coming home wounded or coming home dead, right? And I'm just wondering if anybody has any ideas for how we can wake the people up before it's too late, before there's a horrific result like that. And everyone, of course, realizes later, hindsight is 20/20, as they say.
Well, I think Senator Turner touched on it pretty well. You know, we shouldn't take high gas prices. We shouldn't take higher grocery bills. The bottom line is we need to take money out of politics. It is an oligarchy system, you know, like Senator Bernie Sanders said. You look at members of Congress, 202 House members are actively trading stock. 56 senators, more than majority, are actively trading stock that they oversee the laws about. How do we ever stop anything if we don't know where your service lies? Is it in service of the corporate donors or is it to the voters? I'm all about voters, not donors. And so Senator Turner said it best. We should not be even looking at why this war. It shouldn't take the gas prices. It shouldn't take all this economic injustice to get us to understand what Congressman Khanna just said, the moral impact of this. This is morally wrong, and we just, no one has the backbone. As Senator Turner said, they're abstaining because they're getting pockets filled, and so we need to stop
Yep.
this massive amount of.
Yeah, and that's going to take a lot of effort. It's going to require a majority with the intention to do just that, which means we need to get all of these ossified, moneyful politicians who have been enriching themselves this whole time out of office and replaced with people with integrity and an actual vision for the future that includes other people other than themselves, I guess I would say. Okay, my mic is really pissing me off. So very much. So much. I guess that doesn't really make it better. But okay. Alright, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit more here, just to keep us moving. It's been such an incredible pleasure having all of you folks here this evening. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. Oh, I'm exhausted at this point. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, wow, 10 hours and 15 minutes. Good God. That's a long stream right there, is what that is. Just a reminder to everybody, we are, of course, brought to you by viewers like you, and if you got a couple extra bucks to consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways we have available for you to do just that. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. So many great ways. Such a quandary.
Are we going to have people in Congress, in the Senate, in the mayors and city councils that are going to have the courage that's going to be required? Because no one individual can do this, but if we have a lot of people, I do believe there's a chance that we can have a major realignment in 26 and 28.
Yep.
Well
Gonna
said.
need Cory Bush back in there. We need to get Nina Turner in there. We're
Yeah.
gonna have Roe, of course, back. We need Oliver Larkin. We need Hartzell Gray. We need Milat Kuros. We need that whole panel of candidates that we had on earlier. But awesome to see all of you guys. Thank you so much for taking the time. I can't tell you how much it means to us that you all, who are all very busy people in your own respects, took the time out to do this and to uplift this cause and the other candidates who are running as well.
Pleasure to be here.
Thank you all so much.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for the invite.
Thanks for doing this.
Yeah,
Have a
of
great night.
course.
Progressive victory too. This is amazing.
Oh yeah, they did a fantastic job organizing. Let me tell you, I'm on that group chat. That thing is going 24.
Who's with us today? Thank you very much for being here. Has faced the blunt end of this. Just
Oh God, not Vosh.
90 different cities now.
Oh God.
United States, if we
Okay, I think that's a good enough place to wrap this video up. When Vosh appears out of nowhere. All right, maybe not. We'll go to the very end. Go to the very, very end of this thing. I just can't stand Vosh. Can't do it.
Space with you, Hartzell, for being just so bold and so wonderful as a candidate, and Oliver and Zach. Oliver, for being so strong to run in that district and being bold about your support for the anti-war movement, and Zach, for all the work that you do, and Jay and every staff member with PV and the volunteers. I know it's a hard thing to do, but we brought this together, and it's because of you that I know we're going to be okay.
Well, I think that's a perfect place to
Beautiful note.
end, Tanya.
Yeah.
Beautifully said, and I think really puts in perspective, these little like petty grievances between this person and that person, this group and that. Like we got bigger fish to fry right now, people. Honestly, and not just for this country, but truly for the world. Because while we're, currently waging war on Iran and the Iranian people and bombing schools, et cetera, in Iran, we're starving and threatening Cuba. We illegally kidnapped the Maduro, the leader of Venezuela, to brazenly steal their oil and their gold. I mean, the country, this fascist regime is a menace to the entire globe. So I'm just going to put one more plug in for progress.win/rally. If you guys can give to the many incredible candidates that we heard from this evening, and as many amazing candidates as you guys booked and we already heard from, there were scores more who wanted to be in the program, who are also great progressives, who submitted 1-minute videos so that people could get to know them a little bit and who they are and where they're running and what they're all about. So we're going to run those videos now. So make sure and check those out as well. But thank you to the whole team. Thank you to everybody out there who was watching. We're so grateful for the support, and to the onward, I guess. Well, hopefully, I think a lot more collaborations will come out of this, which I think will be extraordinary as well. Thank you, guys.
To infinity and beyond.
Thanks, Crystal. Zach says join DSA.
Join DSA.
Wow.
WFP.
Join PV.
Why did I do that?
DSA on
My name's Adam Murphy, Democratic candidate for Virginia's 9th District, running in Southwest Virginia. Our primary is August 4th, and I'm endorsed by groups like Progressive Victory, and I'm working on groups like the DSA and the Working Families Party. I'm an Eagle Scout. I'm working with a lot of our local unions, teachers associations, community action groups, community service boards, you name it, I'm learning. My opponent in the general would be Congressman Morgan Griffith, who's been an elected official for over 30 years and has been there since 2010. If there was one policy I had to choose to put forward as the one that I'd like to get enacted, there's a lot that needs to get changed, but I would like to have the people of the United States to have single-payer, universal health care. And the only one on the table is Medicare for all. If you'd like to learn more, if you'd like to learn about our platform, what we're running on the 21st Century Deal and the 21st Century Bill of Rights, check us out on our website at murphy4va.com. Hope to see you there. Hope to count on your support. Thank you so much.
A decade ago, these were in my spine, and this is what my back looked like. In 2016, I suffered a severe back injury that nearly left me paralyzed. I had to have my spinal cord rebundled and had 4 rods and 8 screws put in. And then 4 years to the day, I had one of those rods break. It was my experience with the for-profit healthcare industry that inspired me to run for office and fight for universal healthcare. We always seem to have more money for war, but not enough money to actually help people here get the healthcare they need. My name is Heath Howard. I'm a Gen Z state representative running for Congress in New Hampshire's 1st Congressional District, one of the few open primaries anywhere in the country. As a state representative, I unseated a 12-year Republican incumbent who is also chair of New Hampshire Right to Life. I've also operated completely in a Republican trifecta where I've had 28 of my bills pass our chamber just last year alone, and I had 9 signed by the governor. I know how to get things done regardless of who I'm working with. My record speaks for itself. That's why I'm proud to have the endorsements of the IBW 104, of Progressive Victory, of the Southern New Hampshire DSA, of Citizens Against APAC Corruption, of Citizens Impeachment, and of over 40 state legislators and other local elected officials. Learn more about our campaign at heathhowardnh.com or follow us on any social media platform at heathhowardnh. I look forward to seeing you all at the polls on September 8th.
Hi friends, Heidi Hall here, running for Congress in California's District 3 with a primary date of June 2nd. I'm a lifelong public servant with an expertise in the environment and climate change, and I'm currently in my 3rd term as a Nevada County Supervisor right here in the beautiful heart of this district. I'm running to fight against Trump's authoritarian regime, to hold all of the administration accountable for their illegal and unconstitutional actions, to abolish ICE, and to pass Medicare for all. My opponent is an entrenched congressman from a neighboring district who parachuted in when it looked easy. He doesn't even live in this district. He doesn't show up for his constituents. He voted to censure Al Green when he stood up against Trump, and his time is done We need change. We need a fighter in Congress. When I'm there, I'm going to make sure we sign back up to the Paris Accords, that we repair our global relationships to attack climate change. I'm going to lean into the Green New Deal and our green economy. We want to put a moratorium on AI data centers, shut down coal-fired plants, and abolish oil and gas subsidies. I've been endorsed by a number of thought leaders and elected officials and clubs up and down the state, and have taken the Progressive Victory Pledge. I'd be honored to have your support. You can find out more at HeidiHall.com.
Hey, I'm Audrey Denny. I'm running for Congress in California's 1st Congressional District.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of good candidates that I need to be checking out right now. This was quite a production put on over here by, I guess it was Progressive.Victory? In collaboration with Breaking Points and
In both
others.
a special election and the midterm primary, which are both going to be held on June 2nd. In both elections, I am the progressive candidate running against an establishment Democrat and an establishment Republican, who are both termed out of the California State Legislature. I am an educator and a nonprofit leader, and this campaign is really about centering the voices of
Honestly, though, this right here is inspiring me right now. We really need to be doing this for the rest, practically the rest of the year, right? For the primaries and then the general. But we really need to dig deep and see how many seats we can flip. Because there's a bunch of Senate seats up for election, and people always just sort of throw up their hands and assume that, you know, Republicans are going to win X number of seats. I say fuck that this year. I say we see how many of those incumbents, Republicans and Democrats, so we can, at least of the bad ones, so we can, you know, move out of Congress and replace with people who have a vision for the future. You know, all of the House is up for election right now. We can do a full reset. Honestly, it's leftist Tea Party time. Time to get out there, folks. Time to pound the pavement, knock on doors. All of these things.
Our political and our economic system, as you all know, have been captured by corporations and the wealthiest among us, and work for those voices instead of working people. That's why I don't take any corporate PAC money. That's why I need grassroots supporters like you to help us knock doors and make phone calls and donate. And you can learn more at audreyforcongress.com.
Hello, Progressive Victory. My name is Bethany Andrews Beck. I use any, all pronouns, and I'm running for Congress in the Massachusetts 6th Congressional District. It's an open primary full of corporate Dems and DC insiders, but it wasn't always an open primary. I was the only one who stepped forward to challenge Seth Moulton after he tried to throw trans kids under the bus and refused to vote to impeach Trump. I'm a software engineer, organizer, and activist, and I know the only way we get out of this is together. I also know the longer we wait before we regulate AI, the worse things are going to get for working people. That's why I've put forward a robot tax that will level the playing field between us and the machines. So check out my website at bethfordemocracy.com. Check out my socials at Beth4MA with the number 4. Come knock on doors with us, make some phone calls, because together we are going to reboot America.
That was a well-produced video.
Hello, my name is Hunter Gordon. I'm a home care aide from Washington's 1st Congressional District, east and north of Seattle. And I'm running for Congress in the August primary here. My opponent is Susan DelBene. She's the 9th richest member of Congress, and she chairs the DCCC, deciding which Democrats get to run and which get drowned out. She takes APAC money and Palantir money. She has never had to face a real challenge until now. I'm endorsed by Progressive Victory because someone who actually works for a living and understands the concerns of workers should be in that seat. The policy I care most about is
That is an important person to kick out of politics. These DCCC ghouls. Fuck
understands the
yeah.
concerns of workers should be in that seat. The policy I care most about is Medicare for all. Caregiving is my life. I watch what this healthcare system does to families every single day. My own brother survives because of Medicaid. I want to get this done so the insurance system stops killing people. If this sounds like something worth fighting for, find us at electhunter.com. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Kevin Fagan, and I'm running for Congress for Washington's 5th Congressional District. And we are going to flip a district that hasn't been blue in over 32 years. We're running against Michael Baumgartner, and our primary is August 4th. I've been endorsed by Progressive Victory, and our one policy, if we could get it passed, would be Medicare for all. But you can go to kevinfaganforcongress.com to learn about that policy and our other policy priorities like abolishing ICE and banning congressional stock trading. I'll see you out there.
Okay, for time's sake, I'm gonna switch videos now. There is more, but unfortunately, this max is out at 12 hours, people. I would honestly keep going. I'm having a ball of a time talking about all of this with you, because I find it important. By the way, I don't know why I didn't ask this earlier. God damn it. Hold on. I'll be right back. This is pissing me off. Go. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I was just getting pissed off. Oh no, and then Chrome dies. Why do you hate me so much? Why? What did I do to you? What did I do to you to deserve this? I don't understand. It's like you hate me or something. Okay. Right, the bonus clip of the night. The Hasanabi broadcast. Live from the streets of New York, it's Hassan Piker. In the memory of the victims of Epstein Island. Oh my god. Yo, this is wild. I actually haven't even seen this. I know, like, I've seen people recommending this video for like weeks now. I still haven't seen it somehow. In the memory of the victims of Epstein Island, it says. Wait, okay, right, okay. Oh my god. Wow. Iran is memeing so furiously right now.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan broadcast coming to you live from New York. We're in Manhattan, folks. We're live. We're alive. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. It's Saturday, March 28th, 2026. I'm live. I'm alive. This is the #1 broadcast for driving a wedge in the Democratic Party, as you guys already might know. Thank you, MJMD, for already with the gift of subs. Goddamn. We're live. We're alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is going to be a pretty big day. We have a lot happening. We have a lot to talk about. Hold on.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead because at some point, I'm fairly certain Hassan, takes it to the street. Takes it to the streets.
Political movement developed in this country, and when it develops is because Americans feel the war in a human cost, not just in the body bags either, but people go to places, like people, like thousands of Americans, millions during like World War II or Korea, obviously, get deployed overseas in support of these things. It incurs a cost, and that generates a backlash. And so I think that it's if you're without making a normative judgment about it, but just sort of trying to like paint a descriptive truth, the case is that there are not that many, these gatherings are filled with lots of people who, while politically they may hate the Iran war, it's not the basis of like why they're so engaged.
Mobilizing. Yeah.
And so it's like, what does that mean then? It's like, well, if I'm the organizer of the No Kings rally, that's a different thing. But if you want to show up to it, there's a reason SJP chapters, other radical organizations are present. And it's, again, not because they agree with everything the organizers do, but just because it's like, in this country, when you see who has the ability to fill streets with that many thousands of people, I think it's you can't deny it's an opportunity to connect or reach out to all of those thousands.
This is also, this is part of what I talk about when I say like liberalism is the mass movement, unfortunately. Like most people are self-identifying liberals, even if their worldview might be a little bit more radical than that. I have to open the door and close it real quick because my shit is stuck. Sorry, my trench coat was stuck. But yeah, liberals, most people are self-identifying as liberals, even if they have if they got more political education, they would recognize that there's something beyond that. That's a big part of my advocacy. As far as the foreign policy goes, though, I think we have a very deliberate.
Hassan, you cannot move here. Wow. Oh, you're telling Hassan where he can and can't not move? If anything, I think Hassan's too fucking soft to move to New York. First off, just the cold. I don't think he could handle the cold. He's a Cali boy. He's used to sun and beaches. He's not used to slush and salt and freezing cold temperatures. He doesn't know anything about that. Did you see him in Minnesota? Does everybody remember Hassan in Minnesota? Oh my god. It was hilarious because Hassan, is 6'4", whatever, like 250 or something like that. There's like little girls right next to him just like dancing while Hassan is like shivering, like just shivering and like whinging about it, like while like children are frolicking around him. I just don't think he can handle
design in mainstream media for many, many years to totally decouple Americans broadly from from even thinking about like what our actions are responsible for globally and what kind of impact that even has on our domestic existence. So what I mean by that is like people just see that as something that's happening over there. War is constant. people are always going. There's a poverty draft angle to it as well. There's no like real draft, like you said. So people don't have to think about it, and they don't see it in the news that much either. And so, like, war and constant war is only an afterthought for an overwhelming number of Americans. Even though it has a major domestic impact, because as I always like to point out, you know, every dollar that you spend bombing a school is a dollar that you could have spent here building a school.
And also, like, you know, like from the fucking Patriot Act to everything we're seeing on college campuses now, you know, with the restrictions on speech that they're trying to impose, like,
I'm skipping ahead on
you
these
know,
guys.
the war is also like it.
Thank you.
Skipping the Uber ride.
It's clear from both sides.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Clear, take care.
Thank you.
Hop out on your side, though.
Okay.
You go out. You go. I'll come after.
I'm gonna grab it. You got it.
New York, baby.
Oh my God, the cameras can't adjust. Somebody adjust the fucking exposure on this thing. Jesus Christ.
All right, let's
it's
do
so
it.
washed out. It's so washed out. You can't see anything.
This is the #1 place. We're currently headed to Times Square. Everyone's favorite place in New York. Every real New Yorker will tell you that Times Square is the best place to be. It's kind of like Hollywood Boulevard.
It gets a bad
It's kind of like
rap.
Hollywood
It's really
Boulevard.
bad.
You know, when you go to Los Angeles, you go to Hollywood Boulevard. It's the best way to understand
Oh my
what living in
God,
Los
bro,
Angeles
look what I
feels
just
like.
did.
That's crazy.
That's bad, dude. That's awful. I'm gonna step in here real quick.
Stepping into a Starbucks. Get him. BDS. This guy.
BDS.
He's out of control.
He said.
This guy.
Hassan. Oh my God. Hassan was ready to jump Noah just now. He's like, you know, I should punch you for going in here.
Is out of control. He just got really excited.
This is ridiculous.
But yeah, we're gonna be linking with Andrew Epstein and with Claire.
Hell yeah.
And the DSA folks as well. Get a read on, you know, what their attitude has been so far about the No Kings protests.
It's the last day of petitions for them.
Last day of petitions?
Yeah, last day of petitions.
For what?
Like tomorrow is.
What
to
is?
get them on the ballot.
Oh, to get them on the ballot. Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, at least for all assembly.
For the DSA slate.
Shit.
That's right.
I almost forgot about ballot access. We got to get on this shit now. Oh. Fucking ballot access. I need more time. I need more time or more hands or brain and or bodies. Oh God.
Yeah. God damn, it's cold, man.
Yeah.
What the hell? New York.
It's going to be 70 degrees on Wednesday.
What?
It's going to be 70 degrees on Wednesday.
Yeah,
You
well,
missed out.
fucking not right now.
No.
As far as I'm seeing, unfortunately.
You see what I mean? Hassan's crying again. You see what I'm saying here? You can't move to New York. This guy's, he's crying right now, and it's a perfectly normal temperature.
Oof. Everyone was calling me. Zoran was making fun of me last night for saying it's unbelievably cold in New York. Which it was. I was shivering.
Because it's spring. That's not true.
I got a nice stylish stand to rock.
Yeah, you got it.
There you go.
All right, let's keep moving.
Just for context. Yesterday it was like I'm trying to remember. It was like, I think it hit like 50 degrees. I'm trying. My brain is broken, but like, it was. It's been perfectly fine weather in New York, and Hassan's just being a little baby. I mean, like at night it gets a little cold, sure.
You're a little baby.
But I mean, come on. Come on. This is nothing.
What?
It's a lot colder than I thought it was gonna be.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, well, we can get you an I Love New York beanie.
I want an NYC Tucker Carlson commie beanie. That's what I want. Someone was telling me last night, how'd you let that one go?
That is true.
It's my merch. That should be my merch.
I do like the idea of like Tucker Carlson going and like finding like some DSA like merch designer and being like, everything that you've ever wanted to do, I need you to do for me.
Yeah, go balls to the wall, like, you know, because Republicans can get away with that. That's the other thing.
Well, yeah, but that's like, okay, but it's because it's the principle, right? Of it's like how it's like why you should never wear a t-shirt. This is
Low body fat and poor clothing choices. Yeah, no. The trench coat is a bad idea. I don't know. You're right. He does not know how to dress properly. If he wants to stay warm, this is not it. This is not the
like anti-pedophile. You know, it's just like they don't care about that. They don't mind having the hammer and sickle on their shirt. Like they are actually like they even if it's like a negative thing or whatever, because they have good taste.
Yeah, they are. I think they're literally like two blocks out. We are one block out from. Like we have to walk as fast as possible so we can catch up to.
Like if you really want to stay warm, you go North Face hoodie, balaclava, right, and gloves. No gloves. If you're so worried about being warm, gloves, obviously, first thing to do. That's gonna help immediately,
if not sooner.
Because like we're gonna be connecting. They're coming off 7th Avenue.
Yeah, we're hitting 6.
Yeah.
Well, we'll hit him.
Hopefully.
Surely.
I might need to get some I Love New York gloves. God damn, I'm such a pussy.
Borrow mine?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Also, it's like it's a nice jacket, but it is also.
He can't shut up about it. He can't shut. He's so cold right now. He can't shut up about it.
I was wrong.
It's like low 40s.
Oh no.
It's 42, but what does it feel like?
Like I don't know, man. It feels.
Sometimes it'll say.
We're still good, right?
Feels like 26.
What?
Screen went black for a second.
Well, that's also because you're.
Wait, screen went black
for a second. Is that okay?
Let's see.
How's it
What's
going?
up?
Can I take a picture of you real quick?
Sure. Yeah, it's fine. I think.
It's fine. Okay. Cool.
You see, there's one here.
There's a minor F.
Oh.
Hi, chat.
Nice to meet you.
How's it going?
What are they saying? It says no memory inserted.
That guy's day, just, wow. How lucky. He just happened to be walking by Hassan at that moment. Got to say hi to the chat. Wow.
Huh?
Wait, I don't see it. No, it's fine.
Okay, great.
What the hell?
I mean, it is also like Midtown Manhattan is like notoriously just like a wind tunnel.
Yeah.
Midtown magic.
Bro, it says feels like 26. That's not good. I was not ready. I was like thinking it's gonna be like 50, 60 degrees maybe. That was foolish of me.
Oh my god. Just for context. I was protesting out there today, and I was sweating. I was literally sweating from all the marching and the yelling.
I guess we can walk.
Oh my lord.
a lot older, a lot whiter. And I do think that this is something that the Democratic Party doesn't understand as far as like where the base is at. They oftentimes associate, you know, anti-war movements and people demanding more from the party with like, I guess, some sort of youthful appetite for more. But it's actually a lot of the older people, in my experience, that share similar resentments that we do in our community with the Democratic Party's inability to address.
I mean, I see a lot of gray hair holding up signs that say, you know, like Epstein class, no war.
Yeah. Yeah. What's up, man?
Can I say hello? My name is Matt. Jamming on Matt on Twitch.
Yeah,
Can I get a pic?
With this jacket fully closed up, he looks like Sherlock Holmes from the future or something. or actually, it's not clear. Time traveling. He's Doctor Who or something right now. What the hell is happening with this fucking trench coat, dude? Why? Why is this the jacket?
Appreciate your streams.
No problem. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Have a good day, man.
Yeah, you too. I know that the people that are. What's up, man?
Can I get a picture of you?
Yeah, yeah. Let's do it. I know that those aren't old people. The ones that.
Oh, dude, it's so good. I was like right over here, and like I saw you were right down the street. Yeah.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, look, power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. No kings.
Agent Orange is creating utopia.
Yeah. I don't think these guys are like, I mean, these are lifelong Democratic Party voters, right?
Well,
like,
yeah, and also it's like, you know, I don't think we've had something quite as, I don't know, something quite hits all the lib buttons as like the last 6 months.
Yeah. My worldview and my values and the policies that I want politicians to represent might be different than yours, but at the end of the day, I think we have the same goals. But the amount of time and effort that some of these people are spending, the amount of time and effort some of these people like Third Way are spending, the resources that they're expending against me, they should be using against the Republican Party instead.
And so the most recent sort of conversation, debate about you.
Hi.
Hi. Who are you?
You so racist!
Who are you?
Just a random guy. I'm just a random guy. I'm a political commentator.
And how do you so fascist?
On Twitch is a website. You're on it now too.
Oh, okay.
And you're also on CNN.com.
And you're also on CNN.
You're also on CNN. Donnie O'Sullivan's got to pop in there. He's like, and CNN. What a fucking chill. And CNN. I'll bet you there's more viewers watching Hassan's stream than CNN stream.
Love you too. Thank you for being here.
What's your name?
Hollydale.
Hollydale? You got to get on Twitch.
I know it should be.
Okay. I'll get on Twitch.
There's people in your demographic that watch.
I'll get on there. Don't worry.
No, there are really. What are you? You're like 45, right? 46?
Yeah.
Okay, not a day over.
No.
Why did you show up today? Why did you come here today?
Because I think he's a prick.
Okay. You want to expand beyond that?
I think we're in such bad shape now. I don't know. Every day my husband and it's so different. I mean, I was in Chicago for 68.
Really?
So this is way worse than 68.
Do you think the Democratic Party meeting the moment?
No.
I was about to ask the same question. You don't think so?
The Democratic Party's meeting the moment?
Yeah.
No.
How do you like Zohran Mamdani?
I love him.
That's awesome.
Zohran Mamdani.
Who do you think would be a good presidential candidate?
I'm not sure. I like a few people, but I'm actually interested in
JB Pritzker.
Right. I thought you were going to say J.D. Vance.
No.
Lovely to meet you. Nice talking to you.
Nice to talk to
Nice
you.
to meet you.
Okay. I'll have to look out for you.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. Oh, never mind.
I did want
Snub.
to.
Can I take a picture of my mom with you?
Sure.
She's too cool for Hassan.
All right, yeah.
She's too cool. She's already walking over here. Okay, she doesn't have time to go shaking Hassan's hand. All right, she's protesting.
Yeah, sure.
The Democratic Party, like I'm just an observer. I'm just
Okay, right.
On the point of him going against the Democratic Party is like dedicating resources against that. I think it's actually the opposite effect. I've been a Democrat, pretty disappointed with the party turn their back, and there's a lot of folks that are kind of sitting on the outer edge, and he's been able to bring them back into the Democratic Party. So think of what happened to Bernie in the prior elections with Joe Biden kicking him.
11 months up. 11 months. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Nice to meet you.
Deadass. I'm from Nebraska. So whenever Austin talks about Nebraska, I always have to be like, there are some good ones.
No, we know.
But no, thank you so much.
So the sort of latest debate about, and I mean, I'm getting into this because I think from so many people we even spoke here today.
They were like, Hassan, we're drawing our line in the sand. That's what they're saying out here.
People are saying a lot of younger people, also some people who name checked you directly, fans of yours, say the party needs to run more progressive candidates who are speaking out against Israel, various different things. The sort of debate that's going on about you right now is that you are too extreme, that you are anti-Semitic, and that Democratic candidates shouldn't associate themselves with you.
Yeah.
That's what
the Democratic Party. That's what I'm
Could you give us, I mean, for the CNN audience, I mean, what's your response to that?
It's ridiculous. It's the only reason why this issue ever gets brought up. It's a heinous smear, first of all. I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that combating anti-Semitism. I've been doxxed, swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism. I just also happen to be an avowed anti-Zionist. I believe Zionism is a very racist ideology. It's an ethno-religious supremacist ideology, and it's the underpinning ideology that has caused the genocide of Palestinians in the hands of Israel and also the United States of America. And because that is such an impossible issue to address on moral terms, that I think a lot of people cynically will say prominent critics of Israel are anti-Semitic. Are there critics of Israel that are anti-Semitic? Absolutely. I'm not one of them. As a matter of fact, I combat and fight against them pretty actively, which is why I find it so distasteful and so ridiculous that these smears would consistently get advanced, only because you can't have a conversation on where the party's moral center is right now. This is a 90-10 issue, you know? After October 7, 2023, there were a lot of people who were not willing to have this conversation about 80 years or 75 years of apartheid at that time. But now, after 2.5 years of Israel's unlimited bombings and genocide, a lot more people are aware about exactly what was going on in the regular lives of Palestinians living under this crippling apartheid on a good day, right?
And so we've seen ADL, the CEO of the ADL, John Greenblatt, coming out and criticizing
He's
candidates.
my biggest fan, my baldest fan.
Criticizing candidates who are associating themselves with you. I think I even saw in Political Playbook today did a survey of what candidates would speak to, what would not. But you do, you know, you have an issue of people are taking, obviously things you have said in the past. You speak online all day for a living. But two things that keep getting brought up is you said America deserved 9/11, and you use the term Zionist hate. So I think there are two things that keep being brought up.
It's crazy just how far those like clips of Hassan have gone. Like the right wing, and not just the right wing. Like there's like a bunch of these like chorus freaks have been doing it too. There's a bunch of libbed up weirdos, like APAC money types, who've also been going after Hassan. Oh my god, it's so dumb. It's just so dumb. Hassan, why did you want 9/11? Like, how many times does Hassan have to answer for this? It's ridiculous. Do they have nothing better? Do they genuinely think that Hassan wanted 9/11 to happen? I mean, it's just so dumb.
I mean, how do you justify using those saying?
I mean, I call Nazi pigs as well. Like I said, Zionism is an ideology. It's up to the individual to associate with it or not. It's not personal, right? I oppose and abhor racism, ethno-supremacy, racial supremacy of every sort. I'm against it. I'm an anti-fascist. I'm unapologetic about it. And I'm not going to compromise on that. I think these kinds of like aesthetic postures are distractions away from the real conversation. I think many people understand it. Even if they don't have the tools to properly communicate it, many people are frustrated. So I think in this environment where a lot of people are frustrated, I'm very fearful. I talked about this at Oxford Union as well a couple of years ago, where I warned people. I was like, the association of Judaism and Israel is a very dangerous one. It's a false conflation. People are people. States are totally separate from the people. No matter how much people advocate for state violence or state action, they can change their minds, right? So a criticism of the state should not be a criticism of an entire people, especially Jewish people, American Jews. They have nothing to do with Israel at the end of the day. They might support it, some do, certainly, but it says nothing about an entire group of people. People are not monolithic at all.
Who's the candidate? I mean, I remember interviewing you back at the DNC in 2024. You were invited to the DNC as a content creator, right?
Yeah.
But back then, I don't think you wanted to vote for Harris.
Yes, I said that I would not endorse Kamala Harris unless she actually separated from Joe Biden on the issue of the genocide in Gaza, which the Democrats at the time were participating in, right? This happened under our watch, and we had many off-ramps. We have tremendous control over what Israel gets to do. And instead of actually enforcing the red lines that Biden said he wanted to enforce, we decided to allow Benjamin Netanyahu to go all over those red lines, and the results were disastrous. And now we have Donald Trump as president as a consequence of that. That was a major warning that I wanted to issue to any Democrat that would listen to me, whether they're consultants, analysts, politicians, privately, publicly, and I urge them, not just on Israel either, mind you, I urge them on the issue of immigration. Many people out here right now are here because they're frustrated with this unaccountable Gestapo force that wears masks and kidnaps our neighbors for no other reason other than, some kind of ridiculous white nativist anti-immigrant stance that they want to enforce to distract away from their lack of interest in fixing people's economic problems.
So who's the candidate in 2028?
Okay. We can't watch all this. Hassan was out here for quite some time. Well, not that long, actually. I take it back. Hold on. How long was Hassan out here? How long did Hassan make it? How long did Hassan make it in the New York spring weather? Looks like about an hour and 15 minutes. Actually, all right, I'll listen to more of this. It's hilarious.
And I'm asking you this because, one, you obviously have a big following, but two, I think you represent and we see this on the right too. I mean, I was at CPAC this week where a lot of people are very unhappy, young men who voted for Trump, unhappy about the war in Iran. Who is a candidate a Democratic candidate that could speak to you and people who follow you?
I mean, a lot of people in my community are very excited about AOC, but who knows what she's willing to do. The thing is, 2028 is so far away, we don't even have any assurances that we will be having a 2028 presidential election. I mean, the way the Republicans are moving, they're moving like there's never going to be elections ever again, right? So I'm more focused on what's immediately ahead of our what's immediately ahead of us right now. I think that's what we should be focusing on and protesting against this administration, no matter how much outrage fatigue people have, because there have been some significant people-backed movements that have won, really. I mean, Minneapolis is a great example of this. People immediately instituted neighborhood watch against ICE agents that were trying to kidnap people, and they won. They were able to force ICE out of Minneapolis, and they even were able to collect the scalp in the process as well. You know, Christine Noem is no longer the DHS secretary. Obviously, there were some other issues there as well. There's corruption that played a role in that too. There was a lot of scandal. But let's be real, who isn't corrupt in this administration? So I do genuinely think that that was a pressure valve for this administration to say that we're taking a different approach when it comes to the DHS for one reason or another. But I think it was because of that public pushback.
All right, and I'll let you go because you have a long line of fans here.
Yeah, we got.
Patiently waiting for you.
Yeah.
I spoke to this guy earlier. He's a big fan of yours. And he was basically, I mean, when I referenced that questions about candidates and who to support in the 2028, he was talking about you. But are you going to run? No, I don't think America's ready
Square
for
has turned into a
a
Hassan
turned-up
meet
white
and
boy
greet.
like me just yet.
I will see you soon.
All right, good to see you. All right.
And yeah, you're rallying with Bernie tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be at the Bernie rally as well. Yeah, I have. I'm gonna be there with Ana Lilia Mejia. Yeah. All right, perfect. Great seeing you, brother.
Cheers. Thank you.
Yeah. What's up, dude?
Appreciate you every day. I hope I rep you well in the GNN.
I think. Yeah.
Hi, Chad. Hi, Fred.
Oh my god. I love how part of the protest has turned into a Hassan meet and greet over here. It's hilarious. Honestly though, Hassan can't hide anywhere he goes. Especially in political circles, you know, he's 6'4" or whatever, and he kind of sticks out. Just kind of a giant human
This is a human man.
And can't really stay conspicuous, can he? And he's fairly well known. So well known that people just line up in the middle of Times Square to say hi to Chad and get a pic with Hassan.
What's up, Hassan? This is like our 4th meeting.
This is my second to you again.
Yeah.
We really appreciate you. Like, I organized anti-ICE action at John Jay College, and I was able to get like at least 1,000 signatures. Like, I honestly credit some of your speaking to help me to speak to my fellow peers. It means a lot, and I don't know how to describe how much you influenced my life after like October 7th. Like, I've been part of like a lot of anti-Zionist organization. I was even at the synagogue cell in Kew Gardens, which is in my neighborhood, and there was kahanas, and these kahanas literally gathered around us and tried to literally jump some of us. Like,
Yeah,
the police,
they're pretty violent.
Barricaded us, and it was like a bunch of kahanas running towards us. We had to literally break the barricades ourselves to leave before we got jumped. And there was like a kid who was like Norless and stuff, like 12, and they were like saying like absurdities, like most like disgusting disturbing shit.
Yeah.
And I hate how the news doesn't like depict that, so I felt like I needed to say that to you because it happened. I saw it. I was there.
Yeah.
Like, kahanas are not like good people. They are basically horrific people who are willing to jump children.
They're terrorists. They're actually terrorists.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They call me the terrorist.
Anyways, illegal. I would say your coverage has helped me get more involved into this sort of stuff.
Hell yeah.
We actually have a little Palestine contingent, but they pushed us all the way to the back.
Okay.
I've also been doing some volunteering electorally, canvass for Zoran, and also canvassing for this other guy who's running for Congress. You know who Chuck Park is?
No. I don't.
He is running against Grace May.
Okay, I'm going to skip a little bit ahead past the Hassan meet and greet portion of this stream. Oh, God. Although, I feel like it's impossible. It's impossible. I take it back. Whatever.
Hey, what's up? This is my boyfriend.
There really is a giant line. There really is just like a never-ending line of Hassan fans waiting for a pic. Gotta get that Hassan selfie. As you know, that's one of the great things about about the anonymity of a helmet. I can go to a protest, nobody knows I'm there.
I just wanted to get a picture and say thank you for everything you do.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, let's see. Thank you.
All right.
Not that I would get swamped like us on. I wouldn't have the same problem as
Thank you for being here. Hello.
I'm Audrey. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I just want to say thank you for standing up for trans people. I feel like no one on the left is like really committed to that, except for obviously the PSA and you. I live in Seth district, and after 2020, it was really disappointing.
It was so annoying. It was all, I mean, it was so bad that even like the Pod Save America guys were immediately like, shut up.
And now he's trying to like cover it up. And
Yeah. Yeah, they did that for a lot of stuff. They did that for trans issues, like as though it was it should have never even been a primary focus of the campaign.
Right.
And it really wasn't from the Kamala side either. They just like kind of, like, they patched her up with it. They shoehorned it in because there's nothing else. There's nothing else that they were like fighting for. This is my argument always is like obviously you should be uncompromising in your values, but also if you actually offer people things, like they're not going to be able to like constantly talk about like what are we going to do about trans people? Like why is this an issue? Like it shouldn't be an issue at all. Yeah.
Can I get a picture?
Of course.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
What's up? Hi.
I don't watch you, but my sister talks a lot about you, so I appreciate the work you do. And yeah, is it okay to get a photo?
Yeah.
All right, bye.
Oh my god, it's so funny.
Liquid, unformed, like energy there is to do something.
Yeah.
Even if right now
Can I
it's
get a
just walking
selfie
down
with
the
you?
street.
Okay, bad.
Yeah.
In a big line.
And banging on your drums and making a protest cardboard sign.
Yeah, about how like Donald Trump is a pedophile or something. It is the.
I mean, he is.
It's true. Read the documents.
Yeah.
It is like kind of crazy how quickly that one took over.
Like that's why some people will be like elitist about it, but they're like Epstein class doesn't actually fully understand the scope.
Yeah,
it's actually the capitalist class. And
But
it's
it
like,
really does
you're
seem
right.
to resonate.
You're right, but like I said this in the beginning of the Epstein stuff, where I told my audience like. Epstein is the closest expression of like class warfare that the average American that's never understood class positioning can comprehend.
Yeah, it's a big club and you ain't in it kind of thing.
Yeah, no,
It's like,
literally.
well, I would never go to that island.
Yeah, because it's like one of those
I would
things,
never do that.
It's one of those things where it's like being wealthy is considered aspirational in this country, right? It's in every facet of our existence, this like, overall goal, not attainable, but like the aspirational goal that they have, but no one is aspiring to be a pedophile on an island.
No.
Yeah. They don't want to do it, well, unless they're Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, like, listen, you say that, but I think a lot of those guys do exist. They're just on the other team.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why they talk about how dope he is. If he wasn't Jewish.
Yeah, it's just one flaw.
Yeah,
It's like one character flaw. Everything else about him was great.
Yeah, he's like, they would be fine with it if he was doing it Christian style. I mean, I guess that's honest. There is an
honesty.
There is an honesty in that, where it's like,
that's like, it's all the like.
Oh my God, they have a Robert Mueller.
Wow. Yeah, Taps is playing. Imagine that.
What's good? Hold on one second. Let me try to. Yo, can you shove this in here? Yeah.
Give me
the belt.
Through the conch.
Thank you, sir.
What's up?
3 or 6'4". I thought you'd be a bit taller than me, but
that's the first time someone said that.
Is that?
That's the first time someone's told me that.
I'm a former.
Okay, we have to get a picture with that.
I came here from Canada.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Wait.
Yeah.
You gotta look at the.
What
is that?
I found you through H3, like when you guys did that interview like 6 years ago or something. I've been watching you ever since, and then with the divorce, I sort of had to pick a side.
Yeah.
I'm glad I picked the right side.
Okay, it's like almost too dark, but you gotta send that to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I took a photo of him on my 3DS.
Oh wow, that's sick.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that had the capability.
Yeah, it's so fun. I've been taking photos on it a lot lately. But
Hell yeah.
I really appreciate your work.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
My name's Julia.
Julia, nice to meet you. Thank you for being here.
You too. Thank you.
Are you still freezing?
Now I'm freezing again. I was fine for a little bit.
Well, now it's because you're in the middle of the wind, brother.
Yeah, I'm in the wind tunnel. We have the next. When is the next interview supposed to be?
I haven't looked at my phone in a minute.
Who are you talking to?
I don't remember what pocket I put it in.
Shit, hold on.
It's in a pocket. Oh yeah, there it is.
Oh, it's at 5. We can do it earlier though.
Wow, young Chris over on the vertical stream. GalacticStreamLord better than Hassan? Wow, wow, wow.
What time is it now?
4.
Do you want to do it? You want to do it around here, right?
Yeah, I want to take that compliment, but I gotta say, Hassan has done more than I have. I would like to one day be as impactful as Hassan. That would be nice. I'm just not there yet. Maybe one day. Long in the future.
Right?
We could do it around here, yeah, exactly.
I think the plan was we got to let them know how to do it here.
Yeah.
I think that they think it's somewhere else.
You need to go warm your hands someplace?
No. Yes.
Yeah,
I'm freezing.
I don't know. I just have an intuition about these things. All right.
I'm so sorry. I'm just such a big fan.
Nice to meet you. Hi.
Nice to meet you. My boyfriend's gonna be livid that I met you. Sorry, that was. I just really want to thank you, honestly, because I think that the way that you distill complex ideas is unlike a lot of people online, frankly. And like, as an anti-Zionist Jew, you've helped me sort of articulate some of my feelings about it, especially when people try to tell me I'm not a real Jew. So I really appreciate everything you do.
Hell yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Sorry, I'm so cold.
I'm so cold too. I live here, but I grew up in the South, so I'm so pissed. It's so cold. It's freezing.
Yeah, we're in a wind tunnel right now.
It's horrible.
Realizing.
No, it's really horrible. Anyway, thank you so much. I'm also
Thank you for watching and thank you for being here.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Oh, I like the band.
Yeah.
You know, the thing about Times Square, it's actually kind of an indie neighborhood.
Lesser known.
It's like an indie style, like sort of under the radar.
Lesser known. No one ever talks about it.
I mean, well, I just don't understand. It's like they've got all these big buildings and everything. It's like, why don't they put some more billboards on them?
Yeah, that's
like
what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. Not enough.
They should do more. That's actually what my advice is to Times Square. Do more.
Hassan, are you tired of capitalism? You looking to get organized?
Sometimes. I'm good, man. Thank you, Trots. Oh my god. Oh my god, Trots, dude. That is so funny. Never stop with the
They'll never.
Have you tried that?
Oh yeah, no. So I'll confess I forgot his name, but a fan who came over earlier and who's on stream for a minute, he gave me this to give to you, and he was saying he's from Puerto Rico, and that the conch was the thing that people used, you know, slaves, others, to warn others of incoming danger, and the gift was given in that spirit.
Okay.
You know.
That's kind of ominous.
No, I think it's that you're the one who warns people about other
got
danger.
it. Yeah.
I don't think he's saying, yeah, you're marked for death.
Yeah.
You should try it.
No, I'm not putting my mouth on that. Are you fucking crazy? I don't know where the fuck this has been.
Valid.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, of course. I'm glad you're braving the cold in New York. Thank you, man.
Nice to meet you.
I've seen a lot of good free Palestine stuff, even though it's a super liberal protest.
Yeah. No, liberals are there. They're here.
Can I get a drink with you?
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, nice. Hey!
much. I love your streams.
By the way, that's the second and third dude in a row to walk up to Hassan in a sweatshirt and a t-shirt while Hassan is shivering his dick off. A bunch of dudes are just walking around like, no big deal. Just a repeat from Minnesota, really. Hassan doesn't fare well in cold weather. We've established this. I should let him. I should get off. Should get off of him. Stop riding him so hard over it. It's just funny to me.
Thank you so much for everything you do. Oh yeah. I feel like watching you helps me talk to my friends more and educate them. Very helpful.
Thank you for watching.
Nice
Can I get a pic?
Yeah.
I'm wearing your old merch. Oh damn, that's the OG. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate the work you do.
Thank you for being here.
Blowback is so incredible.
Thank you,
I love the work you do.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
It's the complimentary podcast of the Hassan Abi broadcast.
Sideshow.
Oh man. What's up? Yeah.
Are you?
Sure. Hi.
No video, just say.
Hi. Oh, she's screaming.
Oh my God, you're so famous.
Hi, nice to meet you. You have a great husband.
Appreciate it.
Our president rapes children. That's what it says.
Oh my god. God damn. Jesus Christ.
Oh wow.
That sign goes hard.
Yeah,
as fuck.
They're gonna come to us somehow. But
yeah, no. Let's cut. Then, yeah. Do you want to meet over by there? What do you want to do?
No. They're not gonna be here yet. They're in Harlem.
Oh.
But so I guess we can. There's a place that we were supposed to do this at.
And you want to see if you can get there earlier?
Yeah, maybe.
What's the place? You want me to call or something?
It's in the Lower East Side.
Oh.
Before we play.
It's this.
That's around the corner from my house.
Oh,
I know exactly where it is.
Watch out.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I think as we're gonna have to call it on the Hassan stream, we'll just take it to the very, very, very end, where Hassan retreats to an Uber. What happened to the sound? There's no sound.
I take your point.
Yeah. No, I
don't think that Coeur d'Alene is a particularly welcoming place for Somali people these days.
What about Terre Haute?
Indiana?
Terre Haute, Indiana.
I mean, it's the Midwest. It's part of why the Midwest, if a lot of parts of the deindustrialized are awful suburban or semi-urban Midwest, it's if they have any life in them, if they've been revived at all, it's because of immigrants.
Yeah. I mean, it's literally
Yeah, I
happening.
mean, like, remember all
it's
that
happening
shit?
in
No.
Springfield, Ohio, right now.
That was exactly what I was bringing up.
Like Springfield, Ohio, is getting like an economic revitalization as a direct consequence of Haitian migration into it, and they're like, the locals are very resistant.
I mean,
what did he just call Terre Haute? I think he said Terre Haute. Something like that. I can't remember exactly how I pronounced it. It was interesting.
It's because they're, it's like the...
Matt Brunig, hearing a lot more about Hassan Piker than ever before. Seems like the big player in the Democratic Party.
Matt Brunig has tweet.
Yeah.
There you go. There's the bonus vid, which I threw in here at the very end for you folks. Just because I figured we would take it as far as we could tonight. Now, this was a beautiful day of peaceful protest. But these protests have to eventually lead to progress. To change. To change in this government that's so unresponsive to the voters. And some people don't even want that. They don't want you protesting. They don't want you changing things. Even if it's by democratic means. But the other option is, in fact, of course, worse. Right? Because if not democracy, then what? It's a question we should probably ask ourselves before we end tonight's stream. And the words of Martin Luther King are ringing in my ears right now, considering what we have witnessed this year. And actually, he was really just quoting someone else in this
President
clip.
Kennedy said, "Those who make peaceful revolution impossible only make violent revolution inevitable."
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. All right, people, last clip of the... Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Brading, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Riga, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit, Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Penny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perf XL, and Winnie and Robin. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. What to listen to tonight? Let's listen to something new. All right, everyone.